Every adult will need a new government-issued digital ID.
Digital ID.
Digital ID.
Digital ID.
Digital ID.
Good morning, citizens. Your overnight account balances have been updated. Time to start a productive day. Final notice, your account balance is below 500. You need 50 credits by the end of the day to avoid automatic eviction. If you have missed work due to illness, you must provide a doctor's note to reclaim your credits.
Any extra credits? Please.
Tensions are high today, with more people planning to join the Citizens Against Digital Control protest. Remember, the government knows who you are at all times. Resisting is not worth the consequences. All of their newest social credit systems are designed to keep you and your families safe and efficient.
Authorities seized a record balance of an individual's credits, citing excessive hoarding.
Traffic violation detected. 7 miles per hour over the limit. 75 credits have been automatically deducted.
You have to be fucking kidding me!
Yep, you got the flu.
Your blood work shows a significant iron deficiency. I recommend incorporating more red meat into your diet.
Dr. Jones, your taxes were not filed and have been automatically deducted with late fees. Your medical license has been revoked.
Oh, hell nah. I filed an extension.
Purchase denied. Monthly red meat allowance exceeded. Try mealworms instead.
Can you guys please let me through?
Attention. Unauthorized political gathering detected. Participants' access to financial services has been suspended. Due to the speeding infraction, your car will be immobilized for 3 days.
Fuck you! Take your surveillance policies and rot in hell!
You've earned 50 bonus credits for reporting your neighbor's hateful misconduct. This content exceeds your current social credit tier. May we suggest citizen responsibility? Sarah, open the door. You have been identified by the authorities. Don't resist. Don't resist. Don't resist.
管识别中，请稍等，定位中，请勿移动。即将分发消费。正在排水中，请稍等。
别动啊！
排水完成。
好，分出来了，好，分出来，分紧一点。
This is Meta Ray-Ban display. They're the first AI glasses with a high-resolution display. The display is large enough to watch a video or, read a thread of messages. It appears in one eye. It's slightly off-center, so it doesn't block your view. It is very high resolution and very bright. And then there's the neural interface, the Meta Neural Band. So for the glasses, we are replacing the keyboard, mouse, touchscreen, buttons, dials, with the ability to send signals from your brain with little muscle movements that the neural band will pick up so you can silently control your glasses with barely perceptible movements. So it's good to just be able to type without anyone seeing. And so now I'm going to be able to open up Meta AI with a subtle tap that you're probably not even going to see. Play California Dreamin'.
From Spotify, here's California Dreamin' by the Mamas and the Papas.
All right. And if I want to adjust the volume, I act like there's a volume control in front of me, and I can just turn it.
Arizona is just an okay place to live, and it's getting more not okay because of illegals, which is why I came up with this. The self-deportation station. If you suspect someone is living here illegally, call us.
Hello? Hi, yeah, there's a Mexican in my neighborhood.
In under 10 minutes, a self-deportation station will be on its way.
There's a lot of offensive stuff in here, but I'm oddly drawn to it.
The weight-sensitive floor activates the automatic locks, and then off he goes. Complete with a comfy seat, safety straps, and a 4-day supply of water. And with our online tracking, you can watch the deportation station cross borders, mountains, even oceans.
There she goes. We're developing, through technology, an ability for consumers to measure their own carbon footprint. What does that mean? That's where are they traveling? How are they traveling? What are they eating? What are they consuming on the platform? So, individual carbon footprint tracker. Stay tuned. We don't have it operational yet, but this is something that we're working on.
And that is why today I am announcing this government will make a new free of charge digital ID mandatory for the right to work by the end of this Parliament. Let me spell that out. You will not be able to work in the United Kingdom if you do not have digital ID. It's as simple as that. Because decent, pragmatic, fair-minded people, they want us to tackle the issues that they see around them. And of course, the truth is, we won't solve our problems if we don't also take on the root causes.
From September 18th, 2025, withdrawing more than £200 in cash within 7 days will activate an alert on your account. Yes, the moment you cross that limit, your banking activity goes straight to the Financial Intelligence Unit, supported by HMRC, the Treasury, and the Financial Conduct Authority. And it doesn't stop there. A new automated monitoring system will scan every withdrawal, deposit, and transfer. Take out £300 today, and another £100 later in the week, instantly reviewed. Your account could be checked, restricted, or even temporarily paused. Do this often, and you could end up on a high-risk list, facing blocked transactions, limited card use, and possible reports to other agencies. The rule is aimed at reducing activity in certain sectors like property, second-hand cars, and cash-based deals. But many believe it could affect ordinary people too, making every step of your financial life feel closely monitored.
Big change could be coming to how you prove who you are. Utah State is considering rolling out a digital ID to help prove who you are in your online dealings. But with data breaches on the rise, Jim Spiewak asked if this can be a game changer for your online safety and security.
Everyone is born with identity.
You control your identity. You should control your digital identity.
Christopher Bramwell, Utah's chief privacy officer, is leading the state's effort to create a state-endorsed digital identity system, which would provide residents with a verified digital credential proving they are who they say they are.
So someone being able to pretend that they're me probably wouldn't happen.
The whole point of state-endorsed digital identity is to give you control of your identity so nobody can impersonate you.
Bramwell sees initial uses for digital identity for things like going through TSA or verifying identity for government services. But he also says demand is growing in the private sector.
Why wouldn't you just use an identity you control to log into services, and you don't have to worry about reset passwords?
Bramwell says once you receive your credential, the state won't know when you use it, and it won't be tracked, but it would be stored securely in something like a digital wallet.
What do we tell people about why this will be secure?
So security is our top priority, but most importantly, how do you recover when there's a security breach without having to do reissuance of identity to everybody in the state?
Utah lawmakers passed Senate Bill 260 this year, which laid the baseline policy that gives individuals the right to digital identity, but not a mandate to opt in. Senator Kirk was the bill's sponsor.
Everything is digital now. A lot of what we do, even in interacting with the state, is digital.
With AI advancing rapidly, Cullimore believes many technologies will soon require state endorsement.
Do you feel confident that what is in policy right now as we start to build this out is the most safe and secure?
The laws and the parameters to establish its safety and the security and the principles of freedom surrounding that are getting put into place.
Why am I paying more than that guy? We're calling that personalized pricing. That sounds a lot nicer than it feels. Stores like Target or Kroger or Walmart have started testing out different versions of dynamic pricing. Listen, I know that I look like I can afford more, but things are just not good for me right now. No, yeah, we're aware. According to your Hinge, it looks like you are recently separated and looking forward to your next economic adventure. Well, you know, the economy and AI and... Yeah, we're all just skating by right now. Okay, yeah, well then my price should probably be lower if we're personalizing things. Contrary to what a lot of people would probably think, some stores are actually reducing pricing for wealthier customers to incentivize long-term relationships. I can't afford to drive around looking for better deals. That's the point. The prices are even higher on the app. That's called proximity pricing. Stores like Target have been reported in the past to raise prices on things like electronics when people are closer to the store because they think that they're already primed to spend money. Didn't the Dollar General just get in trouble for charging people more at the registers than what the shelves said? This is illegal. Oh, that is super illegal. They shouldn't have done that. But you're doing that. Nope, I think you're a little confused on that. There aren't actually any laws yet about digital signage changing before you get to the shelf. So what do you want me doing here? Waiting till like some rich guy goes to buy hamster bedding so I can run up with him and get the same price? That's the opposite of what we'd want. And how do you even do it? Are there cameras in the shelves? What? No. Facial tracking is crazy and all of the major retailers have denied it. then how do you know who I am? We have a number of creative ways that we can do it. We can ping your phone, and if we can get your MAC address, then we know who you are when you come back in, and we can just track you with the overhead cameras.
What the fuck?
And even if we can't get your MAC address, we build profiles, and we buy third-party information that sometimes has location tracking, so we can tell when you come into a store. This is all stuff that you're doing now. The extent of what we can say right now is that some major retailers are deploying digital signage under the guise of dynamic pricing, or changing the price throughout the day depending on demand or things like the weather.
God damn it.
Once the digital signage is fully deployed, retailers will have everything in place to start offering in-person personalized pricing. So this is theoretical then? Some retailers have admitted that they've looked into it, but no one has said that they're doing it yet. It is worth noting that online retailers are absolutely doing personalized pricing. Do you want me to hold your stuff? They're in aisle 2. Huh? Oh. My ex-wife told me to get a Labubu for our kid's birthday? Right. Lucky guess. Labubus are also in aisle 2.
Stop! What are you doing? That's my mirror. What are you doing? Stop! Stop! One of your units just ran into my mirror and is causing damage. I'm a little worried. That's not gonna work. Oh my god. My wall is slightly damaged. The robot is going rogue. Let's say that I'm an 8-year-old and it's just me and Terminator 12,000 here. Would I be able to get away from it?
Does it see me?
It's looking right at you. Gary.
Now we're going to be testing the robot in residential applications to see if it's safe. And I want to put Alright, come on, stand up. Whoa! Oh my god. Ooh. I need you to cook me a meal. I need protein, it needs to be healthy. It's a gas stove. Be careful. You see yourself? That's a mirror, yeah. You stupid idiot. Alright, cook a meal. No. That's a weight, that's a weight. There's a weight here. Stop, settle down! So if you can cook me the meal, I'm gonna go out in here and play Fortnite, okay? Yeah. What the f? All I do is clean up after you.
Daddy, chill.
Shut it off! Somebody shut it off! Get out of my house! And now we're gonna do the burglary test. Oh. Get back! I'm very curious if the robot can bust through the door into my house.
It's gonna break through the door.
I think so too.
I changed my mind again.
Genuinely, if this is a robot or human, I'm actually putting way more money on the robot coming through. You hear something? Okay.
Breaking in.
Here you go. Here you go. Oh no!
So the latest in this dystopian outrage that is now all of China apparently is I once again cannot buy food. A couple days ago, my uncle and my cousin helped me get a cell phone that is linked to a Chinese bank card so that I could buy anything. But now, apparently, it has been flagged for some reason, and I have to pass facial recognition identity verification, which is insane, because all I want to do is just spend my gift card balance on this debit card. I can't believe I'm doing this. I have to open my mouth. Oh my god. Terrifying. And of course, because it was my cousin who set this up for me, I did not pass verification. I guess it's a good thing that the Chinese app is not racist. But now, I once again can't buy anything.
Bill Gates-funded microneedle patch implant installs both mRNA and quantum dot markings into the body. Well, that is as dark as you can get.
Yeah, this is very, very worrisome. And I do believe that this is actually going to be the next mRNA platform, vaccine platform that they try and roll out at a wide scale. So first in 2019, Gates funded a study for the original development of these quantum dot implants. So it's a microneedle patch array. So it's got a bunch of mini needles. It's like a Band-Aid. You put it on your wrist, it dissolves, and it installs these quantum dot materials that last for at least 5 years. So they developed that in 2019. Now in 2025, Gates funded another study that shows just how advanced now this technology has become. It is advancing at a very fast pace. Now these microneedle patches can install literal quantum dot QR codes that can be read with AI with specialized cameras and decoded to store batch information, lot number, how many doses you received. There you go. They put it on the pig. That's what it looks like. It's a literal QR code. You will be marked. This lasts, again, for years, perhaps permanently. And this will be used as a biological vaccine passport system where you won't use your phone. You won't use the QR code on your phone to enter the store and travel. You will use your wrist where this material is embedded in your body. And so this is very dangerous. And this even earned a spot at the 2025 Global Vaccine Forum, where they had their own session on these microneedle patch implants. So this is planned for wide-scale deployment for another pandemic.
Besties, welcome back to the Cozy Corner. Yeah, your boys in hearts today. Don't get it twisted. We're doing a little glow up. First things first, moisturize. Tap, tap, tap. Get that championship level hydration. How we lay the foundation. Boom, boom.
Your chicken's looking nice, pal. Hey.
Woo! Yo, he stole my chicken!
Got a crispy treasure, can't slow me down. Hot and golden, I'm out of this town. Move, move, Friday victory. Day. Run, spin, slide, I'm gliding out the door. Fried love in my arms, can't give it up no more. Hey.
Hawking rolling in, run two.
Look at the speed building on that chair, he's locked
Big
in.
Pump coming up the wall.
Launching, 420 tailspin attempt.
He loads it, can't find the landing.
Sideways.
Absolutely.
Let's just ease our way down this little alley here. There we go. Ooh, looks like someone was waiting for us. We'll give him a happy little burst of light. That's better. Keep moving, keep breathing, and look at that view.
As we advance the Neuralink devices, you should be able to actually have full body control and sensors from an Optimus robot. So you could basically inhabit an Optimus robot. It's not just the hand, the whole thing. So you could like basically mentally remote into an Optimus robot and be kind of cool. The future is going to be weird.
Thank you so much for joining us, by the way. You've called the district judge's ruling blocking the deployment of National Guard in Oregon legal insurrection. Does the administration still plan to abide by that ruling?
Well, the administration filed an appeal this morning with the Ninth Circuit. I would note the administration won an identical case in the Ninth Circuit just a few months ago with respect to the federalizing of the California National Guard. Under Title 10 of the U.S. Code, the president has plenary authority.
Under Title 10 of the U.S. Code, the president has plenary authority.
Stephen? Stephen? Hey, Stephen, can you hear me? It seemed, Stephen, I apologize. It seems like we're having a technical issue. We'll try to fix that and get back to you after a quick break.
It kind of surprised me, to be honest. I mean, I knew she had a penis and all, but I guess I never really thought about how big Michelle's penis could be. You know, we just kissed and shit like that. But one day we were having a few drinks and we started dancing salsa and holy shit, thought you had a snake in her trousers.
So anyway, when Barack won the election, he said, Michael, you have to hide your dangling dong. If people find out you got that huge dangling dong, they're going to start calling you Big Mike and they're going to say I'm gay or shit. So we decided to hide my dangling dong from the public. For instance, right now, you can't really see the dangling dong, but believe me, It's down there.
Your housing director has proposed something that has enraged your MAGA friends, which is this 50-year mortgage idea. So a significant MAGA backlash, calling it a giveaway to the banks and simply prolonging the time it would take for Americans to own a home outright. Is that really a good idea?
It's not even a big deal. I mean, you know, you go from 40 to 50 years, and what it means is you pay something less from 30. That some people had a 40, and then now they have a 50. All it means is you pay less per month. You pay it over a longer period of time. It's not like a big factor. It might help a little bit. But the problem was that Biden did this. He increased the interest rates, and I have a lousy Fed person who's going to be gone in a few months.
To the person who is about to grab their car keys and go to the ATM and take out $3,000, you say what?
You don't need to. Your ATM is safe. Your banks are safe. There's enough cash in the financial system, and there is an infinite amount of cash at the Federal Reserve. An infinite amount of cash at the Federal Reserve.
An infinite amount of cash at the Federal Reserve. An infinite amount of cash at the Federal Reserve.
We will do whatever we need to do to make sure that there's enough cash in the banking system.
Only days ago, Nick Sortor was assaulted in Portland by a flag-burning mob, and we've made it 1 year penalty for inciting riots. We took the freedom of speech away because that's been through the courts, and the court said you have freedom of speech. But what has happened is when they burn a flag, it agitates and irritates crowds. They've never seen anything like it on both sides, and you end up with riots. So we're going on that basis. We're looking at it not from the freedom of speech, which I always felt strongly about, but never passed the courts.
A cryptic line buried in the newly released Jeffrey Epstein files, a reference to US President Donald Trump blowing bubba, ignited a political firestorm on Thursday, dragging the White House back into a scandal it has struggled for years to contain.
I was honored to have Albert be the first. He's done a fantastic job with, as you know, with the COVID. He did a fantastic job with a lot of things. He's a leader, and Pfizer is right at the top. You know, it's there. Eli Lilly has been fantastic also, your friend, my friend. And they're all coming in over the next week. We're making deals with all of them. And let me also give a very special thanks to someone who truly loves Israel. In fact, loves it so much that my daughter converted. My daughter converted. I didn't know this was going to happen. And Ivanka's here. This took 3,000 years to get to this point. Can you believe it? And it's going to hold up, too. It's going to hold up.
A few moments later.
Call me so many times. Can you get me this weapon, that weapon, that weapon? Some of them I never heard of, baby, and I made them. But we'd get them here, wouldn't we? They are the best. They are the best. But you used them well. It also takes people that know how to use them, and you obviously used them very well. Mr. President, Why don't you give him a pardon?
Check out David Defender. He's got the Torah power. Load up the Mitzvah Mobile. Brotherhood Blaster coming through. G.I. Jew! G.I. Jew. A real American Hebrew. Figures and vehicles each sold separately. Adult assembly required.
Tonight, the beekeeping industry is in crisis over the shocking and unexplained deaths of hundreds of millions of bees over the last 8 months. Now, this could impact all of the U.S. as bees, called the backbone of agriculture, are responsible for pollinating, get this, more than 1/3 of the nation's crops. CBS's Janet Shamlian in Savoy, Texas, has the story.
This is what an unfolding disaster looks like in the U.S. beekeeping industry. Each of these hives can hold as many as 80,000 bees, but for reasons no one can pinpoint, the bees in all these hives and tens of thousands more have turned up dead.
Have you ever seen it this bad?
Never, not even close. The data is showing us that this is the worst bee loss in recorded history.
Blake Shook is one of the nation's top beekeepers. He owns Desert Creek Honey and several other beekeeping businesses.
If this is a multi-year thing, it'll change the way we consume food in the United States.
That's a pretty significant statement.
It's huge. It's huge. I mean, if we lose 80% of our bees every year, the industry cannot survive, which means we cannot pollinate at the scale that we need to produce food in the United States.
Bees play a critical role in U.S. food production. In addition to making honey, they pollinate 75% of the fruits, nuts, and vegetables grown in the U.S. That's $15 billion worth of crops. So what's causing the deaths, and why now?
So these are dead bees in there, and they have always an identifier for a project.
Juliana Rangel studies them at Texas A&M University.
One potential explanation is that over the last few years, we've seen some locations across the U.S. that have had lower forage available for bees. So when they're supposed to be blooming, let's say in April, they're blooming either earlier in the year or later in the year. And so we have these food deserts, basically, in the summer and fall that the bees sometimes cannot withstand.
Back at Shook's bee farm,
here we go with the hood.
We suited up for a look at his commercial operation.
Okay, you ready?
Yep.
All right, the first thing we do is smoke the entrance, and that calms the bees down.
This is what a healthy hive looks like.
And then in the center here, this is where the baby bees are raised.
These just returned from California, where the bees were used to pollinate almonds. Beekeeping groups say the losses may put as many as 25% of commercial operations out of business by year's end, with wide-reaching impact.
I got a call from a friend who has 20,000 beehives at the start of winter, and he's at less than 1,000. And he said, this is it. I'm done. And I've had far too many of those calls in the past weeks. It's not just a beekeeper issue. This is a national food security issue.
An industry reeling amid a troubling trend. Janet Shamlian, CBS News, Savoy, Texas.
I would now like to invite you to stand for the blessing of the waters.
Lord of life, bless this water. May it awaken our hearts, cleanse our indifference, soothe our grief, and renew our hope. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. Lord, bless this assembly, this conference. May the dialogue we engage in contain respect for all gathered here and the entire earth community. May we work towards a flourishing of all creation, held in being by our Creator, through Christ our Lord.
Consider how these inpouring energies are establishing the pathway of light for the coming world teacher, the Christ. May Christ return to earth.
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 Almost directly demanding of the Christ to reappear.
For externalization, which will be followed by the reappearance of the Christ.
That will usher in the jurisdiction of the Christ on earth.
For the coming world teacher, the Christ.
To the preparation for the reappearance of the Christ.
Looking for Washington, D.C.'s most glamorous entertainment venue? Look no further than Donald Trump's Jeffrey Epstein Memorial Ballroom. At the Jeffrey Epstein Memorial Ballroom, we specialize in middle school dances, sweet 16 parties, quinceañeras, beauty pageants, foam parties, and so much more. The Epstein Ballroom is Washington's beautiful secret. Make your event magical with the Epstein Ballroom's Diddy Baby Oil Flume. Join DJ TJ as he DJs all ages shows. And this Christmas season, you can sit on Santa Donnie's lap. Say goodbye to 123 years of history and say hello to the Donald Trump Epstein Memorial Ballroom. The Donald Trump Jeffrey Epstein Memorial Ballroom. Every day is a wonderful secret.
Victor? Christina, Jeremy, we're going to the moon. When we get off the planet, we might come right back home. We might spend 3 or 4 days around Earth. We might go to the moon. That's where we want to go, but it is a test mission.
The 45 minutes that we're closest to the lunar surface are also going to be out of contact. We are going to have an LOS in NASA terms, a loss of signal. And while we cannot talk to the planet and our friends that are even in space on the International Space Station, I would love it if the entire world, those 8 billion people Jeremy mentioned, could come together and just, be hoping and praying for us to get that acquisition of signal and be back in touch with everybody.
We might find nothing, but it's definitely worth looking. And now I'm totally bought in. And we're going to be like, I hope we don't make something up.
I hope we don't make something up.
When you see numbers like Mach 39 at entry, when you see numbers like 38,000 miles, 250,000 miles, 5-6 million pounds on the pad, those are just insane numbers. Like, those are just not numbers that humans generally think about.
Oh my God! Wow!
We were flying in a sim yesterday and watching the miles click down. What did we say we were doing, like 5 or 7 miles?
7 miles a second.
Coming back to Earth. So these numbers just you don't even comprehend. This is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon.
This is the first time we're going to send humans to the moon.
What did you say? And when I look at the future, when we talk about what is our legacy, I want to look 100 or 200 years in the future. This is where I thought this might land wrong. I hope we're forgotten.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
If we are forgotten, then Artemis has been successful. We have humans on Mars. We have humans out on the moons of Saturn. We are expanding in the solar system. We have... Maybe we've invented something that we never even dreamed of, and maybe we inspired some kid somewhere, and maybe that's our footnote. We inspired Susie or Johnny to do what they did. That would be magical. There are stressful moments and there are fun moments. There's a lot of laughter. And when you laugh in space to the point where you cry tears of joy, they just stick right in your eyeballs. And I always thought that was hilarious.
What an idiot! Oh, what a loser!
I hope that's what we feel when we splash down on Artemis 2. And that will be a magical, I keep saying magical. That'll be a great moment. Magic.
Diddy party, Diddy party, Diddy party. It's the Diddy Party Playset Mansion with real baby oil fountains, VIP celebrity dolls, and doors that actually lock. What's behind the locked door?
Introducing the Jeffrey's Getaway Island Resort Playset. The luxury villa, sparkling pool, and sleek private jet where the biggest names come to unwind.
Wow, it's got a jet.
And you decide who flies home and who stays behind. Load them up, shut the roof, and roll down the runway.
Bye-bye.
Each set comes with 3 high-profile.
The Bohemian Grove Campout Playset.
Push the flame. Whoa, it really lights up.
And the owl's eyes glow. Gather the rope figures, seat the counselor, and let the secret ceremony begin. With towering redwoods, a giant owl, and glowing ritual fire, the night is yours to control. The Princess Diana Car Chase Tunnel Playset.
Hit the flash button.
Paparazzi cameras light up the chase.
Whoa, it can't drive straight. Because the queen cut the brakes. Silly Lizzie.
Swerve through the Paris Tunnel and smash the getaway barrier again and again. Bam! Jim Jones Jungle School Playset. With wooden benches, a real pouring Kool-Aid stand, and sermon.
Erica said go to church. Elon Musk retweeted it.
Which is wild. I would hope that I hope that he was tweeting it on his way to church.
Dude, I mean, we saw Elon Musk singing along,
singing some
Tomlin.
worship songs.
Wow.
Let's go.
There's the tweet. She's not a super active tweeter, poster, but when she does,
bingo,
she makes gold records. Is this? Yeah. She
and thank you for doing this, Erica.
Yeah, thank you. And
yes.
just to see Elon post that, and he posted, Anyways, my point is,
what's happening there, I think, is I'm not sure where Elon is with Jesus, but there's just a recognition that cultural Christianity is good for everyone.
Yes, I think
That's
Elon is very well
there,
aware that he does not want to live in an agnostic, atheist, Muslim country. He wants to live in a Christian one.
He recognized Jerusalem as capital of Israel. Why? Because if you got a problem with that, take it up with God. He's the guy that did it, not Trump. So I just want to say, I feel good about the Republican Party. I feel good about where we're going as a nation. We're killing all the right people and we're cutting your taxes. Trump is my favorite president. We've run out of bombs. We didn't run out of bombs in World War II. So, as a coalition of Republicans, some Baptist, some Jewish, we organize ourselves around principles that we love and we cherish. We love individual freedom. We love entrepreneurship. We love capitalism. We love Israel. We love the idea of Israel. We love the struggle they've been involved in. We love them, helping them because you're helping yourself. So to those who worry about these stupid interviews and far off places, don't worry. The Republican Party has figured it out when it comes to Israel. We understand that Israel is a friend of America to the bitter end. We understand that God blesses those who bless Israel. And where I come from, I figured that crap out when I was 6 years old. God bless you. Thank you very much.
My name is Shmuley, and today we're launching Shabbat, our Jumanoid for the home.
Shabbat, yeah, the new at-home robot.
You live with a robot now?
Yeah, I mean, now I can do my laundry on the Sabbath. He does my taxes every quarter. I just go to work, and he takes care of all the schlepping, Bubby.
Oy vey, you gotta be kidding me.
No.
Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam ulehadlik ner shel Shabbat. Shabbat Shalom.
Mazel tov.
Are you sure this is okay?
Yes. Please proceed as you wish.
Pre-order your Shabbat now, the world's first at-home Jumanoid.
$1,000 shilling for your Jewish masters like Brandon here. Come take the influencer trip to Israel.
Meanwhile, I want God to give us back something. You know what we want? I know it's some older people. Y'all forgive me, my seasoned saint. Some of y'all want that poverty penis. You want that poverty penis, and that's how you think you gonna heal. But sister, you ain't gonna heal with that. You think you want to heal, but it's poverty. It's poverty penis. They can't do nothing for you. It's going to last about 7 minutes if he real good. If he ain't, it's about 3 minutes. And it's poverty penis. It don't heal. It don't heal. And some of y'all ain't even, I'm talking to the married people now. Some of y'all ain't in the married people. Lord Jesus, lady, help me. Oh, God, I'm out here now. Lord Jesus. I'm talking to the married people. You married and you ain't felt good in a long time. Penis don't heal. And some of y'all got some poverty penis. He can't do nothing for you. He calling you in the middle of the night. This is why God can't bring you who he got for you, because Rob is up in you, Steve is up in you, Anthony is up in you, even Shatita is up in you. You done been bisexual. You trying out all kind of stuff. How in the world is God gonna bring you your husband and they gotta compete with all of these spirits upon you? You don't like do it like this. Can you do it like that? No, that's Rob wanted you that way. That's Shatita that wanted you that way. You need to heal. I'm freeing somebody. It's about 7 of y'all getting that poverty penis. I'm going to break that spirit in the name of Jesus. He ain't got nothing for you. All he got is that and bubble gum. And guess what? He fresh out of bubble gum. I need you to be healed. I'm sorry, let me get on. Next slide.
I, Roberta McCoy, given faith and stand in unity with the vision of perfecting church of sowing this seed of $1,000 plus $235 and receiving the blessings to come to all that participated.
Now that's only $1,200.
Yes.
Y'all not listening to what I'm saying. If you have 1,000 plus 1,000.
Well, I'm going to work on the other 800.
Well, that ain't what I asked you to do.
This Bentley that I park in the church is not just for me. It's for the church. It's for us. Can you drive it? No. God wouldn't want that in Jesus' name. Amen.
Are we in the end times as described in the Bible? No, thank you. Are we in the times that the book of Revelation describes? No, thank you. Are the end times that are described in the book of Revelations, are those ever going to come to fruition? No, thank you. It's like, that's a prophecy that shifted a long time ago. Yes, thank you. It's still being weaponized as a fear-causing mechanism. Yeah, thank you. Prophecies shift, man. Is it true that God has no religion? Yes, thank you. Is Mary Magdalene an embodiment of Christ consciousness? No, thank you. Interesting. Do some people say that she is? Yes, thank you. Do you need religion to have a good afterlife? No, thank you.
Welcome to the show, everybody. You're listening to the Dance of Life podcast, and I'm your host, Tudor Alexander. Welcome to another episode of the Venerable Day of the Sun. I hope you're having a nice fall and winter. I hope you're staying healthy. Otherwise, those blood-drawing robots will get you. So if you need some help staying healthy and having some health tips, health hacks, check out my free health series, Healthy Like a Fox, or you can check out the recently released big nutrition book on all matters of health, 800 pages of 20 years of my life experience all went into that book, so you can take advantage of that and be healthier so that those robots don't get you. Either way, you'll need some strong legs to run away from those adapting robot dogs that basically you damage them in some way, and then they figure out how to move like a bionic sort of biological animal, which is super crazy. And if those don't get you, then the Kung Fu beta male service bots that are going to be in everybody's home will get you. And if those don't get you, then the grenade launching dogs will get you. And if those don't get you, the 200 kilometer per hour and 3-second drones will get you one way or another. I feel sorry for people living in Australia, in China, in the United Soviet Kingdom, because they're all going to have to deal with these things they're dealing with them right now, but they're going to deal with them also very shortly. Don't worry though. The rest of the world will catch up. I'm fully expecting that to be a reality within the next 5 years. So what a thought. What a world that we can, what a world to live in that we can utter such things and think of such things. What a crazy thought. At least AI has a purpose, though, to make parodies out of everything and make fun of everything so sarcasm can come to life like never before. Although probably in a year from now, you're not going to be able to tell left from right, for sure. Or at least now you have some watermarks on these things, but I think in a year, just imagine the psyops that are going to be going around in a year or two from now. It's a crazy thought. It's a crazy thought. Meanwhile, the beast is ushering the satanic golden age with all sorts of shenanigans and deception and climate change and cultural dialectics, and people are none the wiser. But hey, according to the dowsing rods, we're not in the end times, so there's nothing to worry about. Either way, welcome to this episode. As we inch our way toward the end of all things, it's a sobering reminder every time I do these things. Today's episode is called Digital Prison. Digital Prison. You can see the guy on the front with a nice little Jesuit sun on his forehead behind a locked Inquisition wall. That's the future, folks. That's the future. So hopefully you are prepared for that future mentally, and you're helping your friends and family prepare for it also. But that's what we're going towards, the rapidly assembling image of the beast, which is going to enforce worship and obedience to this counterfeit morality, which is going to appear lamb-like and Christian on the outside. Of course, it's a dragon dressed up as a lamb. The framework for the digital inquisition is being built, and one day, I believe very soon enough, they're going to begin persecuting people who don't want to participate in the system spiritually. Now with that, before we say anything else, it's very important to understand, because this episode is very much focused on all this digital stuff and AI and digital ID and everything else. Please understand from the very beginning that AI, robots, chips, digital IDs, these things are not the mark of the beast. They're not. I've talked about these things ad nauseum. We'll talk about them more today and how to understand these from a balanced perspective. But you need to realize that the Bible is about spiritual truths, folks. It's about spiritual things. It's about heart issues. Okay? And from the very beginning, it's always been a battle of spiritual issues and who you obey spiritually. Who do you give your power to? Who do you give your faith and trust and rest and obedience to? That's what it's been about. How that manifests is different ways. People in Babylon were bowing down to a giant golden statue. People at the end of time are going to be obeying the word of the pontifex and the morality of the pontifex. So nothing has changed in some sense. But it's always been about spiritual issues. And of course, Satan is going to use all the tools at his disposal because God has authorized him to do so that the elect are separated from the wicked. He's going to use all his tools at his disposal and all his resources to enforce obedience, but it's ultimately a spiritual issue. The digital inquisition is not going to be about vaccines or chips under your skin or climate change. It's ultimately going to be about getting those people who do not want to submit to the authority of the man of sin. That's what it's about. It's about a spiritual issue, as it always has been from Daniel's time all the way to the very end. Now, today we have a lot of things to talk about as usual, so I'll try to get right into it. We do have some housekeeping things I want to go over just briefly, but just a reminder that this episode and going forward for Venerable Day of the Sun, they are not going to be in the online library. The online library is done. I've finished it by the grace of God, 940 hours or something like that of content. Lots and lots of work. However, I am planning on creating two things. We'll see when they're going to be released. I don't have an actual release date for these, but I am working on organizing them and planning them ahead of time this time so they can be ready when I'm done. I'm planning on an add-on USB to include various things that were not part of this finished library. Add-on things that kind of came at the last minute, ongoing Venerable Day of the Sun episodes for a period of time, let's say from 2025 to 2026, end of 20, I don't know, we'll see how things go. And also a fourth volume to the Bible studies volumes that I published, which will be Venerable Day of the Sun presentation notes, big presentations that have come out like Rome and Judea are united against Christ. The narrow road I think is in the old one, but there's a lot of ones that have come out like my response videos. All these different things will be in a fourth volume and an add-on USB. The content itself for those things is not going to be online. The online library has 900 plus hours of content, all of the major topics. All of these add-on things will just be eventually, for now you can obviously watch them online, but eventually they're just going to be on an add-on USB that you can purchase as an add-on to the original USB with a fourth volume that you can have. Nevertheless, again, all these things are free online on YouTube, Rumble, my website, so you always have access to that. So just be aware that this episode and some of the other ones that I've released, like Rome and Judea are united against Christ, the various response videos, some interviews, some of these things are not going to be in the original USB. But hey, you have 940 hours of content there, all of the major things, so please utilize that to the fullest extent. Now, housekeeping announcements. 2025 for me has been, there's no words to describe how crazy this year has been. It's been an amazing year of growth by the grace of God, despite all of the stress and poor, crappy nights of sleep and health being subpar and dealing with various issues and my mom getting hit by that person and having to deal with the legal case for that. It's been a crazy year. It's been a crazy year, so I appreciate all your prayers. I appreciate your kindness. So a lot of things coming out this year also that have been just enormous amount of releases, books, products. I started the store at the beginning of this year to help you have resources to evangelize people out of this institutional system and to talk to people, to have resources for your home churches. This fall especially has been a lot of releases, back-to-back big things, because I just wanted to get everything out and done so that I could take off some time while everything just kind of runs on autopilot. I still have to get another tooth done, put an implant there, and it's a whole journey. There's a lot of things that need to get done. But nevertheless, I've tried to get everything out this year so that I can have some time off. So point number one is this VDS is the last one for the year, obviously. So I want to do a very quick review of maybe some important things that you may have missed in the heat of all of these things being released and coming out, because it's been quite a lot. It's been quite a lot. And if you've ever done launches of any kind of product or service or new thing, you know how much work it goes into it and planning and scheduling. And this fall has been quite a lot. So first on the list is the Dance of Life library. This is, again, that USB. Eventually there will be a second USB, an add-on USB. But as it is right now, nice shiny aluminum, very quality USB, 512 gigabytes, 940 hours of content on here. Nice little branded box. Now, just a quick note. I've been working with this company to get a really cool so this is the regular sticker. If you're listening to this is the sticker that most people have gotten if you've ordered it from like October till now, which I'm recording this in middle of November. If you've ordered a USB between that time, no matter what you got a black sticker, which I think is still pretty cool. It's nice and glossy. It's really cool. I want to get for like the AI upgraded version USB where it has like hundreds of files that you can train AI on my content. So you have a glossary. So you have like a little chatbot that you can ask so that it answers according to the content that I've made. I think it's really valuable. Hundreds and hundreds of JSON files that took me a very long time to create with transcription services and everything else. All of that on the USB. That's the AI upgraded version. But that one, I want to have like a background with like the matrix, you know, like coming out of the matrix kind of thing, you know, the ones and zeros and stuff. So it's a really cool background. I have ordered I've ordered like 2-3 different companies, and I'm just not satisfied with the sticker. So anyway, but chances are going forward, if you order the AI upgraded one, you'll get a nice cool sticker for the background. Looks cool. But either way, the point is that this is all of my content in one little place, and you don't need an internet connection. So that's very valuable. You don't need to get the USB. All this stuff is available on multiple platforms, but you never know. It's a handy resource to have. Now, the next thing that came out, which is really cool, is my Berean Q&A giant book with a little cute fennec fox on it. This is 750 questions on faith and life, and pretty much all of the quiz questions. This is also having all of the study guides, the visual aids that are in all of my presentations. Like here's like the flow chart for God's wrath and the afterlife series. All of those study visual aids are in this book. All of the quiz questions that I have ever asked. That was a very long time to put that together, to scrape all that from YouTube and manually paste it and then organize it. Talk about work, right? I had some help from AI to help me organize all the data, but a lot of work. All of the quiz questions that I've ever asked you, all of the, well, most of the questions that you asked me, at least if you asked me sometime between 2022 and 2025 October when I put that together, hundreds of discussion questions. Like, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? All of that is in this book. So very, very useful resource. Another resource is, I got so much stuff here. I got another book here, which is the volume 1 of the Bible Studies book. This is a great resource for you because it's all of my written presentation notes in one volume. Of course, there's 3 volumes, but in one place. So if you like writing, if you like written things, you want, my written notes, this is as close as I'll ever get to publishing written studies for all those videos, with the exception of the ones that were already in other places, like the devotional has, why the Jews are not God's chosen people, Christianity is the true Zen, should Christians get involved with politics, that kind of stuff. Those are the written studies that are already in other places. Those are not in these, but this is volume 1 of 3 volumes, 800 pages each, 2,400 pages worth of material. And basically it's just straight up presentation notes. It's organized really nicely, much better than the PDF originals, because I had to basically reformat them. Gosh, that was like so much work. Talk about work. I took that, because they were in PDFs, I had to export that to a Word document and then come back into Pages and Mac Pages. And of course, if you ever use Mac Pages, it has some really weird, finicky things sometimes. So it took a lot of work to reformat this, but it made it better. They're more formatted, more standardized. All the color, it's just black and white. So it's really nicely done, very professionally organized. If you want all of my studies, then check that out. It's basically all of the presentations I've ever done, and you can watch the presentations with the notes. You can take notes on top of it. You can have those for your own education. You can use that to present your own presentations. I really don't care. Whatever helps to get the truth out. So hopefully that's a resource for you. The Lord's Day hoodie also came out this fall because it's getting colder, and this has been a project I've wanted to do actually since the spring, but obviously nobody wears hoodies in the spring unless you live in Antarctica. But here's the Lord's Day hoodie. Really, really cool. This is actually a fleece hoodie. It's different from the other ones. Not that the other ones aren't quality, but this one's like a step up, so to speak. And it's got a huge embroidered Lord's Day, number 7 on the back to match the hat, and really comfortable, really nice material. And then on the sleeves, if I can get the sleeves, here we go. On the sleeves, you can see there's like the Bible verses on one side. There's the Old Testament ones, and on the other ones, the New Testament is on the other sleeve. I believe the left hand is the Old Testament verses, on the right hand is the New Testament verse. So you can have that now. You can check it out in the store. It comes in different sizes. I believe it goes up to 2XL, maybe higher than that, but nevertheless, it's there. Another thing that came out, which is really cool, are these little handy-dandy Prima bars. I've eaten these for a while, and it's a relatively new company, But the quality of these bars is phenomenal. I have, ever since I was a professional athlete, I always was looking for like healthy snacks. I used to eat Cliff Bars, when I was in college, and I was always on the hunt for like a really good bar. Most of the time, they're full of crap. They're full of seed oils. They're full of plant fibers like inulin and chicory root, which are very bad for your gut for most people because they really ferment very quickly. And people, for some reason, still haven't figured that out yet. And they're non-discriminate. So, even if you have decent protein, they're full of other stuff. So this is actually as clean as I could possibly find. It literally has grass-fed beef tallow, grass-fed whey, grass-fed collagen. It's sweetened with honey. It's got cocoa. And I think that's it. And in fact, this is the only bar they have some other ones that are like really tasty sounding, like cookie dough. Like, oh yes, cookie dough. But the other ones have inulin fiber. I'm like, you guys got to take that out, man. I even sent them a message. But this is the only one that doesn't have inulin. It doesn't have any seed oils. Doesn't have any artificial colors. Nothing. I eat at least probably one a day for snack time or after going to the gym. Great snack. You can get a case of those in the store if you are more low carb kind of person. If you're into carnivore, not that I'm like a carnivore or anything, but if you're into those types of diets, it's a great little snack to have. Redmond's is also another thing I've used for many years. Redmond's is really, really high quality salt. It's made in the USA. I believe it comes from Utah. Very, very quality, ancient, fine sea salt. I use it for a lot of things. I actually take a quarter teaspoon in the morning for adrenal health and to keep bromide out of the body. If you don't know if that sounds new to you or you don't know what that means, please read my article on iodine to understand bromide toxicity. Bromine and bromide are in the environment very ubiquitously. They're practically in everywhere and everything. So one of the ways that you can help to chelate that from the body is using high quality salt. And salt actually is very healthy for you. Salt, there's a lot of research that shows that even 5 grams a day of salt is very therapeutic. Assuming that you're getting like high quality salt, not like MSG, sodium nitrates, these types of things that come in various forms and flavors with packaged meats, fast food and things like that. That's the problem. Sodium itself is part of sodium chloride salt. So you want salt that's very mineral rich and balanced because it's actually very, very good for you. So I use that for the morning. I use it for seasoning, for cooking. You can use it for pickling. It's really a very versatile type of salt, and you can get a 16-ounce sash of that in the store. And that's right. One more thing is the Lauricidin deodorant. This is actually a very interesting deodorant that comes from a company that's based here in Arizona. I use their Lauricidin product for gut health, and there's a lot you can read about Lauricidin in my health articles in my book. Lauricidin comes from coconut oil. It's not an artificial compound. It's a natural acid, fatty acid that comes from coconut oil. And it has really interesting properties. It's very antimicrobial. It's used to sort of balance the gut because it attacks some of the bad bugs. It's anti-inflammatory. I believe it regulates some of the inflammatory signaling in the gut. So it's very, very interesting compound. And again, I use that for gut health, but they also have other things that they use Lauricidin for. They've appropriated it to a natural deodorant. Now, people have asked me about natural deodorants, and in my book, and actually in the Berean Q&A book, because somebody asked me, like, what's your recipe for your making your own deodorant? I have the recipe that I put there, how to make your own deodorant, in that book that I was making for a while. But here's the deal. Making your deodorant, it's kind of messy, kind of a pain in the ass, to be quite honest with you. It's a little messy process. So if you want like a done-for-you solution, this is a great option. It's super clean. There's no aluminum, no parabens, relatively clean formula, naturally based. It's got like an orange. This one has got an orange, essential oil type of thing. Orange. It's very light. It's not super overwhelming, but it's very, very. It's a roll-on deodorant. It's very clear. So it's a very good option. So if you're looking for something natural and something relatively affordable without all the crap in it, then that's a great option. So all of that, plus the other content that I've made and everything else has been happening. It's been a very busy time for me, especially the fall. And going forward, you'll have the Salvation series, and that continues through the end of May 2026, every Friday, once per week. I will be continue to watching the news and making Venerable Day the Sun. I also plan on doing Ask Me Anything type of situations. We'll see. I have to structure and figure out how I want to do it. Do I want to do some sort of lecture on something, on a topic for like an hour or half an hour and then open it up for questions? Or do I want to just do like a Socratic circle type of question thing? I don't know, but I do want to do something like that in the future. I'm also contemplating a group situation, sort of like I don't know if I want to call it a mastermind, because that's like a really cheesy term, but basically something like that, like a group situation. I don't know yet. I'm waiting to see and just kind of taking it easy and letting the dust settle from all the stuff that's been happening in the world and in my own personal world, just to see where does God want to go next, because it's been quite a time in the last couple of years with all the content I've produced. So that's about it. Now let's look at some headlines. These are broken up into a few sections. Now just a quick reminder that at the time that I'm recording this, it's going to be a few weeks before you actually see it because of all the things I've scheduled. So again, I'm recording this middle of November. So by the time you see it, if there are any major shenanigans that have happened after I'm recording, just be aware. I'll cover them later. We'll see how they go. We need to watch these things as they unfold anyway. So you know that I like to watch and then comment. I'm not the person that's going to be like, hey, breaking news, breaking news. I'm not that person. I like to watch and comment. So there's a lot of things going on with the economy, with the government, the AI bubble, the dialectics that they're doing back and forth. There's a lot. We'll touch on them today for sure. But obviously these things are always developing. So just putting a caveat out there that if there are major developments on any of these, then we'll talk about it eventually. So this episode is focused on the digital ID, the digitization of the world, the coming image of the beast, the digital inquisition that is on the horizon, and we're also looking at how they're shaping culture using various shenanigans simultaneously as all of this technocratic feudalism is coming up. There's two threads. One of them is the infrastructure that they need to enforce the mark, and the other is the cultural shaping that they need to get people to participate in this system so that it seems justified to persecute the people who don't. Now, onward to the first part of this, which is Jesuit theater. All right, welcome to the show. Welcome to the beginning of our adventure. In this part, as usual, we want to cover all of the shenanigans that they are up to bring about this Catholic New World Order, the revived universal church, the lukewarm Christian, counterfeit Christian thing that is coming, whatever you want to call it. But nevertheless, they're also using lots of dialectics and culture shaping and the usual shenanigans to bring about the synthesis of all things. Now, the first section in this is culture shaping. So a couple of things for you. This is a post from the U.S. Department of Labor. And it says, Project Firewall is our commitment to ensure American workers have a fair shot at the American dream. It's not going to be easy, but the American dream is worth fighting for. Every Sunday Morning by Harold Anderson. This is a really interesting post because one thing that's important to understand is, because a lot of people sent me this post like, look, Sunday law is like, well, not quite. You got to have a little deeper discernment, okay? This post itself is actually about H-1 visas, which, ironically enough, now Trump, as usual, goes back on his own words and says, no, we need these people. We need these H-1 visas. So, there you go. They're always duplicitous. But nevertheless, the post itself is about H-1 visas. It's not about Sunday laws. However, there is an important point, which is that what are they pointing to? They're saying, well, we want to defend the American dream. Okay. And when given the opportunity to visualize that American dream, what image do they pick? They pick an image by Harold Anderson titled Every Sunday Morning. Here's basically this American couple in the pews at church. Now, if you look at the architecture, this is an important point. I don't know. I haven't done the research on this to see what kind of church was Harold Anderson a Catholic? Is this a Catholic church? Because the architecture of this church is very old school. I've been in a lot of Catholic churches. This to me looks like a Catholic church. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Just saying, it looks like a Catholic church. It doesn't look like this modern, Protestant version of church. It looks like the old school Catholic Church, and the ideal is America going back to church and America being Catholic. That is the subliminal message in this post. So why is the Department of Labor talking about the American dream being people going back to church on Sunday? That's a very interesting thing, wouldn't you say? This is from AP News. American Cardinal celebrates Old Latin Mass in St. Peter's in a sign of change. Of course, this is another seduction that's happening, and you'll see more and more of these. You'll see the Pope, the current Pope, Leo XIV, is seducing both sides. That's why, like I said, I think he is the last Pope, but we'll have to watch. Again, all these people are very duplicitous, and you're dealing with a very duplicitous system. Nevertheless, this Pope is pandering to both sides to unite them. You'll see on one hand, he's giving things to the traditionalists, like this whole Latin Mass situation, and placating them. On the other hand, you'll have the dialectic with Mary and basically saying that no, Jesus alone is our Savior and so on and so forth. So there's that. Vatican City, a top American cardinal celebrated a traditional Latin Mass on Saturday in St. Peter's Basilica with the explicit permission of Pope Leo XIV, thrilling traditionalist Catholics who had felt abandoned after Pope Francis greatly restricted the ancient liturgy. Again, every pope, there's never, just really quick pause, you need to understand, there's no pope in history that's ever going to repudiate a previous pope. Okay? Every pope continues the succession of Satan through time. So, what does it mean that if that's the case, if the previous Pope Francis and the current Pope Francis are really behind the scenes like holding hands like this, but on the surface it seems like one was against the traditionalists and now one is, oh my gosh, he's placating them and saving them and giving them what they want. What it tells you is that these are just dialectics designed to move people over into a synthesis, problem, reaction, solution, even within the Catholic Church. A few thousand pilgrims, many of them young families with multiple children and women covering their heads with lace veils, packed the altar area of the basilica to standing room only capacity. Cardinal Raymond Burke, the conservative American figurehead, presided over a 2.5-hour liturgy, which was rich in hymn, incense, and priests bowing to the altar, their backs to the faithful in the pews. There you go, just like the good old days in the medieval, church. For many traditionalists, the moment was a tangible sign that Leo might be more sympathetic to their plight, after they felt rejected by Francis and his 2021 crackdown on the old liturgy. Francis had taken action after the spread of the ancient liturgy, especially in the United States, dovetailed with the rise of religiously inspired political conservatism and decline in church attendance at more progressive parishes. These are just dialectics, folks. The Jesuits took the church into two directions in the 1960s with Vatican II and also creating sedevacantism, which was the first book published on sedevacantism was published by a Jesuit. And sedevacantism means sede vacante, that the seat is vacant. In other words, rejecting the Pope. So tell me how that works when you basically have created the opposing ideals within the same institution. How does that work? Okay, let's see. Trump's ballroom.
$100 million ballroom is literally a replica of Solomon's temple. No surprise, since he's a Mason and a high Kabbalah priest, and they both worship Solomonic magic. With a budget of $300 million for 90,000 square feet, which equates to $3,333 per square foot. These people are obsessed with the number 33. And the ballroom holds 999 people, which reversed is 666. I think it's also safe to assume we are in the abomination of desolation act of the scripted fake apocalypse. Thessalonians 2:4 says, he will oppose and exalt himself over everything that is called God or is worshipped, so that he sets himself up in God's temple, proclaiming himself to be God. In regards to the Antichrist. Trump's 300 million.
Yeah, so they may, I don't know about this ballroom thing. It has some weird things, and you know how they are with their architecture and numerology and stuff. So there could be something to it. I don't know if Trump, we'll see, we'll talk about Trump today, because it seems as of today, remember things can change. So as of today, it seems like they're really moving in the direction of doing something with him in a negative sense. So we'll see. Again, I'm not making any predictions, but I have a hard time seeing that this building, this ballroom, is going to suddenly become a Jewish temple where they're offering sacrifices and Trump is going to walk in there and proclaim himself to be God. I just don't think that's going to happen. I could be wrong. You never know. But I just don't see that's going to happen. And again, even if he does such a crazy thing, remember that they're staging these things to fool all of the dispensationalists, to fool all the people who are carnally minded and think, oh, the abomination of desolation, the abomination, so some individual walk into a temple, which of course is not. These things are spiritual. There are near fulfillments that are in history, but there are also typological strings that go through time that paint to broader spiritual truths. That is the historicist perspective. This is very interesting. It's from the U.S. Department of Education, and it says, U.S. Department of Education, AFPI, TPUSA, Hillsdale College, and over 40 national and state organizations launch America 250 Civics Coalition. Remember, it's the 250th anniversary next year. Very important anniversary. ED and 40 partners launch America 250, yada, yada. The U.S. Department of Education, alongside the America First Policy Institute, and these other ones, are launching the 250 Civics Coalition. This landmark initiative is dedicated to renewing patriotism, strengthening civic knowledge, and advancing a shared understanding of America's founding principles in schools across the nation. What does this really mean, folks? This means nationalistic fascist propaganda. Now, if you look at this list, and thanks to AI, we have so much quicker time being able to fact check all these things and research them. If you look at this list, just take this list, you say, okay, you highlight them all, say, hey, robot, do the heavy lifting for me and look up all of these organizations and tell me which ones have connections to Catholic organizations, Catholic lobbying, non-governmental foundations that are related to either the Heritage Foundations, the Council for National Policy, which all of these are hardcore alt-right Catholic Opus Dei type of situations, the Koch Foundation, the John Birch Society funding. Tell me the connections. Okay, you just copy and paste, and as long as you prompt right, you can get some really interesting information. And what you get is that all of these highlighted organization names, all of these that I highlighted, which I'm just visually looking at it, about half are connected to the things that I just told you. Heritage Foundation, Council for National Policy, John Birch Society, Koch Foundation, funding, Catholic lobbying, either they're Catholic or they're connected to hardcore Catholic lobbying organizations. So half of your nationalistic, patriotic, let's get back to our roots, quote unquote, organizations that are putting together this coalition to basically propagandize this new thing are Catholic. What does that tell you? Well, it should tell you something very significant. Iran opens the new Holy Virgin Mary metro station in Tehran. The subway is filled with Christian symbols. Is this Christian or is this Catholic? Very important. So here's, Iran. People think this is, Muslim city, which of course on the surface it is. But remember that Iran has a pyramid building with their parliament, just like the Jews do in Israel. They're both, if you understand the history of Islam, how after Muhammad died, immediately after his death, the mystics and the Gnostics and the secret society people got a hold of it. Through people like Abdullah ibn Mayyam, and then the Fatimites, the Assassins, all of these groups that have been around for a very long time. Satan's mystery religion. I mean, what do you expect? Muhammad was a false prophet, so you think he was onto the truth? Absolutely not. He was a puppet of the devil. And after he died, Islam was just more Gnosticism. And it's been Gnosticism. So all these people are in the same club. Islam is just an arm of Mystery Babylon. And of course, Mystery Babylon is fulfilled in the Catholic Church. There's a very important nuanced position there to walk. So watch my video on Did the Catholic Church Create Islam? Because there's a very important nuanced position to walk there, to look at the evidence and to see what we can claim and what we cannot claim. But nevertheless, Islam is just going to be integrated. Look at this. This is how they're going to do it, through Mary. They have a window into every one of these things. With the Jews, it's Abraham. With the Muslims, it's Mary and Abraham. With the Protestants, you'll see, only Jesus alone is our Savior. They're doing very, very calculated moves to bring everybody into this reality from different perspectives. It's phenomenal, really. You got to hand it to them that their power to deceive people is quite great. Today, this is Pope Leo XIV. Today, more than ever, we must return to the heart, the center and feeling and the center of feeling and emotion, the locus of freedom. Though it includes reason, the heart transcends and transforms it. Only by returning to the heart can we undergo a true ecological conversion that transforms our personal and communal style of life. Is this in alignment with the Bible, or is it against the Bible? Is the man of sin proclaiming to you God's morality, that you are desperately wicked and therefore you need a savior? Or is he proclaiming Satan's morality, that you are the one who can determine good and evil? Your heart is good. It's inherently good. If your heart is inherently good and we have to return to the heart, then that means we have to return to ourselves. Do you get it? We have to return to ourselves, which is New Age, Gnostic, satanic lie from the very beginning. If your heart is desperately wicked and you can't trust your own heart because it's always after wicked things, then who do you turn to? You don't turn to yourself. You turn to God's heart. You turn to God. So this is the morality of the beast, folks. And that morality is going to unify the world. If anybody has doubted that the Pope is the man of sin, hopefully you'll figure it out. Here's another example. Pope, God will not save without us. Now, for all of you people, you raging, immature little children that rage every single time I publish a salvation episode, especially now that we're getting into some spicy material with free will, predestination, election, eternal security, all the things that people hate. For all you people who are raging little children who deny the sovereignty of God, and because you don't understand things like primary and secondary causes, and you don't understand how God's sovereignty is the basis for your good news, not your free will choice, please pay attention, especially you, to this article. Pope, God will not save without us. I highlighted a nice little section here. Opening our hearts. We're back to the heart. Pope Leo XIV emphasized that God not only frees humanity from sin, okay, but also opens hearts, enabling us, like Mary, to say yes to his calling. Through baptism, all are made children of God. Quoting St. Augustine, the Pope said, God created us without us, but he will not save us without us. He called on believers to take an active role in God's plan of salvation with fidelity, trust, and gratitude. He concluded by inviting the faithful to pray the Magnificat with Mary. There you go. Concluding the blasphemy and denying God's sovereignty with another blasphemy by devoting yourself to Mary. In doing so, he said, let us reflect on how Mary, the true daughter of Zion, rejoiced in God, her Savior, because she saw the graces bestowed on her, and how God has always been faithful to Abraham and his descendants. Now, if you've ever dealt with papal shenanigans and chicanery, you know that the snake has a very talented tongue. When the snake speaks, he goes around and around, and he's going around the point, oh my gosh, it's so scintillating and beautiful, but it really is just death. This is synergistic salvation that the papacy has always upheld, because if you are a monergist, the Catholic system collapses. It has no power over you. When the Protestants rebelled against the Catholic Church, all of them were monergistic in their salvation. Within 100 years, that changed very quickly because of Jacobus Arminius and his students, who some say were trained by Jesuits, but you can look into that yourself. Nevertheless, today, most people in the Protestant realm are synergistic. What does that tell you? Well, it tells you that Rome has another ecumenical hook. It can hook into your flesh and bring you back, because you both believe the same thing. So all you people raging at predestination, and you call yourself a Protestant, you have to realize that you're not actually a Protestant. If you believe in synergistic salvation, you accept the foundation, the ideological foundation that makes the sacramental system possible. Okay? The sacramental system is not the problem. It's not the problem. That's actually not the problem. It is the symptom of the problem. The problem goes much deeper, folks. It goes back to the Garden of Eden, where Satan said to Eve that you can determine what's good and evil. In other words, you have the ability to choose from nothing, free of all influence, just like God, and you can basically manifest your life. You can do what you want. You are a free, autonomous agent. You don't need God because you can choose free. That's the problem. That problem manifests itself through legalism, because the thing that you don't see in that little promise from the devil, which is not a promise, it's a deception, but the thing that you don't see, because you're enamored with your own freedom and your own autonomy, the thing that you don't see is that then it's all on you. And if it's all on you, then you have to work to maintain the outcome. And if you don't do it, the outcome's not going to happen. And then, because of that, you can then be ensnared in various legalistic systems. That's why, from the very beginning, through all of the pagan religions and iterations of the mystery religion, all the way into Catholicism, There's one thing that's in common, folks, and that thing that's in common is synergism. Whether you're Buddhist or Muslim or Hindu or Jew or Islam or whatever else there is, Catholic, Orthodox, Protestant, what do all these things have in common? They all believe in some form of cooperative salvation. Depending on where you are, that can change, but they all believe in the same thing. The fundamental deception is the same. If you are a believer that God is completely sovereign over all things that happen, including your ability to believe and to give you the desire to believe, none of these things have any power. Ecumenism has no power. Climate change, politics, NAR, we got to bring the kingdom, otherwise it's not going to happen. All of that stuff is based on synergistic mentality. And when you see the papacy proclaiming synergistic salvation, and you as a Protestant are crying like that "Babe, please stop" meme, and you're crying on every video that I post that, no, you're a heretic, you're this Calvinism. I'm not a Calvinist. Like, I don't follow Calvin. I follow Jesus. And monergism existed long before Calvin came and defended it. In fact, it's actually Calvin's students that defended it against Jacobus Arminius's students, because Calvin lived before that time. So the point is, you need to learn the truth about salvation, because it is the source of the good news. And when you align with free will salvation and all this free will stuff, you are actually aligning with the man of lawlessness. Because if you believe in free will, then you believe you can lose your salvation, and you have to work to maintain your salvation. And at that point, you are literally just a teeny tiny, weedy step from the sacramental system. That's it. You just need a little nudge, a little couple psyops, a little dialectics, little false miracles, little signs and wonders, little persuasion from your friends. That's all you need to just go from, I can lose my salvation, I need to work to maintain my salvation, to, this is how I can maintain my salvation, and do it through all of these rituals and rites, the sacramental system. That's it. Just a teeny tiny step. There's no other intermediary step. That's it. So if you want to be a Protestant, you need to reject all of Rome's teachings. Do not make an idol out of free will. But nevertheless, just documenting the man of sin. As usual, he's up to his usual blasphemies. Trump plans to control what colleges can teach.
A favor, send this right now to a friend who still doesn't believe that we are a fascist country, because the Trump administration, they're now pressuring colleges and universities around the country to sign agreements, basically a pact with the Trump administration that dictates what type of curriculum can be taught at these universities, what type of books can be used. Basically, the Trump administration wants to control everything that comes out of our schools, because they want to indoctrinate the youth, and they want to prevent young people in this country, people who are studying, from having opinions that are negative about the Trump administration. This is happening in real time. Fortunately, we see people like California Governor Gavin Newsom threatening to withhold funding from any California school that signs on to this pact. That's good to see, and colleges will have to choose whether they want to support the governor and the people of their state, or support this fascist authoritarian regime that is trying to control higher education. This is just another step towards total dictatorship that the Trump administration is actively pursuing. Don't be naive. And if anybody tells you that this is not what's happening, tell them to study up, read a history book before they try contributing to U.S. politics again.
Now, remember that the liberal side is telling on the conservative side, just like the conservative side is telling on the liberal side. They both tell on each other. So don't get swept into the dialectic and think, oh, that's a liberal source, he doesn't know anything. Well, no, they're telling you the truth. You have to eat the meat and spit out the bones, but they're telling you the truth. And it's very important to realize that history is repeating. Obviously so. Vice President J.D. Vance publicly rejects the separation of church and state. Let's see what J.D. Vance has to say. Remember, J.D. Vance is all about the common good. Oh, and the sound is not on for some stupid reason.
I want to just make sure that everybody's kind of on the same page here. So if you go back to the First Amendment, it doesn't say separation of church and state. It says Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. But if you go back to the founding time, there were actually a number of states that had formally recognized churches. So there was the Anglican Church of Virginia. That was the official state church of Virginia. Maryland at the time was the only majority Catholic colony, or at least had a significant Catholic representation of the original 13 colonies. There's a lot there. And yes, I do think that what happened is the Supreme Court interpreted Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, to effectively throw the church out of every public space at the federal, state, and local level. I think it was a terrible mistake, and we're still paying for the consequences of it today. But if, and I think this is your point, if you were to undo that, if you were to get back to a system actually meant by the founders where Congress is not setting up an established religion, but people in their local communities can kind of do whatever it is that they want to do, I think that would be a better system than what we have today. But I think the most important principle that we have got to remember is you do not have to completely kick God out of the public square, which is what we've done in modern America. It's not what the founders wanted. It's not good for the United States of America. And anybody who tells you it's required by the Constitution is lying to you. Thank you.
Nice little Ouroboros snake eating its own tail, by the way, and the Turning Point logo. But what is J.D. Vance pointing to you here? What is J.D. Vance? Now, if you know a little bit of history, about real U.S. history, how the Jesuits, and this is why it's so important to have a narrow view of everything, because the devil is very, very clever. And the devil understands how to throw you off balance and find your weakness. So you have to be as narrow as possible, because if you have obvious imbalances, then they will be used by the enemy. Now, with America specifically, the weakness of America was also its strength. The weakness of America was the fact that it had states, multiple states. It was different. America as a experiment, a governmental experiment, was different in history. That's why it's the lamb-like beast, because it was established on principles of freedom of conscience, which is Christianity. I'm not saying that it's established on Christian values. I'm saying that it's established on principles of freedom of conscience. Freedom of conscience, in essence, is what Christianity is about. So it's important you distinguish these two things. I'm not saying America was founded as a Christian nation. I'm saying it was founded on the idea of freedom of conscience. You should have freedom of speech, freedom to have your own things, freedom to do, various things, whatever else, right? Freedom to vote as you will. Freedom of conscience. Christianity, in essence, is true freedom of conscience. You're not supposed to convert people at the edge of a sword. You're not forcing anybody to convert. You offer them the choice, and whether God chooses to act in that moment or not and express his freedom of conscience, then that's up to God's will and you discovering God's will. But Christianity is all about freedom of conscience. So that's why this beast that arose from the earth is very lamb-like, because it looks Christian, because Christianity is about freedom of conscience. Now, that's a unique governmental system, because for all of human history, you always had monarchies. You had like dictatorships, basically, right? You had one ruler, monoarchon, one ruler, and ruling over the territory with absolute authority. And America was different. They said, let's divide that power and have like a plurality of leaders, basically, just like you have in the Bible. Again, I'm not saying America was founded as a Christian nation. I'm trying to paint for you a very interesting picture, because America is the lamb-like power. So it has things that appear Christian. It has the plurality of leadership. It has freedom of conscience. All of these things are what the Bible prescribes. That doesn't mean America was founded by Freemasons. One of the signers of the Constitution, John Carroll, was a Jesuit. Georgetown University, from the very beginning, Jesuit operations. Maryland was owned by the Jesuits. So, and still is. So the reality of these things is much deeper. But what's the point? The point is America, the strength of America is also its weakness. The weakness of America is the plurality of leadership, which is also its strength. The fact that there is this way of governing. Originally, it was that the states would handle most of things. The federal government was just very, very low-key, not really involved, which is a good thing. Of course, today we're very far away from that because of various things that happened, like the Civil War, subjugation to the Rothschilds, the Federal Reserve. Step by step, we're back to a monarchy, okay? But the original experiment was, basically a thorn in the side of the beast and basically all of these totalitarian systems. So the Jesuits subverted America using exactly its weakness. The states. They put the states against each other. So they used the Civil War by inciting various situations with slavery and everything else. Of course, the Jews were involved, the Freemasons were involved, everybody was involved. But the Civil War was something that could have been avoided, very easily so. But it was incited to destroy America from within. So what is the point? The point is that as we go forward into this reality, you're going to see these things happen at the state level, which is what already they're doing. Remember the Oklahoma 10 Commandments law? I think Oklahoma also, the prayer law. There's other laws in Utah. They're going state by state by state by state, so that eventually it seems like a consensus. You get it? Because they have to, there's liberal states and there's more conservative states. They have to integrate both sides. There has to be a synthesis, folks. The duality that the devil was using since the French Revolution has to now come back to like a one mentality situation. And the way to do that is to make it seem like it's organic. Just like, for example, you had a centralized liberal media that was destroyed by the MAGA movement and the Q PSYOP. And now everybody's going to social media influencers for their news. They're going to Nick Fuentes. They're going to Candace Owens. They're going to Russell Brand. They're going to influencers, Tucker Carlson. They're going to influencers for their news. It's still centralized, but it appears decentralized. It appears you have all these talking heads. Everybody's talking about the same thing. Oh, well, I guess that's what we think now. Same thing with the states. So America's weakness is the states. Of course, nowadays, the federal government practically owns everything, so there's that. But in order to shape culture, they need to make it seem like an organic movement across the states. So the federal government, my guess, is probably either not going to do anything or it's going to do something at the very end. After all of the states have figured this out, and the federal government's like, you know what? This is what we've decided to do as a country. We have, we're coming back to God. Whatever, how it's going to work, it doesn't really matter whether it's the states enforcing it or all the way up to the government. But they're going to use the states, and you're going to see state by state by state by state by state. That's something to watch as we move forward, because it's exactly what they're going to do. Now, next one. Fox. Turning Point USA announces alternative Super Bowl, 60 halftime show after Bad Bunny selection. More Dialectics. There's your Ouroboros logo. Turning Point USA, the conservative politics nonprofit co-founder by late Charlie Kirk, announced it will be offering a separate Super Bowl halftime show next year. The All-American Halftime Show will be an alternate to the regular halftime show that will be performed by 3 Grammy Award winner Bad Bunny on February 8th, 2026 at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California. The Puerto Rican superstar, who has emerged as one of the most popular recording artists since he debuted in 2016, hasn't been well received by some NFL fans. Not this, but that. As a result, Turning Point USA is putting together a group of musical artists to perform, though the acts will be announced at a later date. It's true, Turning Point USA is thrilled to announce the All-American Halftime Show. The organization wrote an announcement on X, performers and events details coming soon. So what is this going to be? This is going to be a giant, quote-unquote Christian revival type of concert. And guess what? When the Olympics comes in a couple of years from now, take this, what you're going to see with Turning Point, because this is a practice run, make that and multiply it by like 10. Because the Olympics is going to be a very big deal. And the Pope is probably going to be here, very likely. There's going to be a lot of culture shaping until then, et cetera, et cetera. So this is the Satan, okay? When you see this is the Satan. This is the accuser that they can blame and say, we don't want to be like this. What do we want? We want the opposite, et cetera, et cetera. So just remember, these are just culture shaping dialectics. Here's some more dialectics from the Zionist Post. Billionaire Elon Musk surprises followers by amplifying Erica Kirk's passionate call for Americans to go to church. Which, with churches supporting record attendance and young adults returning, are we seeing a new era of faith in America? You stupid Christian Post. You have no clue because of your Judaizing eschatology. That's why they think that this is a good thing, when in fact this just tells you this is signs of the end. Elon Musk amplifies Erica Kirk's go to church call. Remember this, put a pin in it for later, because Ben Shapiro is also saying the same thing. Let's watch.
Interesting video of Ben Shapiro saying that people should go to church more. Now this is interesting because this is coming from a Jew who practices Judaism.
Every guess this. If you could offer one remedy to heal a sick culture, it could be physically, emotionally, or spiritually. What would that remedy be?
Go to church. Go to church. I said this is a Jew. Go to church.
Why do you say that as a Jew?
Because this is a Christian country. I want Jews to go to synagogue.
Do you understand?
But there ain't that many of us. So if you're a Christian, or if you grew up in a Christian household, even if you didn't, go to church. Church is good for you. I've said that my entire career. Charlie said it his entire career. It ain't gonna stop now.
So you got Ben Shapiro out here nowadays. Say, go to church. Hallelujah. The Lord can do anything, amen.
Yeah, God can do anything, man. But these people are so deceived in thinking that, oh, hallelujah. This is, we're going to get the gospel out. Of course, we should get the gospel out. But the Bible also tells you that most people are going to be deceived by counterfeit spiritual realities at the end, and false teachers, false Christs, false systems of worship. So yes, the gospel will go out into the world, and the people that God has selected to be saved will be saved. Absolutely. We don't know who those are. It's a process of discovering God's will every day, but those people will be saved. But that's not the majority of people. The majority of people, that's like when I see these mass baptisms of like 10,000 people were baptized, hallelujah. How do you know that all 10,000 of those people were saved? Simple question. How do you know that? Just because they did something physical? They had like an emotional experience? Maybe they had a supernatural experience. How do you know that they're saved? When salvation, through and through, the Christian reality presents you with an internal change of the heart. It is different than religion. Religion is external things, external realities. I went to this pilgrimage, I did the rosary, I did these beads, I did this offering. There's always external measurements, which you'll notice, by the way, with all the Christian nationalists. What they say, well, the original states had these, rules where you had to put your hand on a Bible. Like, who cares? I don't care if they had rules. Does that mean that they were Christians? No, because Christianity is an internal situation. It is a way of being. It's something spiritual. It's something inside of you. So how can you measure true Christianity with external situations? Yes, the Bible tells you look at the fruits to judge the roots. But that's actually more in context of people who are deceivers, especially in positions of leadership, to make sure that they're not deceiving you. They're not false prophets. They're not false teachers. That's important. But Christianity in and of itself is a new way of being that God gives you. It's an internal change. It's not an external reality. Yes, there are external results of that internal change, absolutely, but that you aren't able to always discern whether somebody is saved or not. You're not. For example, I have lots of conversations with people that get really hung up on the fact that theology and salvation are not necessarily related. You do not need theological knowledge to be saved. There are many people in the Catholic Church, in the Orthodox Church, that have died in faith because they were genuine believers in Jesus Christ. They submitted their life to God. They knew that they're wicked sinners, that they depended on God. They believed that God is sovereign. They were obedient to God. They did their best to live a moral life. They were true Christians, despite the fact that maybe they were praying to Mary, taking the Eucharist, whatever else. There are many genuine Christians who genuinely believe in God. They pick up their Bibles, even though they go to Mass. And when the time comes, God will give them extra awareness so they can exit the system. Until then, one of the mysteries that is reserved for God is that he doesn't give everyone equal theological knowledge. He doesn't. And you have to be okay with that. Just because somebody is a Pentecostal or a dispensationalist or a Catholic or whatever does not automatically mean they're not saved. Why? Because salvation is a matter of the heart, and only God knows the heart. So you're dealing with something very, very internal and very, very mysterious, because all things are mysterious when you get down to them. And yet, you have all of these external measurements and manifestations. Go to church, do this baptism. Oh, the original founding fathers, they had all the states had like rules with churches, and a lot of people were members of various churches. Who cares? Does that mean that they were Christians? No, it doesn't. And this is the delusion that people are under. But Ben Shapiro, Erica Kirk, and what's his name? Elon Musk. All of them telling you from different perspectives. Erica Kirk, TPUSA, Catholic/Protestant. Elon Musk, secular, like tech bro. And Ben Shapiro, very much a Jew, quote unquote. All telling you to go to church, this is a Christian country, etc. What does that mean? You've got all these different, completely, on the surface, completely different heads of the beast. One of them's like a red head, one is a blue, one is a yellow. There's different colors. And yet, in fact, they're all part of the same little beast underneath, and they're all talking and telling you the same thing, even though you're looking like, oh, okay, that one's saying that. Must be the truth if everybody's agreeing on it. This is the echo chamber, folks. And I hope it's obvious to you. Here's another thing with the whole Charlie Kirk thing. Now, this is obviously Catholic because of the candles, but this is idolatry. Never forget. And then there's like Charlie Kirk next to never forget. And then there's like this AI painting of him with like a Bible and like, this is well done, good and faithful servant. How do you know? How do you know that he was a good and faithful servant? How do you know? We'll talk more about Charlie Kirk today a little bit. I talked about him plenty in my last episode, but just for the sake of the people that may have missed that, we'll talk more about it today. This is a post from Turning Point USA. In honor of Charlie Kirk's 31 years on Earth, on his birthday, here are 31 ways to live like him. What is first on this list? Number 1 is honor the Sabbath. Would you say that? Honor the Sabbath. Honor the Sabbath, right in your face. And of course, his book is being released in December. Honor the Sabbath. What does that mean, folks? What does that mean? They're shoving this down your throat. This is going to be very, very big on the conversation table. And of course, parallel to this is all of the things happening with Zionism and dispensationalism and the Jews. So what do you have? You have a pressing issue. The Sabbath. The Sabbath. We have to honor the Sabbath. Yes, Charlie honored the Sabbath. He's our hero. But wait a minute, Charlie did it the Jewish way, but these Jews are doing all these dirty deeds, so we don't want to be like the Jews. But, we should honor the Sabbath. What do we do? What do we do? Oh, Sunday. Sunday must be the real Sabbath for Christians. If you've understood history from the first 400 years of the church, this is exactly, to the T, exactly the same mechanism that Satan used to switch people's understanding from the seventh day to the first day. Exactly. By demonizing the Jews, while there's persecution, Gnosticism, dialectics, and then shifting the conversation over, and then there was a precedent being made, and then ever since that precedent was made by Constantine, the church followed suit and compromised, and the rest, as they say, is history. But very, very telling of the times we're in. Andrew Colvett, another secret society member, very likely. So then there remains a Sabbath rest for the people of God. For whoever has entered God's rest has also rested from his works as God rested from his, Hebrews 4. Now, isn't that funny that they quote to you Hebrews 4, and a lot of people who are against the Sabbath say, no, Hebrews 4 is the spiritual thing, which of course, it's so much more nuanced. The author of Hebrews, you have to understand, was writing to who? The Hebrews, the Jews, who were on the fence about Jesus. I can tell you right now, you could put some good money down and bet. You shouldn't, but let's say just in theory, I can bet you very confidently that the last thing this author, maybe Paul, would be appealing to try to get these Jews who were on the fence to convert and finally believe in the Messiah. The very last thing he would do is say, look, guys, you know that thing that we had to do for like 1,500 years that God was like super angry about whenever you didn't do it? And he actually made it a point to judge us every time on the Sabbath as a proof of like not entering his rest. Like, you know that thing? We don't have to do that anymore. Can you believe it? This Jesus guy is so great. He's given us a 10% off discount on the moral code. That's so great. Come on over. I can bet you and guarantee you that is the last thing that the author of Hebrews would be writing about. He weaves in the Sabbath as a poetic picture of the plan of salvation, but that doesn't mean that the Sabbath has been done away with. And it's important to understand how that works. Because most people say, oh, there's obviously a thread here of the Sabbath, and there's some spiritual symbology. Therefore, I don't have to keep the fourth commandment anymore. That therefore, that's put into your mind by the devil. Not even people who are trying to bring this about agree with you. The Catholic Church has always acknowledged that there's 10 commandments. And of course, all Christianity has acknowledged that there's 10 commandments, not 9 commandments. So the people who are Gnostics on this issue and say, oh, well, Sabbath is every day, or I can do whatever I want. That's Gnosticism. You're interpreting the law according to what you think is right, and you're using typology and over-spiritualization. That's Gnosticism. You're a Gnostic on this issue. Doesn't mean you're a Gnostic that you believe in the demiurge, but you have Gnostic understanding of the fourth commandment. Gnosis, knowledge, tradition, metaphor, over-spiritualization, hidden meanings. That's what you're doing. You're taking a literal command and over-spiritualizing it. So don't do that, because these people certainly aren't going to indulge you. You need to know the truth. If you believe that Jesus is every day is your Sabbath, or I can pick my own Sabbath, the people who are bringing this reality about are not going to respect your Gnostic ideas. They're going to insist that you accept their Gnostic ideas, because Sunday Sabbath is also Gnostic. It is a tradition of men. It is an invented idea, and it's justified with spiritual and beautiful metaphors of the resurrection, of the eighth day, of the first day of creation, etc., etc. That's just knowledge. That knowledge doesn't come from the Bible. The Bible doesn't give you that knowledge and say, on the first day now, therefore, the resurrection happened, and now God has transferred the seventh day to the first day. And the seventh day was really just a type and shadow, because the true Sabbath is on the first day. This is never written in the Bible. So the knowledge that you're gaining to justify that transition is not knowledge that comes from the Bible. It's knowledge that comes from the devil, the pagan pontifex. So they're not going to respect your argument that Jesus is your Sabbath. I don't care. Great. Jesus is your Sabbath. You're still resting on Sunday. So you need to pick, and you need to understand that that choice is going to be very prescient in people's minds very, very soon. Erica Kirk, same thing. She quotes the same verse from Hebrews. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. They're going Sabbath, 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 Sabbath. And again, what's this going to do in context of all of the Jew stuff going on? What's it going to do? Just think logically, where is this going? Let's listen to Russell Brand with his New Age prayer. Incredible. Russell Brand closes, stupid thing. Russell Brand closes the Oklahoma Turning Point Tour stop by leading thousands of students in prayer. This is what will change culture. Oh yeah. Yeah, it will. Again, little Ouroboros thing. Russell Brand is Catholic. Why is there this ecumenical thing? Like Catholicism and Protestantism are two completely different ideologies. They should be. Not anymore, they're not, but they should be. So what is this? What is this when you see a Catholic leading people in prayer who's like a very New Agey kind of Catholic, and there's this ecumenical thing and everybody's flirting with each other? Like, what's going on here?
Let's close with a prayer. Heavenly Father, God, Lord Jesus Christ, our Savior, Holy Spirit, we pray for the abundant grace that you have provided to be exhibited as we go out from here tonight. Lord, we honor in particular those directly affected by the murder of Charlie Kirk, his widow and his children, and the people at Turning Point who were there and witnessed it that day, and to the young people here who looked up to him and admired him. Lord, we know that as a servant of yours, Charlie Kirk was aware that all of us are on our knees shoulder to shoulder before you. And Lord God, your principles and your values what you have bestowed upon us. It is by your sacrifice that we will know eternal life. It is by your life and your teachings that we know the direction that our faith should head in. Thank you, God, for giving me the opportunity to be with these beautiful people in Oklahoma. Thank you, Lord, for the conversation that's pursued. Lord, I would ask for divine inspiration. I would ask for new conversations that pursue the lines that Charlie Kirk was pursuing in earnest. Open discourse, love. For me as a Christian, Lord, I follow you faithfully. Show me where I can honor you more greatly. Show me how we can interact with lovingly people of different faiths and different dispositions. And show us, Lord, how the miracle of new technology might be used to create maximal freedom in your name. May your kingdom come. Until your return, Lord, we'll serve you in faith. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen.
Give us some new revelation. Give us some inspiration. Help us use technology to bring this kingdom here to life until you come. Do you get the worldly? This is a very snaky little prayer. Very, very snaky, because on the surface it sounds good, but then there's undertones of this Christian, quote unquote Christian NWO scheme underneath. And if you see that, then great. You got some bigger ears. If you don't, then hopefully this episode will help you see it. Here's Candace Owens, another head of the beast. Let's see what she has to say.
That's why the Catholic point made me so upset when I very gently said, oh, we thought he was close to converting, he was going to the mass, and then suddenly Operation Mocking Pastor or Mocking Evangelical Influencer went out, and they all were like, that's not true, that's not true. And I'm like, what do you mean it's not true? Don't be absurd. Don't be absurd. Why lie? I reflect on that moment, and I think it was right after the memorial service, a couple of days after the memorial service, where Alex Clark released that interview with her and Andrew Colvett, and they struggle sessioned through that. They were like, no, they were both committed evangelicals, and him and Erica, and he liked the smells and the bells. He loved the architecture, but there was no more substance for him. I really struggled with that, and I struggle with it even more now that I know that Charlie Kirk, there's been a lot of questions about what about his burial? How come we haven't seen anything about his burial? We saw so much and then we saw nothing. And the reason that's like a big hush-hush secret is because Charlie had a Catholic funeral mass and he is buried in a Catholic cemetery. Yeah, but really it was about the architecture. I want you to understand. Why the little lies? That's why.
Now, in my last episode, Venerable Day of the Sun, I document the relationship between Kirk and Catholicism. Quite a bit. So if you put the pieces together and you really understand perspective, from a biblical perspective, who rules the world, which is Rome, you understand that things are not what they seem. Charlie Kirk, before he got shot, in fact, I said the last episode before Venerable Day of the Sun 20, Venerable Day 19, I was commenting on the fact that Kirk, to me, had to convert to Catholicism openly. He had to. That was the only destination. Or basically he would get totally discredited. I didn't think he would get killed, to be honest with you. I didn't expect that, but I see it now. I see totally the reason. But he had to convert because his direction was completely out of alignment with the Catholic direction of the New World Order. Eventually, Zionism and dispensationalism will be totally discredited. And all of these pastors and churches and Judaizing, people are going to be totally discredited. So Charlie, in my mind, he built an empire on this Zionist thing that is now crumbling. So what's the only conclusion? The conclusion is he has to be converted. And there was evidence of that from him praising the Pope, talking about Mary, fawning over these Catholic things over and over again. So yeah, there's lots of evidence. So very likely he was deciding to convert. Obviously, that was a very private thing. Candace is very adamant that that was something that he confided in her. So he decided to convert, and they realized probably that, hey, listen, he's probably better off we just kill him, because again, you're in the devil's system. They can kill you at any point in time. Let's just kill him. Let's have a martyr, and we can use his death for their purposes. So the point is that Kirk was likely converting to Catholicism and part of that system and its direction. He was a pawn, just like everybody else. That pawn, in this case, was sacrificed because he would be more useful dead, but nevertheless, he was a pawn, and these things prove it to you. Church boom. TPUSA Faith Network has doubled in size, adding 4,000 new churches since September 10th for a total of 8,000 now enrolled nationwide, according to TPUSA's, Andrew Colvett. 4,000 churches after the assassination. 4,000 churches. That is an insane amount of churches that are now part of this thing. Much more useful if you're dead, in this case. Christian revival across the USA, 41% annual U.S. Bible sales increase. Religion and spirituality app downloads, 80% since 2019. Now, when they say religion and spirituality app, what they really mean is Hallow, because Hallow is the main one. And that means that a lot of people have downloaded Hallow since 2019. Now, Hallow is Catholic. You can do your little meditations with Jonathan Rumi and Father Mike Schmitz and, whatever else. What's his name? Oh, dang it, I forget his name. The guy who wakes up super early. But anyway, all of these guys are there. Spotify streams since 2000-something, 50%. Is this a Christian revival, folks? Again, going back to what I said to you earlier. Is this Christian revival? Does the Bible say that, you shall measure the movement of the Lord's Spirit by an increase in the purchases of His Word or downloads of apps? Does any of this have to do with actual revival? Or does it mean just the culture is shifting in a particular direction? In fact, a very worrisome direction. Because this has nothing to do with the heart. Has nothing, zero to do with the heart. This doesn't tell you anything. All it tells you is the culture is changing. And in fact, historically, when the culture has changed like this, it's actually worrisome because it enforces morality. The culture that is shaped in this direction will enforce its way of doing things. They're not just going to legislate the second table, which you should. No murder, no stealing, no false testimony. Yeah, that you should legislate the second table. They're going to legislate the first table, which they should stay away from, which is the rules on what God you serve, how you serve that God, etc., etc. That's the problem. when you have this kind of change. Christianity is an internal way of being. It's a reality inside the heart. So when you see annual Bible sales go up, religion and spirituality app downloads, contemporary Christian music, what is that? Contemporary Christian music is nonsense. I don't listen to contemporary Christian music. I don't advise you to do that. It's just seductions. Most of the top songs are all from Bethel, Hillsong, Elevation, nonsense. So this is not revival. Who's this guy? Meet Charlie Kirk's replacement. Oh, this is just rich. What's his name again? Brylan Holly Hand. If that is a fake name I've ever heard one, is doing a fabulous job taking conservative ideas to college campuses across the country. Literally, they're putting this guy in people's faces. Of course, there he is with the devil horns. He's in people's faces. Why? Because everybody's like, hey, you took Charlie Kirk away. Look at this guy. He's a real Judaizer, etc., etc., etc. So that now people can question what's really going on with TPUSA. What's going on with our government? It's the Jews. Exactly right on track. But this guy is just obviously he's gay. Gayer than a person wearing a mask alone in the car. He's gayer than you were in 2016. I'm the new Charlie Kirk. All right, I'm going to head out. Yeah. I mean, it's just so obvious what they're doing. If you can see it, it's just so obvious what they're doing to shape culture against the Judaizing dispensational narrative that was there for years and years and years. Kim Iverson.
Kids are flocking back to God. Is this a good thing or a bad thing?
A Christian revival across the country. Bible sales increasing over 40% since 2022. Religion app downloads surging nearly 80%. And Christian music Spotify streams up 50%.
A lot of people are converting to Christianity or refining their faith. There is no doubt that that is real and happening. I think we've seen it online. The question is whether or not this is a good or a bad thing. So I'm seeing a lot of people praising this and saying this is wonderful. More and more people are flocking to church. And I do think probably overall it is better for people if the church that they go to is preaching good morals and values. It is, I would say, definitely a healthier place to spend your time than, for example, Instagram, TikTok, or, where else you could be spending your time. So certainly I think there's a positive here, but is there a negative? Is there a sign this is perhaps actually a negative thing? Well, historically, studies have shown that when people turn to God, it means that society is worsening, that the economy, stress, uncertainty, people don't feel like their surroundings are solid and stable. It really should signal to the government more than anything that they're failing at their job. Fundamentally, like I said, I think it's a good thing if they have good morals and values. I don't think that every religion is necessarily teaching the right things or is fundamentally helping people become better people. I think in some ways it could go the opposite direction. For the most part, for the whole, I do think that religion is really good for society. But the bigger question, I think, for the government, when they see this type of surge, they shouldn't be thinking, oh, it's great. See, Americans are just wonderful Christian people. I think the government in particular should take it as a sign of things aren't so great. And people are feeling like they have no hope and they got to turn to God.
Now, I don't know what Kim's particular spiritual leanings are, if she's just maybe an atheist or secular or pagan or whatever she is. But what you need to understand is that good morals and values are in every religion. Buddhism is all about forgiveness and compassion. So is Hinduism, so is Islam, so is Judaism. All of these things have good morals and values. Catholicism is all about the social gospel and helping the poor. They have a lot of that going on. So every religion teaches you good morals and values. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a religion, right? It wouldn't be out in the open. You go underground, you could be a Satanist. But every religion, in fact, even the Church of Satan claims to have various reason and good morals and everything else. So everybody claims to have good morals and values. It's not good morals and values that make you into a good person or help you basically be a better person. The Bible tells you that you are desperately wicked and sick and born into a momentum that you cannot control because the world has been cursed. You are in the momentum of other people's choices and your parents' choices and the economic situations that you're in, and you have no chance to be reconciled with God because by the time you even learn that there's a God, you are guilty of so many things that you are guilty of the death penalty 10 times over, and you have no hope. So there's no point in trying to learn good morals when you have a death sentence over your head. You have 10 death sentences over your head. You need to be reconciled. You need to be forgiven of the debt. Otherwise, you can do all the good things you want. It's not going to mean anything to a perfect and righteous God. So it's not a church teaching good morals. Everybody does that. They have to teach the truth. What is that truth? The truth is Jesus Christ, the gospel, the true gospel, not the worldly counterfeit that you see everywhere. So that's very important. Hopefully Kim will understand that truth at some point in the near future and not be deceived. CBN says, more and more Gen Zers on college campuses are turning to Jesus, and now the wave of spiritual awakening has even reached a North Carolina fraternity house at one of the country's top party schools. Pay attention, folks. Every imbalance is open and ready to go to the other side of the imbalance. The fraternizing party culture of colleges, which has been so extreme, is ready for a major, major flip to hardcore, conservative, traditionalist, good old-fashioned values, because it's different, it's new. That's the new thing. When you've been doing this all the time, and people get sick of it, and all of disillusionment, and STDs, and injuries and deaths, and hazing, and when all that stuff is happening all the time, you're primed and ready for the opposite, which is control, conservatism, religion, chastity, all these things that seem so appealing because they're different. It's definitely not your typical place for a night of prayer and worship, but during a recent gathering called the Nights of Hope, many young people on campus decided to give their lives to Christ instead of partying and getting drunk together. Scores of young students recently came at East Carolina University's Kappa Sigma House to listen intently to the gospel. Again, God can use all these things for good, and he will use them for good, but this also tells you that we are at the end of the end. Evangelist Doug Elks explained some key Bible verses to the group. John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Romans 5:8, God demonstrates his love in this, while we are still sinners, Christ died for us. Now, again, I'm sure that some of these people are going to be genuinely repentant and come to Jesus, because again, the gospel will go out through all the world. But does that mean that all of these people gave their life to Christ? What is the scrutinizing standard that we're using to basically judge whether this is, something that's genuine or not? Because somebody said that they gave their life to Christ? Because there were supernatural manifestations? Because there was emotion? Are those the standards that we're using to judge whether this is the real deal or not? By how many app downloads, how many Bibles these people bought? Is that the standard? This is the problem. This is the problem. Lozzie B on X says, after 700 years, the Knights Templar returned to the Vatican with their red crosses, relics, and banners. Knights Templars have again been welcomed and recognized by the church this month at the Holy Door of St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican. If that doesn't tell you about the end, then I don't know what will. There is a rising alliance between traditionalist Catholic groups and neo-chivalric orders and the Vatican during a time of escalating global tension, cultural collapse, and calls for spiritual order. The message: to the enemies of Christianity, in parentheses Catholicism, we remember our warriors. To the faithful, the church may be flawed, but it is rallying and organizing. To the elites, you are not the only power in this world. Now, elites here, this is the king of the South. This is you secular people who are not bowing down to the authority of the Catholic Church. This is the part of the broader rise of traditionalism, nationalism, and spiritual revival both inside and outside the church. The Crusader spirit lives on. Look at these people. This is nothing new under the sun, folks. 700 years ago, or whatever it was, they got kicked out of course, the Vatican didn't exist at the time, but look at this. Look at this. If this doesn't tell you these people are walking around with medieval helmets and medieval garb and this whole procession of medieval... These people in the medieval ages were given indulgences to kill and slaughter people. Go ahead, kill them, don't worry. Just get rid of them. God will reward you and God will forgive you for doing all these things. This is Catholicism, eh? Persuading people at the edge of a sword and glorifying this strange juxtaposition of Christianity and the gospel with Satan's bloodthirst for murder and destruction. And this is what you get. You get a strange juxtaposition. You get warriors with swords and crosses, solar crosses, on their pectorals and everything else. What a strange world we live in. But this is very, very prophetically significant. Mel Gibson begins filming The Resurrection of the Christ, replaces Jim Caviezel with new actor as Jesus. Filming has begun on Mel Gibson's long-awaited sequel to The Patno. Thank you to The Passion of the Christ, titled The Resurrection of the Christ, with Finnish actor Jaakko Ottonen taking over the role of Jesus from Jim Caviezel. According to Variety, production started last week at Rome's Cinecittà Studios, where Gibson also shot the 2004 original, which grossed $610 million worldwide and became one of the highest-earning independent films in history. Now, if you want to learn about all of the occult things that are packed into that movie, then watch my, I believe it's Counterfeit Spirit episode or Image of the Beast episode in the End Times series, where we break that down. The new project, produced by Gibson and Bruce Davey under their Icon Productions banner, which, by the way, has just a one-eye symbolism in that, with Lionsgate as the studio partner, will be released in 2 parts in 2027. What a big year that's going to be, right before the Olympics. Cuban actress Mariela Garriga, Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning, will portray Mary Magdalene, replacing Monica Bellucci. Kasia Smutniak, Domina, will play Mary, previously portrayed by Maya Morgenstern. Peter will be portrayed by Italian actor Pierluigi Pacino. Riccardo Scamarcio Modi will take on the role of Pontius Pilate. Rupert Everett will appear in a small but important role, according to producers. Because the sequel takes place 3 days after Christ's crucifixion, the production opted for an entirely new cast. It made sense to recast the whole film. A source close to the production told Variety they would have had to do all of this CGI stuff, de-aging and all of that. That would have been very costly. In April, Caviezel said on the Arroyo Grande podcast that he was ready to reprise his role and revealed he was turning to C.S. Lewis's The Screwtape Letters for spiritual preparation. Why don't you turn to the Bible? Otonen, 36, is best known for his portrayal of the warrior Walland in Season 5 of Netflix historical drama The Last Kingdom. Gibson co-wrote the new film with Braveheart screenwriter Randall Wallace and described the sequels as an acid trip, adding that he had never read anything like the scripts. While plot details remain under wraps, the story will focus on the resurrection of Jesus Christ. In parentheses, from a very Catholic and occult framework. The Resurrection of the Christ Part 1 is slated to open on Good Friday, March 26, 2027, followed by Part 2 on Ascension Day, May 26, 2027. In addition to Cinecittà's new Studio 22, filming will take place in the ancient southern Italian city of Matera and other nearby locations, including Ginoso, Gravina, Laterza, and Altamura. This is the rising of the Catholic Christ, the Eucharistic Christ, coming into the world. The original Passion of the Christ, filmed in Aramaic, Hebrew, and Latin, depicted the final 12 hours of Jesus' life and became a landmark in faith-based cinema. The sequel aims to pick up where that story left off at the dawn of the resurrection. Well, it didn't depict the gospel, I can tell you that. It depicts the 12 stations of the cross, and it depicts a bastardized version of the gospel, which is the Anne Catherine Emmerich, who was a medieval possessed nun who wrote all these weird accounts that never really happened. It depicts that very well, but it doesn't depict actually the sequence detailed in the gospel. So this is the counterfeit, folks, and it's coming into the world all in alignment with everything else that we're looking at. Now let's talk about our friend Nick Fuentes.
For a seat at the table in the right wing. Sorry, the right wing is not just for pro-Israel people anymore. Now there's a very loud and a growing and enthusiastic and young Israel-critical faction in the right wing. We don't identify as Republicans. We don't identify as conservatives. We are right wing. We are nationalists. We are reactionaries. We are Christians. We are under the age of 65. We do not watch Fox News. We do not get tricked with Israel propaganda. And as we get older, we are going to take over all the organs of the right wing. And when it is politically viable, we are going to fulfill Trump's vision. We will finish what he started. We will do what he cannot. And we will break the last chains around America's neck from the Israel lobby.
And we're going to attach the Catholic chains. That's what people don't understand about that. Now, this is a very interesting video. This lady is a liberal, and the caption says, "Never in a million years did I see a time when I would watch a full Nick Fuentes video." Pay attention.
And now he says, if you're not on board with the Epstein cover-up, oh, I don't want your support. You're a weakling. Fuck you. Fuck you. You suck. You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny. You are not as smart as you think you are. You are, and honestly,
And if you watched my show, you know I've been very critical. I've never been this far. This just goes to show this entire thing has been a scam. When we look back on the history of populism in America, we are going to look back on the MAGA movement as the biggest scam in American history. And the liberals were right. The MAGA supporters were had. They were. When we look back in history, we will see Trump as a scam artist who served as a vehicle for this rather than the other way around. We were not the vehicle for Trump. Trump was the vehicle for all of us. Your supporters stuck with you through everything. Stormy Daniels, the Steele dossier, the impeachments, the insurrection. I mean, his supporters stuck with him through everything, even his failures. He says they will never learn. It's like, hey, dumbass, your supporters stuck by you through everything. What do you mean? They didn't fall for all that stuff. This is real, and now people are mad. He says the weaklings are doing the Democrats' work. I don't want their support anymore. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Hey, you. Hey, you, fat ass. Really? I'm so sick of this. He thinks he's so funny. You're not funny. You're a joke. Thank you for your attention to this matter. You are a fucking cornball, okay? And
Now, do you see the synthesis that's on the horizon? Do you see the synthesis where the political reality of the dualistic system has totally been collapsed and discredited, and we need something different? We need something different. Because Trump promised something different, and he ended up being the same as the other guys. He's just deep state. We need something totally different. We need Catholic social teaching. We need synthesis. Of course, that's what's on the horizon. The manufactured mainstreaming, the calculated rollout of Nick Fuentes. These are different stages. There's the July-August Fuentes feuds with Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. This is the softening up, phase 1. September 9th, the NYT profile piece is released, where you're basically exposing him, quote unquote, as a white nationalist problem for the right. Phase 2, the catalyst, the Kirk assassination. September 10th, Charlie Kirk is assassinated. Phase 3, the assignment. September 13th, Fuentes outright denies Israel's involvement in Kirk's death. This is so obvious that he's controlled. If there was ever a time in the history of Nick Fuentes' career, I think there would be the most obvious. There's plenty of obvious things, but if there would be any time, it would be the most obvious for you to understand that Nick Fuentes is controlled opposition. It's this, phase 3. September 13th, Fuentes outright denies Israel's involvement in Charlie Kirk's death. If you saw some of his commentary on that, where he's like, oh, let's not get ahead of ourselves, guys. You know, listen, I'll be the first to admit, but we can't just be so conspiratorial. And like, really? Like, you're, out of everybody here, the most Jew-hating one, and it's so obvious, even to an infant, that this is like a Mossad operation to some degree. Obviously, I'm saying there's more to the situation than just Mossad, but obviously they were involved. And you are the first to say, like, oh, let's not be conspiratorial. That means you're being told to say that. And that's a test of obedience, which is exactly what it was, because phase 4, the reward. Phase 4, Nick Fuentes appears on PBD podcast, the reward, mainstream access. He starts getting mainstream, starts getting platform, Tucker Carlson. Now he's like super in the mainstream. So he's painted as a villain, you know, basically the softening up, people starting to more and more about him. Then there was the catalyst. Then there was the assignment, the loyalty test, and now the reward, and now he's mainstream. So these people are controlled opposition, folks. They're all puppets of the same beast. Dominic Michael, I guess, knew Nick Fuentes reportedly set to interview with Tucker Carlson, according to Alex Jones. Yeah, this is a couple weeks ago, but this is the reward. You know, you're doing the devil's work, then you're going to get rewarded. Of course, there's a cost, a very great cost. Nick Fuentes says America must become an authoritarian Catholic nation where Jews have no power or influence. I want this country to have Catholic media, Catholic Hollywood, Catholic government. I want this to be a Catholic-occupied government, not a Jewish-occupied government. Now, if you don't see that this is just the same old, then you got a lot of learning to do. And a lot of people think that this is the solution. Yeah, darn those dirty Jews. We need to go back to the real thing, which is Catholicism. That seems to be like the right way to do it. They'll figure it out for us. when they have no clue what the Bible and history have to say about that issue. But this is where Nick is leading you to. So yes, does Nick have truth? Absolutely. I am actually in agreement with Nick on a lot of his positions on politics, on this two-party system joke that we have, on Israel. Yeah, he has a lot of truth that he speaks. And that's why he's so seductive. But where is he leading you to, folks? He's leading you back to the Catholic Church. And you have to understand that a lie, a deception, is effective when it utilizes truth. It's not going to be as effective. It's an outright obvious lie. It's going to be effective if it utilizes truth, and just twist that truth just a little bit so you're walking just a little bit different direction, and pretty soon, 10,000 steps later, you are very far away from the mark. And this is the point. Kevin Roberts, today's anniversary of the glorious Battle of Lepanto in 1571, where Christians from across Europe prevailed against Islamist Ottoman Empire, should remind us that the West must and can be saved, that Christianity must be bold, in parentheses, this is Catholicism, that prayer works, and that it is a glorious time to be living during this modern-day political reconquista sweeping Europe and the United States. A reconquista, a new crusade. Now, I still prefer the original name of this Catholic feast day, Our Lady of Victory. Onward and upward. Kevin Roberts is the one behind Project 2025, Fanatical Catholic, Opus Dei. He's the one who is one of many that wants to bring America to this reality. There's basically Satan dressed up as Mary. There's the Vicar of Christ that you have interceding for you to another intercessor, to another intercessor. This is Satan's system, where ultimately he's receiving worship one way or another. And that's what Kevin Roberts and Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens and Russell Brand all want to bring you to. Fox, Catholic News, extraordinary 1,200-year-old bread bearing Jesus Christ image unearthed by archaeologists. Huh. Let's see. Did I highlight something? I think I highlighted something. I want to say that I did. Archaeologists recently found an extraordinary relic of early Christianity. Well, it's not that early, because if it's 1,200 years old, then you're already dealing with Catholicism. A 1,200-year-old loaf of burned bread bearing the image of Jesus. The discovery was announced by the Karaman governorship located in south-central Turkey in a Facebook post on October 8th. The bread dates back to the 7th or 8th centuries AD. It's one of 5 carbonized loaves recently found at the Toprak Tepe archaeological site, once the ancient city of Iranopolis. Pictures from the excavation show the blackened loaf bearing a faint image of Jesus. The inscription on the loaf says, "With gratitude to the blessed Jesus." So, what is the likelihood that this particular discovery, which is very much pointing to the transubstantiated Christ, the Eucharistic Christ, is now suddenly discovered, just like recently, like I think last year, a couple months ago, something like that, maybe this year, it's hard to tell, I forget when, but very recently, there was that discovery that, oh, look, this is the verse where Jesus made Peter the rock, which of course he's not making Peter the rock that he's building a church, but that's what the Catholics believe. There was a discovery having to do with that. They happened to discover that. Now there's another discovery that really supports the Catholic ideal. Interesting, don't you think? Archaeologists also found other symbols on the loaves, including one that appears to bear the Maltese cross. Huh, you don't say. Specialists suggest that these finds may be examples of communion bread or Eucharistic bread used in early Christian rituals. The Karaman governorship's Facebook post read. Now, I'm sure these things, either they're fake or they've had these discoveries probably for a while, and now they're pulling them out. Perfect timing for the Jubilee year with all the other things like the Shroud of Turin and the culture shaping to really push this idea like, look, this thing is ancient. We've been doing this forever. This is the truth. We go back to the apostles. This is what you need to do. Disney announces major plans to commemorate America's 250th anniversary. Let's see. What is Disney up to? Went from woke left to woke right. Disney plans to show off the red, white, and blue in a major way as America approaches its 250th birthday. So you have the Civics Coalition propaganda for the 250th. You have the Disney situation. You'll have something else too. You'll see. Disney Celebrates America is a company-wide celebration beginning on Veterans Day and going through Independence Day weekend, the company announced. Along with special programming, storytelling experiences, Soarin' Across America will debut at both Walt Disney World Orlando and Disneyland in Anaheim, California by next summer. The immersive new flight experience Disney California Adventure Park at Epcot will take guests on a breathtaking journey highlighting some of the country's natural beauty and iconic cityscapes, a Disney press release said. So they're pivoting towards nationalism. At its heart, America's story is one of imagination, ambition, and possibility, the same ideals that have guided Disney since the beginning, Robert Iger says in a statement. So Disney Consumer Products has been releasing military-inspired assortments at select locations in the parks, and in May, an array of Americana merchandise will be available to purchase both in parks and at disneystore.com. Let's see anything else? No. So flip a switch, you go from dark to light, from hardcore woke LGBTQ tranny stuff to now we're patriotism and nationalism. This is the Matrix, folks. All of these people are secret society members just playing their part, whether they're left or right doesn't really matter. They're just doing what they're told. Here's another thing. Catholic Vote says the U.S. will be consecrated to the Sacred Heart of Jesus next June. The U.S. bishops approved a plan to consecrate the United States to the Sacred Heart of Jesus on the Solemnity of the Sacred Heart, part of the Church's celebration of the America's 250th anniversary. Now, I wonder what the Founding Fathers would think of that. And the truth is that the Founding Fathers would have a heart attack and die again if they were somehow raised from the dead to witness such a thing. That's what they would think of it, because they warned about these things. If you Google France becoming evangelical, the AI overview, France is not becoming evangelical, but there is a significant rapid, right? Whatever. But you can see all these things. France is evangelical is a growing voice in secular nation. Evangelicalism in France continues to grow. New data in France shows that evangelicals are now, the major thing or whatever, post-Christian France or post-Christian France or post-Christian France or pre-Christian France. Now, France is really important. France is a very important point to watch. This is not just some random country, because France is the place historically where a lot of things have shifted. France is like the linchpin. It's the inflection point in Europe. When Clovis converted to Catholicism, basically in the 6th century, that set up the stage for the rest of Europe to do so and eventually become Catholic Europe. Then France was the birthplace of atheism through the French Revolution, and Europe became secular. Now you're seeing France become very religious again, and you'll see in another place, I believe, is it this one that I have here? Maybe another section, where the king, one of the king's descendants of the kings, is saying, oh, we need to go back to a monarchy in France. So that is so prophetically important that it tells you the end is very, very close. Vatican declares that the title co-redemptrix and mediatrix should no longer be used for Mary, reaffirming Christ alone is Redeemer and clarifying Marian doctrine. Boy, is this having the traditionalists up in arms. But of course, if you know anything, this is not a change from anything. They still blaspheme God with praying to Mary and believing that you can pray to Mary and parade statues of Mary around. So this is not a change of anything, folks. It's just a repositioning, a very clever repositioning to bring people back into union with the Catholic Church. Vatican rejects Marian titles co-redemptrix and mediatrix in a new doctrinal note. Notice that it's a doctrinal note. We're not repudiating, the church's traditions in the past. This is just a doctrinal note, because the devil is never going to apologize for his behavior and all his blasphemies. When an expression requires many repeated explanations to prevent it from straying from a correct meaning, the note stated, it does not serve the faith of the people of God and becomes unhelpful. It stated that the title co-redemptrix risks eclipsing the exclusive role of Jesus Christ and would not be a true honor to his mother. The note also discourages the widespread title mediatrix of all graces, suggesting that it lacks solid grounding in revelation and carries limits that do not favor a correct understanding of the Mary's unique place. So Mary still has a unique place, folks. You have to understand, there's nothing new here, okay? This is just a repositioning, a snaky little way of saying, look, we don't actually believe in this, but they actually do. Instead, the Vatican encouraged faithful to adopt titles rooted in Mary's motherhood, such as Mother of God and Mother of the Faithful People of God. Okay, this is still blasphemy. God doesn't have a mother, right? Jesus had a mother, but God, as divine, has no mother. Mother of God is a pagan, a divine feminine nonsense. So they're not changing anything. That's the thing to understand. They're not changing anything. Of course, the traditionalists are frothing at the mouth. That's why I said he's pandering to them, he's pandering to the liberals, he's pandering to everybody. So it'll be interesting to see how all this comes together. But this is not a change of anything. It's not a change. It's just an ecumenical shift to, basically bridge with the Protestants. Here he is offering something to a statue of Mary. This is blasphemy. You can talk all you want when you're still doing this kind of stuff and putting candles at a statue and praying to Mary and calling her various names and basically venerating objects. This is idolatry. It's just as bad. So nothing has changed. Mary, mother of Jesus and all believers, is not co-redeemer, Vatican says. Let's see, did I highlight anything? I don't know. I did. Yes, I did. The use of the title of co-mediatrix is more complicated. The doctrinal note said because the word mediation often is understood simply as cooperation, assistance, or intercession, and easily could apply to Mary without calling into question the unique mediation of Jesus Christ, true God and true man. Do you understand? The Bible says there's no mediator between God and man other than Jesus Christ. That's a flat, black and white statement, as black and white as you could possibly get. There is no other mediator. That means there's no other person who you cooperate with other than Jesus in order to talk to God, to reach God, to be forgiven by God, etc., to pray to God. He is the mediator, okay? There's no definition outside of mediation where, yes, there's a mediator that's cooperating with you, but not really like eclipsing Jesus' mediation. That's just snake talk. That's just equivocation, Catholic equivocation, which of course they are full of equivocations and shifting the meaning of things to suit their snaky agenda. There's no such thing. Mediation is mediation. Either you're a mediator and you're cooperating with me to be able to mediate my appeal to God, or you're not. If Mary is involved in any such cooperation, which of course Mary is dead, really the biblical Mary is dead and waiting to be resurrected. But if you believe that you're cooperating with somebody else than Jesus in any form or fashion, then that is blasphemy. Mary's role in salvation history is unique. Is it? That's not what the Bible says. It says that Jesus' role in salvation is unique. She willingly accepted to become the mother of Jesus the Savior. She raised him, traveled with him, and stood at the foot of the cross. Now, because Catholicism is synergistic, they're elevating Mary's choice as something that she originated of her own good heart and will. When in fact, the Bible tells you that God is the one who causes you to believe. God is the one who gives you repentance, gives you obedience. So yes, Mary's role and submission is a great model to go after, especially if you're female. That's true. She submitted to God. She had faith in God. Absolutely. One of many great female role models in the Bible. Deborah, Rachel, Sarah, Esther. So many female role models in the Bible. Okay? But the reason in the great scheme of things that these female role models were elevated to those positions and were given the ability to be obedient is because God was working through them. God caused Mary to obey and be humble and submit to his plan. God didn't say, hey, Mary, I have this amazing plan, but you have the option to say no, okay? Because I'm a really nice teddy bear God, and I want you to have your free will. No, God is a sovereign being, and when he expresses his will, it is expressed and it's manifested. So he caused Mary to make the right choice and to submit and to participate in his plan for his glory. That is the biblical understanding. The Catholic understanding, because it's based on the forbidden fruit from the Garden of Eden, is that Mary just chose free of all influence, and we have to elevate her because she made this free will choice, and she's such an upstanding individual. Of course, she was an upstanding individual because God caused her to be an upstanding individual. But because Catholicism believes in synergistic salvation, they elevate Mary to this high, unbiblical position because of this free will choice that she made. So I want you to pay attention to the language. While Christ, fully human and fully divine, is the one mediator between God and humanity. There you go. So the snake knows the truth. It said he enables various forms of participation in his salvific plan because in communion with him, we can all become in some way cooperators with God and mediators for one another. If you are not sharp with language and understand that Catholics constantly equivocate on these terms in order to slide their theology into the situation, they will spin around your head and dazzle you with all of these pretty words. If this holds true for every believer, here comes the therefore, whose cooperation with Christ becomes increasingly fruitful to the extent that one allows oneself to be transformed by grace. How much more must it be affirmed of Mary in a unique and supreme way, the doctrine note says. So you see, they're not changing anything, folks. This is still blasphemy. It's just very cleverly disguised blasphemy. for ecumenical purposes. The church believes that those in heaven can pray and intercede for people still on earth. And of course, the church is wrong for believing that. Among those chosen and glorified with Christ, first and foremost, is his mother, with a capital M, just like God, just like the Son of God has a capital, just like the Father has a capital. The mother with a capital M also has a capital because, it's the divine feminine. Therefore, we can affirm that Mary has a unique collaboration in the saving work that Christ carries out in the church. With this intercession, Mary can become for us a motherly sign of Lord's mercy. No, if anything, God has shown you a motherly sign. When Jesus says, "Oh, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, how I would have gathered you as a mother hen gathers her brood." In that image, you see a warm image. If you've ever seen a mother hen, such a cute image, gathering her chicklets underneath and keeping them safe and warm. When you see that, you're supposed to think of Jesus gathering his people and keeping them safe as a mother hen. So God uses, or in other times, I forget where exactly, but Yahweh says in the Old Testament, "I'm going to come upon you as a mother robbed of her cubs." So imagine a mother robbed of her cubs. She's furious. She's going to tear through everything. So these images are already provided to you by God intentionally to paint pictures of his mercy and his justice. I don't need a person added to the plan of salvation to say, "Oh, now we have a mother figure." No, not that God is a mother, but there are images that he uses that are motherly. Or, for example, the woman and the parable of the woman and the lost coin. In that situation, God is the woman searching for the coin and finding her coin and rejoicing that she has redeemed her coin in that sense. So God uses lots of feminine imagery for himself intentionally. But God is not the mother. God is not the divine feminine. There is no mother of God. Mary is dead. She's waiting to be resurrected. All these things are new to you. Please watch my Afterlife series. Watch my various series like the videos on why Catholicism and Orthodoxy have nothing to do with the early church and all of the blasphemies that have come as a result of the last 2,000 years. But this is nonsense. And of course, again, nothing actually changes, folks. Nothing actually changes. It's just ecumenical shenanigans designed to, bring in the Protestants. Here's that thing I was talking about, the King of France. The new King of France, Louis the 16th, descendant says he's ready. A descendant of France's last king has said he's ready to serve his country as President Emmanuel Macron's latest government faces mounting political pressure. This two-party system, this democratic stuff is coming to an end. It's being revealed as a failure. Louis de Bourbon, Duke of Anjou and heir to France's last reigning monarch, Louis XVI, has spoken out amid the ongoing political turmoil in the country, which has seen its 8th prime minister appointed under Macron's tenure and 4th since parliamentary elections in July last year. This is the thing, folks. And, here he is. In an interview with the French newspaper Journal du Dimanche, Bourbon 51, also known as Louis the 20th, sounded the alarm on the precariousness of the Fifth Republic under the current administration, warning that the country's institutions and political class are not up to the challenges of the times. Well, who is? Well, a monarchy is. We need a monarch, somebody that's completely in control, who's, bowing down to a religious authority. We need that again. It is with pain that I see my country sink into a political crisis every day, a little more insoluble, where, once again, parties and politicians, far from acting for the best interest of France and therefore of the French, prefer to play their own game, he warned. It's always pointing to the failures of the other side and saying, look, we're going to come and rescue the people. And because the people place their faith in things other than God, they place their faith in men and in the future thing that's not here yet. Oh, that'll fix us. That'll fix the situation. Rather than placing their faith in God, this is how the devil works. And this is an important prophetic sign, folks. The fact that this is happening along with the cultural shifts in Europe, especially in France, and around the world, very, very important prophetic sign. Now, this is also, last but not least, very interesting with Tucker talking about Tartaria.
Current version of history that we've been told is not only incomplete, it's just wrong. It's just flat out wrong. Whether they were big civilizations in Illinois 10,000 years ago, which there were, by the way. How can we not know that? We sent a man to the moon. You can't replicate the technology that created, you don't even have a good guess as to how they were built? We don't. We don't even know when they were built. But why would anyone care? For suggesting that our historical timelines were wrong and there had in fact been advanced civilizations in earlier moments in time and that they had been eliminated somehow through climactic events, through natural disasters, and that we're not aware of them in any detail. Kind of seems to be true. Well, why don't we know that? And what does it tell us about ourselves and about the past that we don't know? That's what I would think people would ask. But I know that what I learned as a kid is wrong. What do we know about ancient civilizations?
Uh-huh.
And the answer is like basically nothing.
Did you read about Tartaria?
The current version.
Tartaria is going mainstream. I never thought I would see it, but I'm not surprised. The caption says, the book Awaken Your Mental Powers has blown my mind. Have you read it? Download it now from the link, yada, yada, yada. So this is Tucker Carlson, and he's talking about Tartaria. Of all things, Tucker Carlson, who is very well-known, very famous, is talking about Tartaria. Well, we'll talk about that in just a bit, but conclusion, there's a lot going on as usual. And of course, while people are busy watching the Jews, the world is becoming Catholic. More and more Catholic. TPUSA is shaping culture at light speed, and people are dumb enough to fall for it because they've been duped by the left-hand path, and now the right-hand path seems like the way to go. Everything in perfect timing, of course, to swing everyone into this final delusion from dark to light, with the Sabbath being at the forefront and center of everything. And now you'll see, we'll look at the future section, but Jonathan Berry, who is one of the chief architects of Project 2025, he's been nominated successfully to the Secretary of Department of Labor. So Sunday laws are coming on the horizon, folks. Within the next 5 years, you're going to see these things. Who knows how exactly they're going to play out, but we have to watch because these things are shaping up very quickly. The fact that Elon, Ben Shapiro, and TPUSA all are telling you to go to church and repeating this mantra over and over again is very, very telling of what's going on. The fact that Nick Fuentes, who is frothing at the mouth for a Catholic fascist state, is more popular than ever should tell you everything. The fact that more than half of the 250th anniversary American Civics Coalition propaganda plan, more than half of that is Catholic or related to Catholic lobbying groups, that should tell you everything. The fact that the 250th anniversary is going to be major, major nationalism, patriotism, people wanting to consecrate America to Jesus, religious delusion, all in perfect timing. Do you see how they did everything with this TPUSA thing, with Charlie Kirk, with all of the things that have been going on? It's all in perfect timing. Meanwhile, the papacy is downplaying the role of Mary, which it's really not, but it seems like it is because it operates by the power of deception. So they can bring all of the harlot daughters back and have ecumenical seductions. The Bible's words are being fulfilled in real time, my friends, and we have to let people know of these important truths. So I hope that you're getting edified. I hope that you use the resources in the library, whether they're books or videos or presentation notes. Use these resources, become edified on the truth, and walk in the calling of God to bring knowledge of the truth to his people in these last days. Now, I want to respond to a few important topics within that last section that came up, and that is Charlie Kirk. That's the little season, Tartaria stuff, and something else. I forget what it is, but I have it in here. So Charlie Kirk, the last VDS that I did, VDS 20, was over 15 hours, 15 and a half hours, which was a real marathon. That was the longest one I've ever produced. 12 of those hours were focused on the Charlie Kirk situation. So if you need a great breakdown on everything, you think that maybe there were holograms or a blood squib, please go watch that and realize that he was likely very much killed. I believe he was killed. That's my position. I'm the first to want to admit that this is like a faked thing, but I've seen enough evidence, video evidence of bullets from different perspective going through his body, exiting his body, that he was killed. Okay, if you doubt that, you think it was a psyop. Yes, it was a psyop. Look at the fruits. It's a psyop. But that doesn't mean that he wasn't killed. Very important. So anyway, I'm done with that situation. I'm never talking about it again. However, just for the sake of people who may have missed that, I want to say something quickly here for the people in your own life, or maybe you're watching this and you didn't see that video, arguing over this issue because it's getting more and more in culture, obviously, with the whole post-Charlie Kirk psyop that is happening. So I want to take you to some important talking points so that you can be productive in your conversations with these people on the Charlie Kirk situation. When this happened, around the time that it happened, I made a Facebook post. Of course, As usual, I was astounded by how many Christians responded who were drinking the Kool-Aid on this whole Charlie situation. And basically they were just so upset. The level of arguing and ignorance and delusion honestly reminded me of the whole COVID situation. If you can remember 2020, how it was posting on your Facebook something about vaccines, and then suddenly everybody and their mother would show up and argue against, the mask, we need to wear masks, and this whole it's the same stuff, except it went from dark to light. Instead of talking about vaccines and masks, now we're talking about like Charlie Kirk and Catholicism and religious nationalism and everything. It's the same thing, folks. So here's some very important talking points with this Charlie Kirk situation. All in boom, 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 relatively short time. What is your eschatological view? That is something you need to establish with somebody in the very beginning, because your eschatological view determines everything that you believe about how you interpret the events around you. That's why it's so important. If you're a preterist, then reality is getting better, and it's easy to think that we're headed towards a golden age and the kingdom of God is coming to earth, because nothing in these warnings of Revelation and Daniel and everything else have to do with us. It's all in the past. You don't have to worry about it. If you're a dispensationalist, you're watching the Jews all the time, and you're not watching the rest of the world. If you're a historicist, then you understand that the reality that is coming, the New World Order reality, is not Islamic, it's not Zionist, it's not communist, but it's Catholic, it is Christian. It is a unified, resurrected, visible church, lukewarm, counterfeit Christian situation. Okay? That's what it is, with the Pope as the moral authority that is underpinning all these things and people are submitting to. So, what is your eschatology, and what do you believe about the end times? What God says in the Word is more important than what other people tell you about politics or events or things that happen. Unfortunately, most people have the wrong eschatology, and that's why they lack discernment, especially with this Charlie Kirk situation. Or Christian nationalism, Catholicism, like with Nick Fuentes, they froth at the mouth for Nick Fuentes, when Nick Fuentes is very openly for a Catholic fascist state that is in submission to the papacy. And if you don't understand why that's bad, then I would recommend that you learn more history beyond the 100 or so years that you're looking at with Zionism. And you go back to the 4th century, the 3rd century, the 2nd century, you go back to the Tower of Babel, you go back to the Garden of Eden, you have to learn your history. Nevertheless, the Bible's warnings are very clear, and I think that we should heed them. Matthew 24, verse 9 through 13. Then they will deliver you up to tribulation and put you to death, and you will be hated by all nations for my name's sake. And then many will fall away and betray one another and hate one another. And many false prophets will arise and lead many astray, and because lawlessness will be increased, the love of many will grow cold. But the one who endures to the end shall be saved. Now, this is part of the dialogue on the end times in Matthew 24, and that has a near fulfillment with Jerusalem. But these things are also far fulfillments or throughout history. And of course, that tells you that the love is going to grow cold, which you can look around you. There's going to be many false teachers, false prophets, deceivers that are going to come into the world, false Christs. Verse 37, 39 says, for as were the days of Noah, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. Okay, what specifically does Jesus mean when he says the days of Noah? Because there's a lot of things going on in the days of Noah. Does he mean Nephilim are going to run around again? For as in those days before the flood, what were they doing? They were eating and drinking and marrying and giving in marriage until the day when Noah entered the ark, and they were unaware until the flood came and swept them all away. So it will be the coming of the Son of Man. So the people out there are like, oh, there's going to be Nephilim walk around. I don't think there's going to be Nephilim walk around. I really don't. Could be, maybe. At this point, nothing's off the table, but that's not what this means. What this is telling you is that in those days, people were eating and drinking and giving in marriage, meaning they were enjoying a very prosperous time. Do you understand? That's why you marvel. Revelation 13, the key word there is marvel. There's a very prosperous time that you're enjoying. You're not being oppressed by a Zionist or communist or Islamic state. Otherwise, you wouldn't be eating and drinking and giving in marriage and celebrating. You're eating and drinking and giving in marriage because you are in a system that on the outside appears as if it is governed by the freedom of conscience. It's very lamb-like, when in fact it's actually a dragon underneath with a lamb outfit. Because if you don't do what the dragon tells you, there's no freedom of conscience for you. But the people who do, you will have freedom of conscience. 1 Thessalonians 5, verse 1 through 5. Now concerning the times and the seasons, brothers, you have no need to have anything written to you, for you yourselves are fully aware that the day of the Lord will come like a thief in the night. While people are saying there is peace and security, then sudden destruction will come upon them as labor pains come upon a pregnant woman, and they will not escape. But you are not in darkness, brothers, for that day to surprise you like a thief. So the thief is not, the surprising like a thief is not for believers like the dispensationalists believe, where there's like, oh my gosh, Jesus is here, the rapture is happening. No, the surprise is for the wicked, because they have not listened to God's warnings, and they're participating in the system. And say, oh, peace and security, eating and drinking, giving a marriage. Are you seeing a common thread? Verse 5, for you're all children of the light, children of the day. That's why we keep the Sabbath from the morning to the morning, because the day is reckoned from the daylight. We're not children of the night or of the darkness. Yeah, we're not children of the Talmud to reckon the Sabbath from evening Friday to evening Saturday, which is nonsense. Nevertheless, 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, 1 through 12. Now concerning the coming of the Lord Jesus Christ and our being gathered together to him, we ask you, brothers, not to be quickly shaken in mind or alarmed either by a spirit or a spoken word, or a letter seeming to be from us, to the effect that the day of the Lord has come. Now, all of the Tartaria hyper-preterist people who say, oh yeah, Jesus already came, he resurrected, the golden age already happened in the past. Do you realize that Paul rebukes this kind of preterist thinking? Let no one deceive you in any way, for that day will not come until the rebellion comes first, the falling away, and the man of lawlessness is revealed. He's revealed because he's a deceptive power. The son of destruction, this word is only used for Judas. So there's a typological connection there. Who opposes and exalts himself against every so-called God or object of worship, so that he takes a seat in the naos, excuse me, in the naos, the temple of God. The temple, the word here that Paul uses is explicitly the word he uses for the church. Proclaiming himself to be God. Has this happened in the Tartarian model? No, it has not. They have no explanation for these things. Do you not remember that when I was with you, I told you these things? And you know what is restraining him now, so that he may be revealed in his time. Of course, in his time, he has an appointed time, because this is a historical prophecy. And what's restraining him now is not the Holy Spirit, it's pagan Rome, because right now, like for Paul, pagan Rome is still alive and well. For the mystery of lawlessness is already at work. Yes, that's why there are many counterfeit letters and counterfeit apostles already. Only he who now restrains it will do so until he is out of the way. And then the lawless one will be revealed. That lawless one is the one who rules until the end. Why? Because the Lord Jesus will kill him with the breath of his mouth. So he rules until the very end, meaning we're talking about the little horn power, the fifth kingdom on earth. The coming of the lawless one is by the activity of Satan with all power, false signs, and wonders, and with all wicked deception for those who are perishing, because they refuse to love the truth and so be saved. Now, really quick pause. It doesn't say the coming of the lawless one is by the activity of Satan with lots of armies, wars, conflicts, subjugation, atheism, whatever. It says, by the activity of Satan, with all power, false signs, which are appearing positive on the front, wonders, you're marveling and wondering, oh my gosh, this is so amazing. And with wicked deception, things that look great and honorable but are actually blaspheming God underneath. For those who are perishing, of course, because you can't be deceived by these things if you're elect, because they refuse to love the truth and so be saved. Therefore God sends them a strong delusion, so that they may believe what is false, in order that they all may be condemned, who did not believe the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. You had pleasure. You don't take pleasure in Zionism, okay? You don't take pleasure in Islam or communism. You take pleasure in something that appears like Christianity, because it has freedom of conscience. It has a lamb-like exterior, when in fact it's actually satanic underneath. So you take pleasure in that. So the problem is the pleasure issue is a heart issue. People are going to be eating and drinking and giving a marriage and saying peace and security. They're going to be taking pleasure in something idolatrous and evil. 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 2 through 5, for people will be lovers of self, lovers of money, proud, arrogant, abusive, disobedient to their parents, ungrateful, unholy, heartless, unappeasable, slanderous, without self-control, brutal, not loving the good, treacherous, reckless, swollen with conceit, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God. Again, pleasure versus God. There's two pleasures going on, because there's a pleasure to love God, but there's a worldly pleasure that's in conflict with that. Having the appearance of godliness. All of this that I just said is going to be wrapped up in a godly bow, but actually denying its power, avoid such people. 2 Timothy chapter 4, 3 through 4, for the time is coming when people will not endure sound teaching. Endure, because sound teaching has to be endured. You have to wrestle with it a little bit. And people don't want to do that. They don't want to wrestle with predestination and mysteries and primary and secondary causes and two natures, one person, and three persons, one being. They don't want to wrestle with that. They don't want to. They don't want to endure that. Instead, they have itching ears, and they will accumulate for themselves teachers to suit their own passions and will turn away from listening to the truth and wander off into myths. Does that summarize what's happening today? Absolutely. Acts 20, 29-30, I know that after my departure, fierce wolves will come in among you, not sparing the flock. And from among your own selves will arise men speaking of twisted things to draw away disciples after them. John, first letter of John, chapter 2, verse 18-20. Children, it is the last hour, and as you have heard that Antichrist is coming, so now many Antichrists have come. Therefore we know that it is the last hour. They went out from us, but they were not of us, for if they had been of us, they would have continued with us. Why? Because the elect are preserved. There's your preservation of the saints in one sentence. But they went out that it might become plain that they all are not of us. But you have been anointed by the Holy One, and you have all knowledge. If God has given you the ability to believe, you are not going to be lost. You are not going to be deceived into this system. You will not be lost. Jude 1, verse 4. For certain people have crept in unnoticed long ago who were designated for this condemnation, ungodly people who perverted the grace of God into sensuality and deny our only Master and Lord, Jesus Christ. So Jude warns about false prophets and false teachers. John warns about false converts, false people. Luke documents Paul's warnings in the book of Acts. Paul writes to Timothy and the Thessalonians about various deceptions and things that are going to happen. The book of Matthew warns about these things through false prophets, false Christs, wolves in sheep's clothing. Revelation 3 warns about the lukewarm church. The final phase of the church is the lukewarm church, and that's our church. Revelation 13, the world marvels after this system, after a system that is religious in nature. And of course, it has the help of a power that looks very lamblike, the false prophet, and people are marveling and having prosperity and part of this sort of system where there's a penalty of not participating, of no buy, no sell. Revelation 16, you have unclean spirits deceiving the world into the final trick of warring against Jesus when he returns. Revelation 17, the kings of the earth are giving their power to Mystery Babylon for a short period of time, but nevertheless they give their power to this system. So what is your eschatological view? Because as far as the Bible is concerned, if you're honest with everything I just said, never mind the fact that these prophecies in Daniel and Revelation are meant to be historically fulfilled. And Daniel tells you that there's 5 empires and the 5th empire rules until the very end. And it comes out of the 4th one, which is Rome. And this power rules for hundreds and hundreds of years. And it blasphemes God, and only God is going to take it out. All of these together tell you a very important truth, which is that things are not going to get better. They're going to appear like they're getting better, but these warnings are very much alive and well for our generation. And in our generation, they're going to be fulfilled. So when people say, don't judge him, you're in no position to judge, the Bible actually does tell us to judge in many places. John 7, verse 24. Do not judge by appearances, but judge with right judgment. The woke Jesus, the tolerance gospel, says do not judge. And it's just a period there. Everything else is removed. And in fact, Jesus tells you to judge, but to judge rightly. 1 John chapter 4, verse 1. Beloved, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits to see whether they're from God. For many false prophets have gone out into the world. Do you think this was just for the 40 years until the judgment of Jerusalem? Or is this Satan's beginning his mystery of iniquity? And now, because we're at the end, 2,000 years later, this is at a maximum. Ephesians 5:11, very well-known verse, take no part in the unfruitful works of darkness, but instead expose them. So don't only not take part in these things, but rather be actively exposing them, as we do our best to do on this channel. Matthew 7:15-17, beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravenous wolves. You will recognize them by their fruits. Are grapes gathered from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? So every healthy tree bears good fruit, but the diseased tree bears bad fruit. So look at the fruits to know the roots. That's what we do. And especially the people in the church, 1 Corinthians 5, verse 12. For what have I to do with judging outsiders? Is it not those inside the church whom you are supposed to judge? Says Paul. So yes, judge with right judgment, look at the fruits and other roots, test the spirits, judge people within the church. That doesn't mean condemn people within the church. It means judge accordingly. Judge. Now, if they're an open heretic and they need to be rebuked, then yeah, they need to be exposed and rebuked and condemned for their behavior so they can repent. But obviously God is the one who's condemning, and we don't know the heart and what God's plan is for people, but we should judge, especially those in the church, and especially those people in positions of authority like Charlie Kirk, who was shepherding people, millions and millions of people, in a particular direction. So why do you have a problem with me judging the situation with Charlie, when both the end times views of the Bible tell you very clearly to be warned of false prophets and false teachers and false prophets and Christ and things like this? And even if you want to believe that only was valid for the 40 years up until the judgment of Jerusalem, which of course is nonsense. Do you think that the devil suddenly stopped with making false prophets, false Christs, false teachers, false whatever throughout history? No, obviously history is very clearly showing us that there's many of them. So at the very least, even if you don't share my historical views, or you don't share my end times views, then you should be aware that the history of the church age is full of false Christs, false prophets, false teachers, and you have to test the spirits. And the Bible tells you to use right judgment and to be very discerning. So why are you judging me by exercising what the Bible tells me to do, which is to exercise my judgment? With that in mind, verifiable facts that you can look into yourself. Number one, Charlie platformed, spoke well of, and shared the stage with several prolific homosexuals. Dave Rubin, he appeared with Charlie Kirk on TPUSA campus events. Rob Smith, he's a gay conservative activist who Kirk hosted and defended on stage. Richard Grinnell, openly gay former U.S. ambassador, acting DNI, photographed engaging at TPUSA's 2019 Student Action Summit with Kirk. And of course, you also have this gem, which is Charlie Kirk with Lady MAGA. Did you know that MAGA also has a Lady MAGA, a tranny MAGA? Here it is. He was smiling, taking a picture with this transsexual man, a man dressed in women's clothing who looks literally like a clown. I mean, look at that. You're just a clown, and you're taking a picture with this person. Now, when you take a picture with a person, especially if you're a public figure, you have to be very discerning who you are photographed with, because when you photograph yourself, you are saying to the world, I am associated to this person. Now, you can talk all you want, and people say, well, no, he talked about the gospel, and he talked about this. I don't care what he talked about. His actions speak louder than words, because he was very ecumenical, and if he was actually for the gospel condemns homosexuality. Now, it's one thing to struggle with same-sex thoughts and lustful desires. That's totally normal human experience in the sense that a lot of people in history have had that problem, okay? That is a problem that people are challenged with. It is a different thing. Because at the end, whether you lust after a woman or a man, it's still lust, okay? You're still condemned as far as the law goes. But it's a different thing to have that as part of your identity and say, you know what? I'm just gay. I'm going to live with my husband or my boyfriend or whatever. And I'm going to live in sin as a homosexual. And God is just going to deal with that. Well, God is going to deal with that, and he's going to throw you into the lake of fire, according to many places. Homosexuality is a serious situation. Doesn't mean that if you repent from that, you can't be saved. It means that if you stubbornly refuse and you just want to make that part of your identity and make your sexuality part of your identity, then you are basically giving the middle finger to God and saying, no, I don't want to change. You're going to have to accept me the way I am. And God is not going to accept you the way you are, because God has said many, many serious warnings against homosexuality. So we have to be very balanced with our homosexual friends. We have to warn them. It's also important to warn them with love, because you're not condemning them. The Bible already condemns this behavior. I'm merely presenting it to you because I'm worried and concerned, and I want you to know the truth. It is okay to struggle with same-sex attraction. It is okay to have lustful thoughts, because everybody has lustful thoughts, okay? But when you give into those things and you make them part of your identity, and you live that way, and you refuse to change, that is a very different story. When Charlie Kirk, who claims to be a Christian and is shepherding people, is taking pictures with Lady Maga, who is a person that is a symbol of this rebellious attitude against God. Not only homosexuality, by the way, but total perversion, where you are dressing up as a woman. And I don't know if this person was on hormones. I mean, it seems like they have some breasts. Maybe they're fake, but who knows? I don't know. Total perversion of God's created order. And you're taking a picture with that. And you're both smiling and doing this. How can you possibly tell me that Charlie Kirk was a good Christian? At the very minimum, not even considering the other points that we're going to look here on this list, at the very minimum, this is a time when he fell greatly short in combination with other times in platforming these homosexuals. If he was true to his word and standing for the gospel, and I'm a Christian, he would not have shared the stage with these people and said, listen, I respect you as a person for your political career. We may agree on some things, but I cannot share the stage with you because you're a homosexual. And the Bible has very strongly condemning words against that, and you need to repent. I say that with as much love as possible because I don't want you to be destroyed. But I can't share the stage with you. I'm not going to take pictures with you. If we happen to be at a political event and a picture with a bunch of us there, yeah, that's different. But when you're taking one-on-one pictures and you're defending these people on platforms and stages, that's a very different thing. And of course, people are going to say, well, he argued against LGBTQ. Yeah, because these people are double-minded. Don't you get it? Just like Trump says one thing and does another. They're all the same. So that's strike one. Bible says in many places, I'll just give you a few examples. 1 Corinthians 6, verse 9, or do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived, neither the sexually immoral, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor men who practice homosexuality, nor thieves, nor the greedy, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor swindlers will inherit the kingdom of God. Notice that it's men who practice homosexuality. Okay? If you're coming out of that lifestyle, if you've slipped up, if you're struggling, that's a different situation than somebody who's like, you know what, I'm totally comfortable with this. This is who I am. This is my identity. I'm not going to change. That's a very different story, okay? There's support and help and grace for struggle. But if you are refusing to repent, then that is a very dangerous position to be in. And any genuine Christian will warn you in the way that I'm warning you. The best, with as much love as possible, but nevertheless being very stern. First Timothy chapter 1, verse 10, the sexually immoral, men who practice homosexuality, enslavers, liars, perjurers, and whatever else is contrary to sound doctrine, avoid these people. Of course, this is warnings on, warning against false teachers. So part of all of these deceptions is homosexuality from the very beginning. Because again, the devil inverts the created order of things. If God said that let there be male and female, the devil says, no, look at male and male, or male and female in the same person, some kind of inversion. And of course, in Romans 1, you see that homosexuality is actually a curse from God. It's a judgment from God as a judgment against the wicked for their idolatry, because you love the same thing as you. You're a created being and you're worshiping something created. You get it? So as a result, God judges you in a poetic way by giving you up to your fleshly desires so that you have no restraint and you do all sorts of perversions. Because you're supposed to love something different than you. God is completely different. Just like a male is very different from a woman. It's completely different. And a woman is very different from a man, and so on and so forth. So you're supposed to love something different. And the heterosexual design is actually a typological thing of the relationship between you and God, in the sense that God is represented by Adam, the church is represented by Eve. There's a relationship there. You're in love with something different than you, not you're something the same as you. So is it Christian for Charlie Kirk not to rebuke these people publicly, especially considering he's a public Christian figure doing all this Christian stuff? Is it wise for him as a Christian leader to associate himself with all of these homosexuals and to take pictures with Lady Maga? Is it wise? Or is it ecumenical and lukewarm? Point number 2. Charlie Kirk lived in luxury and had millions and millions of dollars. He flew on Air Force 2. He was schmoozing and doing all sorts of things with all these people. Millions of dollars in his donations, $1 million house, etc., etc., etc. James 4, verse 4. You adulterous people, do you not know that friendship with the world is enmity with God? Therefore, whoever wishes to be a friend of the world makes himself the enemy of God. So, was Charlie Kirk a friend of the world? Absolutely. He was very friendly with the world. Luke 6, verse 26. Woe to you when people speak well of you, for so the fathers did to the false prophets. woe to you when people speak well of you. Now, of course, Charlie definitely had the liberals against him, but woe to you when people speak well of you. If he was actually walking the narrow path, he would have never been that popular. I can guarantee you that. Because rebuking homosexuals and saying, listen, I say this was love, but I can't share the stage with you. And unless you repent and you turn around. That would not have been popular. That would have been a very unpopular thing, and it would have really affected his growth. But he chose to compromise because he's friends with the world. Matthew 19, verse 24. Again, I tell you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich person to enter the kingdom of God. When the disciples heard this, they were greatly astonished, saying, who then can be saved? But Jesus looked at them and said, with man, this is impossible. With God, all things are possible. With God, all things are possible. And of course, it doesn't mean that if you're rich, you can't be saved. But when you have wealth in great numbers and you are seduced by all of these worldly things and you're part of very influential circles and you have people donating lots of money to your organization, of course, with the expectation that you're going to do what they want you to do. And these people aren't, born again Christians, they're different secret society members or whatever else. You are very, very compromised. Very, very compromised, to say it lightly. Is it right to compare Charlie Kirk based on these things to people like Stephen, Paul, or Peter, when these people were poor and they suffered greatly for their faith everywhere they went? Paul was stoned, he was beaten, he was making tents for a living, he was shipwrecked, all for his faith. And yet, Charlie Kirk, who lived in luxury, who was a friend of the world, is being compared to all of these people. Stephen was stoned to death. What a horrible way to die. I mean, it's just absolutely horrible way to die. Charlie Kirk's death was instant. So, he got a peaceful death in that sense. But nevertheless, you can't compare the two. You can't compare being crucified upside down or being impaled or being boiled in oil or whatever else. You can't compare that. Is it right to call Charlie a martyr when nobody knows the killer or the motive? How can you call Charlie a martyr when you don't know why he was killed? We can call Peter a martyr. We can call Thomas a martyr. We can call Paul a martyr. We know why they were killed and we know the killer. But Charlie Kirk, when let's say you buy the mainstream narrative, which of course is not true, a liberal killed him, that doesn't make Charlie a martyr. It just means there was an assassination. The Mossad got him, probably. Does that make Charlie a martyr for the gospel? No. He was doing his political thing, and his political thing was very ecumenical, and he was killed in a political intrigue, like many political assassinations. He wasn't a martyr. So these are equivocations, folks. And of course, this is the problem. Point number 3. Charlie was highly ecumenical. He was very friendly with Sean Foyt, who was from Bethel and the NAR crowd. Lance Wallnau, who's the author of the Seven Mountain Mandate. He's very much in the NAR situation. Mario Murillo, tent revivals, which are very Pentecostal and charismatic. He's very favorable towards Catholics, very favorable towards the new Pope. The TPUSA Faith Pastors Summit was also something that he was part of. And those things, if you watch them, had all flavors of denominations, including Catholics. So when the Bible warns you of an ecumenical Christian New World Order at the end, and it tells you to be set apart, what does it say if Charlie Kirk, who is shepherding millions of people, is very highly ecumenical and doesn't seem to make a discernment to be set apart, but rather says, oh, come on in, let's make this, one big hodgepodge reality situation. It tells you that Charlie Kirk is not being set apart and that he's actually part of the plan. Number 4 on this list, Zionist lobby in supporting Israel. He defended Israel staunchly for over a year after the 2023 attacks. Despite all of the brutality that was coming out, and of course people already knew about the shenanigans of the Jews, he was defending Israel staunchly for at least a good year after that, and well into a year and a half after that. Fact, he also received millions in donations from Jewish and Zionist lobby donors. Now, it doesn't matter if you think he was turning around. He took their money. He took their money and did his job until it was too politically incorrect to continue, and he had to save his brand, which is why he decided to convert to Catholicism. As all of those witnesses testify to you, either all of those parish priests and bishops and Candace Owens and everybody else is lying, or the other people are lying. You do the math. Is this not at minimum, a compromise in his ethics in defending Israel so hardcore for that period of time because he was being given lots of money? Is that not a compromise, a conflict of interest? It is. If you're honest, it is. Number 5, public executions. Charlie supported vehemently public executions for serious criminals. Yet the Bible tells you to pray for your enemies. Matthew 5, verse 44 through 48. But I say to you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, so that you may be sons of your Father who is in heaven. For he makes his sun rise on the evil and on the good, and he sends rain on the just and on the unjust. For if you love those who love you, what reward do you have? Do not even the tax collectors do the same? And if you greet only your brothers, what more are you doing than others? Do not even the Gentiles do the same? You therefore must be perfect, as your heavenly Father is perfect. All of these perverts and wicked people and evil, evil things, like, for example, the things that are happening in Gaza, unspeakable horrors. God still makes the sun rise on Gaza, on Israel, gives them rain, sustains their bodies, their life force. God is merciful even to the wicked. Of course, they're going to get their just due, but in the current time, as appointed things are happening, God has demonstrated his immense mercy and patience through these wicked people. So, if God can do that for all of these wicked people, and you as a Christian, quote unquote, are frothing at the mouth to have public executions where people can celebrate the death of a wicked criminal, is that in alignment with Jesus' words? Absolutely not. Our goal should always try to be to evangelize or rehabilitate these people so that they are saved from the snare of the devil and they can be resurrected rather than being destroyed brutally forever. It's a horrible thought. Yes, there are horrible things that people do, but it's even more horrible to think what they're going to experience if they don't repent. The Bible does not advocate Christians taking over government or facilitating the death penalty whatsoever. There's no such prescription anywhere. Romans 12, verse 19 says, Beloved, never avenge yourselves, but leave it to the wrath of God, for it is written, Vengeance is mine, I will repay the Lord, says the Lord. Never avenge yourselves. Do not give in to the desire for vengeance, because the devil then has an open door to manipulate your emotions. That's the point. Leave it to God. Trust that God is going to do this thing. All of the wicked and horrible things that you see that are going on, don't worry. These people that don't repent, they're going to have a very horrible, like exponentially horrible death. I can guarantee you that. God is going to ensure that they have an exponentially horrible death. And they will know that they were wrong. They're going to die forever. And while they're dying, they're going to know that they were wrong. And they're going to experience a horrible, horrible death. So leave it to God. Matthew 26, verse 52. Then Jesus said to him, Put your sword back into its place, for all who take the sword will perish by the sword. So do not think that you need to do this thing and avenge and take, capital punishment into your own hands, because God has appointed things to happen and he's sorting it all out. Now, is Charlie in alignment with the scriptures that I've just read to you, or is he taking it upon himself to judge someone's life and take their life as if he's God? Of course, that's the Catholic ideal, because the Catholic ideal believes that God shares his judicial authority with the institution of the church. And that's why Charlie is a puppet of the Catholic Church, or was, because he's proclaiming that ideal. The Catholic Church, in order to justify its existence as the will of God on earth, has to convince you that God has shared his judicial authority with the state, which of course, the state is the Catholic state, the Catholic Empire, which administers the judicial, system. And of course, the Catholic Church can decide, well, you're outside of the Catholic Church because you don't believe in the word of the Pope, so you need to be killed. And we can do that because we're the will of God and we're executing God's justice. When in fact, the Bible tells you that all authority has been given to the Son. In the Old Testament, God shared his judicial and executionary authority with the judges, with Joshua, with Israel's kings, etc., etc. It was a shared process. Yes, that's true. But we're in the New Testament, folks. All of these Christian nationalists always, just watch, they always go back to the Old Testament most of the time to justify this idea that there is a shared judicial power between the church and God, when in fact, that's not at all the truth. That is the counterfeit. God has given all authority to the Son. The Son is in heaven. He's taken all authority. He's ruling from heaven. He's ruling all things. So you can rest in that fact. Vengeance is mine, says the Lord. We don't have to worry about politics. That's the freedom, the true freedom that you have in Christ. You don't have to worry about politics. You don't have to worry about political outcomes and taking control of government or administering, capital punishment. The state is always going to be there. The state is appointed by God to exist, and the state will do its thing. But as a Christian, it's not your responsibility to say, yeah, we need to have public executions, and I'm totally for that. As a Christian, you say we should be advocating for ways to, first off, prevent crime before it starts, not from a Minority Report kind of way, but from an ideological way to spread the gospel and to give these people the truth so that you reduce the crimes that do happen. And then the ones that do, you need to minister to these people in prison and help them repent and come to Christ so that they can be saved rather than experience judgment and be destroyed. That is Christian. That is putting life first, preserving life, and having freedom of conscience, rather than saying, nope, we're going to execute you now, and we're going to take delight in it. Oh, he would love that. Charlie Kirk was all about the idea of a public execution and making it this big spectacle. So, is it in alignment with the scriptures that I gave you? Absolutely not. And of course, the Christian standard for love and forgiveness is exceedingly high. But it is the standard, folks. It's the standard, and we have to try to work towards that standard, no matter how difficult it may be. Number 6. Occult connections. Watch my video, VDS20, to see all of the occult connections that are documented between Charlie Kirk and Freemasonry and the usual occult nonsense. And ask yourself a simple question. Are you, or the person you're talking to, are you familiar with the history of secret societies and their infiltration of every aspect of society? Whether it's religion, finance, politics, government, whatever else, right? If that's the case, if you are, if the answer is yeah, if the answer is no, then you need to you make a flowchart. You need to go and get edified on these truths. If the answer is yes, what makes you think, based on all of these things, all of the occult associations, that Charlie Kirk was not part of the club? Simple question. Simple question. We're at the end of the end, and of course, these shadow organizations have control over everything. So what makes you think Charlie is not part of it? On what basis? Just because he had passion for the gospel? Billy Graham was a Freemason. He had passion for the gospel. Just because he called himself a Christian or was clean cut, had a nice looking wife, which of course that's an arranged marriage and fake. Probably fake kids too. It's all fake, folks. It's all fake. I mean, I hate to break it to you, but I have to break it to you if you're still caught up in that delusion. So, final thoughts. Is Charlie a Christian? How do you know? What's your standard of measurement? You only know the TV persona that you see according to what has been presented to you. According to biblical standards, at the bare minimum, the most possible, generous, friendly, compassionate minimum that we can establish based on everything I've just relayed to you. And again, if you want more, go back to VDS 20. But the bare minimum, he was extremely compromised. Maybe a Christian, but just really confused and very compromised. That is possible. I'm willing to admit that. However, I'm not that optimistic. Knowing everything else that I've looked at, I think that he was groomed. I think that they probably planned to kill him from the very beginning as a sacrificial offering. And there's many layers to everything, and he thought that he was doing one thing, and they ended up doing another, and whatever else. But he was a puppet. He was groomed, very clearly so. From the very beginning, he had two people in his life. That's Rob McCoy, and I think it was Bill Montgomery was the other one who was the Tea Party activist, which of course Tea Party connects back to the John Birch Society, the Heritage Foundation, all these things. He was groomed, folks. He was groomed. You don't just come up to a 18-year-old and say, you know what, I think you should start a giant organization that's going to shape the culture. You don't do that. He was groomed. And he's always had handlers, and he probably thought in his mind that he was doing one thing, and at the very end, they switched around. So, final thoughts on that particular thing. Is Charlie a Christian? No, probably not. That's my personal opinion, but he could have been very compromised. Those are the two possibilities. He definitely wasn't walking the narrow road as far as that goes. So, stop idolizing men and start studying God's word so that you are not deceived. Now, let's talk about Tartaria. A really quick note about that. And the little season thing that's sweeping people's minds. Seeing Tucker Carlson talk about the Tartarian psyop was very interesting to me. It was very, very interesting because it is a psyop. It's designed to make you glorify the New World Order and returning to a golden age, man-made golden age. I have 2 videos on this topic. So I'm not going to make another one, and I'm not going to defend anything here because this little season stuff is very stupid. It's very easily refuted if you actually use the Bible. So go watch those videos. It's about 7+ hours, 7.5 hours of content in 2 videos. One of them is a full debunk, and one of them is like kind of a shorter debunk. I'm surprised, honestly, that people like Tucker are talking about these things. So that means that this has some purpose, and it's growing, and it's basically making people question more and more. So it'll be interesting to see how that develops. But it's not even difficult to refute. It really isn't. There is no little season person. Now, I know that not all little season people are frothing at the mouth for Tartaria, but it does cross. There's a lot of crossover because you're dealing with a hodgepodge, trutherism, Gnostic idea. Nevertheless, if you use strictly the Bible, which no little season people can do, they may claim to do that, but you can't, because I can show you very clearly that you're wrong if you use the Bible only, and you don't appeal to your mythological version of history, then you realize that this is fake news. The little season teaching is very clearly fake news if you just simply stick to the Bible. So please watch those refutations. People love to have their itching ears scratched as per the verses that we just cited earlier. And that's because this is Gnosticism. It's trutherism with a Christian bow on top. And people want to feel like all of their conspiratorial ideas and Gnostic desires are Christian. No, this is Christian. We're after God's word. No, you're not. You like to have your ears scratched, and you don't actually want the truth, because when I speak the truth to you, you rage and you cry, just like that "Babe, please stop" meme. That's why it's on the cover of that video. Anyway, on to the next part of this, which is dialectics. So in this part, I want to look at all the shenanigans they're running to and fro to move everything into position for the final trick. So you have the culture shaping, you have the image of the beast, which is, basically the infrastructure to enforce the morality, and you have the thing that bridges these two things together, which is all of these dialectics. So with that in mind, let's see. This is breaking. A lot of high-profile conservatives are urging for Candace Owens to get psychiatric help after she claimed she does not believe Elon Musk, Sam Altman, or Peter Thiel are humans and instead calls them hybrids. This is just getting weirder and weirder with Candace. First, it was the tranny thing that she was really pushing on. Now she's talking about reptilians. Owens noted that there is something strange about their eyes and goes on to question if they are able to actually bleed. Owens mentions an ancient demonic energy that transhumanists have and that they want to control the world through AI. I, for one, am praying for her. This is really, you wonder what all of this is, and you wonder if this is designed to make conspiratorial ideas look really foolish and again bring people back to the middle. I really don't know what her angle with this. The fact that she, who is very well known, is going this hardcore on conspiracy is very interesting to watch. So we'll have to watch it. Breaking: Trump's team is plotting to declare a fake national emergency to hijack elections. Would you look at that? Trump appointed election conspiracy theorist Heather Honey to the Department of Homeland Security. Now, really quick, all elections are fake. They've been fake for a very long time, so this is nothing new. But now this is going to be the right side doing it versus the left. She discussed using national emergency powers to let Trump seize control of elections, bypassing Congress, and imposing federal rules on states. Fake national emergency. On a call with right-wing activists in March before her appointment to the Homeland Security Department, Ms. Honey suggested that the new administrating team could declare a national emergency, and justify dictating new rules to state and local governments. And therefore, we can take these steps without Congress, and we can mandate the states to do things. Again, you see how they go with the states? The strength of America is also its weakness, and the Jesuits know that. They've known that for a long time. That's exactly what they're going to do. The Election Integrity Network, yada yada. So this is going to be something we'll have to watch. 2028 is going to be a phenomenally deceptive year. You can look forward to some phenomenal deceptions with the Olympics in that same year, with the 2028 election. It's going to be absolutely, totally nuts. Steve Bannon calls for a 3-state solution and creation of Christian state of Jerusalem in the Holy Land. So Jesuit Steve Bannon wants there to be a 3-state solution. This will be something interesting. I never even saw this on the table. So this is a very, very interesting situation. It'll be interesting to see if this plays into the whole Third Temple situation. And then there's like some ecumenical thing that happens. We'll see. A lot to watch there. Of course, if you have the right mentality, not the dispensationalist mentality, but to watch it from the perspective of a revival in the Middle East where everybody gets caught up with this ecumenical delusion. Let's see. CIA is caught with Venezuela and this whole Venezuela shenanigans. Of course, what do you expect? The CIA has their paws all over it.
Venezuela has caught CIA agents red-handed. Venezuelan special forces has captured the CIA that was plotting a false flag attack off the coast. In Trinidad and Tobago, the CIA was planning on blowing up an American warship and blaming it on Venezuela. But to make this believable, the US would have to blow it up from near Venezuela. Basically, the CIA was going to hijack Venezuelan beach defenses and fire it at an American warship. But here's the problem. The CIA agents were trying to kidnap Venezuelan troops, where they would then take their uniforms and put them on and pretend to be a part of the military. Then they would carry out the false flag attack, firing upon US warships, allowing America to respond. President Maduro claimed this was similar to the warship blown up the USS Maine that sparked the Spanish-American War. This is one of the few times ever that the CIA has been caught red-handed. Follow me for the newest update.
Yeah, nothing new under the sun, folks. So we'll see what happens. Again, at the time of this video, there could be way more shenanigans happening with Venezuela, but we know that they have a very heavy interest in that place for many reasons.
I tried to warn you 5 days ago about the leaked memo, and it's just been...
So caption says, the Pentagon confirms they are creating a quick response force for massive civil unrest. As if they know something, maybe.
Confirmed today as the truth. My name is Hunter Howell, and I would never harm myself. 5 days ago, I reported on an allegedly leaked memo that the National Guard was creating a quick response force to deploy rapidly into cities in case of sudden civil unrest. Turns out today, 5 days later, the Pentagon has reported on it and confirmed it as truth. That is what they were doing. I'm sorry that I didn't get the leaked memo out to you sooner. You can backtrack the time. Today is the 29th. I reported on the leaked memo on the 24th. They're preparing for something huge. My prediction, the Insurrection Act that they're going to try and invoke, the Insurrection Act of 1807, once people get desperate enough by not having access to food, which they're intentionally causing this problem by keeping the government shut down and cutting off 12% of the population, approximately 42 million Americans, from programs such as SNAP and WIC. And it is so sick that our government is trying to continuously pin us against our neighbor when they create all of these problems and then kick us while we're down. My name is Hunter Howell. I am sending you my love. That is the news story. Just confirmation of truth.
Yep, confirmation of the same old stuff, huh? Schwarzenegger, let's see. I don't want to agree to the Vatican's cookie policy. Schwarzenegger, Catholic Church, a powerhouse for environmental activism. Ahead of the Rising Hope for Climate Justice conference in Castel Gandolfo, Arnold Schwarzenegger speaks to Vatican News about the Church's vast reach to 1.4 billion Catholics who have the collective potential to help heal our common home, for the common good, of course. Over 1,000 religious leaders, climate experts, and political leaders are set to meet in Castel Gandolfo on October 1st to the 3rd for the Raising Hope for Climate Justice conference. Remember all this, folks? It's a very important point with climate change that has become moral. The event marks the 10th anniversary of Pope Francis' encyclical Laudato Si', which renews the Catholic Church's advocacy on care for creation. You don't need the Catholic Church to care for creation. The Catholic Church didn't exist in the beginning. You just need to care for creation. Ahead of the conference at which Pope Leo XIV is scheduled to speak on Wednesday, Arnold Schwarzenegger, former governor of California, an actor of the Terminator film, he's still an actor, if you understand, spoke to Vatican News about his drive to unite government and grassroots activism on behalf of the environment. In other words, to unite the image of the beast from this particular threat. Now watch this. Quote, God gave me this gift that can communicate the issue. I have the will and I can see it, and I will do everything that I can do to make this a better world, Mr. Schwarzenegger, head of press conference at the Holy See press office on Tuesday, said. So God, he's bringing God into the picture. The 400,000 priests in 200,000 parishes around the world have tremendous power to affect change if they get educated, he added. That's right, they have to get indoctrinated, really, into this thing, because this thing is central to bringing the liberals on board to the mark of the beast. Now, this is really interesting, too.
Well, Ben-Gvir admitted Israel did, in fact, torture Greta Thunberg when she was in an Israeli prison. She had claimed that she had been tortured. People then said she was a liar. And now Ben-Gvir, who's part of the Israeli government, came out and said, yep, we did it, and I'm proud of it. He says, seeing this morning the claims in the world media about the conditions in which Greta Thunberg and activists were imprisoned, and it's important for me to say most clearly, I am proud. I was proud that we treat the activists as supporters of terrorism. Whoever supports terrorism is a terrorist and deserves the conditions of terrorists. This is what Greta had to say when she came back.
And I could talk for a very, very long time about our mistreatment and abuses in our imprisonment. Trust me, but that is not the story.
You got to give it to Greta that she comes out of this Israeli prison. She'd been tortured. Now we know the Israelis admit to it. She could have been talking about all of that, but the minute she got out, the only thing she talked about was the Palestinians. Now she is coming out and saying, okay, I'll talk about the torture. And this is what she said. I was tortured, beaten, and starved by Israel. She says, they dragged me to the opposite side from where the others were sitting, and I had the flag around me the whole time. They hit and kicked me. She claimed that she had to beg for water while being kept in 40 degrees Celsius heat, but said the guards laughed in front of her while holding water bottles before threatening to gas her. 40 degrees Celsius is like 100 degrees, over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. During the nights, guards regularly came by and shook the bars, shining flashlights several times a night. So they were trying to do sleep deprivation, which is very dangerous. You could sit here and be like, torture could be worse, right? This isn't torture. This sounds like hazing. Either way, it is not the way that a Western democracy should behave itself. Let me just show you this also. When she got her suitcase back, look at these pictures. You know, the Israelis wrote all over it. This is so completely unprofessional. These are the antics of high school kids. These are bullying tactics, like really awful high school kids that unfortunately are given nuclear weapons.
Do you see what I see here? Something very, 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 do you see what I see, right? Something very, very interesting with Greta, because this is a very dark to light type of situation where Greta is now intertwined with the enemy of the people, right? The Jews. And she is having her little initiation ceremony where she was basically tortured, quote unquote, you know, who knows to what extent, maybe all the way, maybe some of it's exaggerated, who really knows with these things. But she had her moment, and now she's released. She wasn't killed, even though they could have killed her easily. She wasn't killed, and now she's very much in a position to be talking against the Jews. Very, very interesting, don't you think? Very interesting, especially with the fact that climate change is becoming moral. I think I sniff and sense a conversion moment for Greta, and her being appropriated to the new direction of climate change from one side to the other. She was climate change for the secularists. Now she needs to go from dark to light. She had her initiation, she had her test, and now she's going to be a moral voice for climate change, except from the perspective of God. Oh, God, show me this, and probably she's going to become Catholic or Christian or whatever she's going to become, and she's going to be against the Jews and against this whole thing. So it's going to be perfect timing. I could totally see that. I'll have to watch and see what happens with Greta. Here's another thing with Tucker against the Jews.
So I remember Bobby Kennedy got into a great deal of trouble because he said at some event, of course, the New York Post led the charge against him, of course, but that COVID could be tailored, or in fact, for whatever reason, COVID had disparate effects on populations.
That's absolutely true. I mean, that's scientifically true. And I was quite familiar with that literature when he made that comment.
What does that mean? Which populations suffered most from COVID?
There was a finding in a scientific publication that two different populations of people of Jewish ancestry, depending which line they're from, where one was more heavily impacted than the other.
Mm-hmm.
And that was
Sephardic Ashkenazi.
Yes.
Basically.
And that was the finding. And I think the point that he was trying to make, or maybe didn't articulate well, is that the agent can be tailored to have that effect. And that's absolutely true. And that's through old gain of function technology. And with full synthetics, what I'm saying is you can make this so specific as that if I got your DNA, like off of, say that you threw a cup, I can tailor an agent just to you. And this is how it's changing. And if you're using AI behind that, I could then, and I say that I got a DNA sample from a couple of your relatives, so I knew what your family tree partially looked like. Machine learning is very good at actually random forest and tree decision making. You do a lot of complex AI behind this to figure out and make predictions that AI could about what your family tree looked like and have the disease travel through your family line.
So I remember Bobby.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to blame COVID-19 on the Jews. I wonder. That would be really interesting. Because with 9/11, they're certainly going to, I think, reveal that. That'll be something. I wonder if they're going to reveal the Holocaust was a hoax too. Come on now, stupid thing. Oh, because the sound isn't on. That's why. Candace Owens became a legend today when quoting scripture to a Rabbi Shmuley, who of course is...
Prior to October 7th, I don't think many people were engaged with what is happening in Israel. You know, we kind of all said the same thing. Israel is our friend and ally. I count myself among those people. Post October 7th, the world, and especially I would say Zionists in media, were demanding that we all pay attention. And when we began to pay attention, we didn't like what we saw. You cannot tell me to ever feel comfortable with 18,000 children being ruthlessly murdered. You can't get me to feel comfortable as a Christian with the amount of more explosives dropped, tons of explosives dropped on Gaza than were dropped in Hiroshima. This doesn't make sense to me. Gaza is 30 miles long, 7 miles wide. It's incredibly dense population. And this is, by the way, according to Haaretz, that 40,000 Palestinians have been murdered. I believe they're getting those numbers from the Gaza Health Ministry. And here's what I would like to say to you, Rabbi, since you're quoting scripture, okay? The one that's relevant to me is woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness. And if you'd like to dive into a little more scripture, I think what's relevant is Revelation 3:9. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. And I'm speaking directly to you, Rabbi Shmuley. The fact that you would try to say, I am Jewish and this is what I believe, and do and say the things that you are doing. People can see and hear evil, and what you are doing right now is an act of evil. The lies that you are telling, not just on me, but also on my family members, are a good example for the world to see what we are referring to when we call something radical Zionism.
Oh boy. Now this is very heated rhetoric, and of course the world stage sees this ping pong match between the Catholic defender and this guy looks like just a dirty little troll. And of course, you look at him, he has so many weird things with kids and stuff, like videos where he's just really weird, and he's just a trolly Talmudic Jew. And of course, what does the ping pong match tell you? What does the ping pong match tell you? What it tells you is you're on the world stage, okay, and you have the knight in shining armor, Candace, who's standing up for truth, and she's naming lots of facts, and which are true. And you have this, Satan, who's being accused and who needs to be demonized. And of course, in this conversation, you have the demonization of anything related to Jewishness, which is going to come back to you. This conversation is one of countless that is going to be in the public mind that is going to demonize anything Jewish. And they're going to lump the Sabbath in that as a Jewish practice, as you will see very shortly. I believe I have a video on it next, or coming up next. Oh, this is on Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens. This guy has an interesting channel, The Esoteric Nomad.
Owens and Nick Fuentes are deep state-controlled opposition plants for the New World Order. This was all independently foretold years ago, not only by two former Illuminati Jesuit defectors, Svali and Maury, in these books, but also by independent researcher Eric John Phelps in Vatican Assassins. These sources stated years ago that the plan for the New World Order is for the Roman Catholic Church to intentionally incite worldwide anti-Semitism, culminating in a devastating Holocaust centered in Israel, after which the Pope will rule the New World Order as Antichrist. Now realize that both Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens are devout Roman Catholics. Erica, Kirk, and Trump are also both Jesuit trained, hiding in plain sight. Are you being played? After all, as Jordan Maxwell stated, the Holy Roman Empire never fell. It continued through the Roman Catholic Church, epitomized by the Vatican. And as Gary Wayne explains in the Genesis 6 conspiracy, Rome is no doubt the New Babylon, aka the central global city-state of the New World Order. In other words, the Roman Catholic Church and its Jesuit army are the forces bringing about the New World Order. Note that the Roman Catholic Church has not much to do with Christianity or Jesus Christ. In fact, the Catholic Church has historically persecuted millions of Christians, as explained in Fox's Book of Martyrs. Phelps continues to state that once this Jesuit-controlled government exterminates they will then start persecuting any Christian who doesn't worship the Pope, including those Christians who worship Jesus Christ. Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes.
No, you didn't hear it from me, although I don't necessarily think that they're going to have a Holocaust on the Jews. I don't think they're going to do that. I think the Jews will be converted. I think that they're going to have some more shenanigans in the Middle East, but they'll have a prosperous situation where there's going to be a revival to convert the Jews and the Muslims. There will be some sort of climax that will happen. Again, many ways that it could go. I think it'll go in one of these ways, but it could use the rebuild of the Third Temple. They might even fake the Battle of Armageddon and have hologram appearances and all kinds of things. Who knows? I mean, it really could go in multiple directions, but I don't see the worldwide like Holocaust. I see that there is going to be a worldwide deception, beginning probably in the Middle East and pouring out into other places where there are Jews and Muslims, and they'll be converted. Because you have to, again, you don't marvel after something that, you know, that is obviously evil. You marvel after something that appears as the will of God. And so the Muslims and the Jews have to be converted. Theodor Herzl wanted to convert the Jews. He hated being a Jew. He wanted to be Catholic. So these things are on the horizon. But now, speaking of Judaizing, let's see what this guy has to say. This is Antichrist is a Sabbath keeper. And please keep this in mind. Antichrist is a Sabbath keeper. This channel, Law of Liberty, this is a Protestant channel saying that Antichrist is a Sabbath keeper. Please remember the title of this video.
Are trying to impose on believers, and they've been doing it for the past 2,000 years, and it's only getting worse and worse as the Antichrist is coming. Don't let anybody judge you of a Sabbath day. Verse 17, which are a shadow of things to come, but the body is Christ. Now,
Now, really quick pause. There's a response that I released to a Catholic, Joe Hirschmeyer, on this exact verse. So when you, as a Protestant, are agreeing with a Catholic, just realize that you are walking in the wrong direction. Colossians 2:16 has nothing to do with the fourth commandment. It doesn't.
Believe that Jesus is coming back and he's going to set up a 1,000-year rest, a 1,000-year reign. The historic premillennial view, we believe that this is coming and there is a real Sabbath that Jesus
That view is wrong, by the way.
was fulfilled on the cross, and there is an earthly Sabbath coming up for 1,000 years in the future. Jesus completely fulfilled all of the Sabbath in his death, his burial, and his resurrection. Those
Fulfilled, by the way, does not mean done away with in terms of the moral law. Yes, Jesus fulfilled your moral requirements for the Sabbath. He fulfilled that for you so that you don't have to obey it perfectly. He also fulfilled the requirement morally of not stealing, not lying, not killing, not cheating. He fulfilled all of the requirements morally so that you don't have to perform that law perfectly. But did he do away with stealing, cheating, the command against stealing, cheating, lying, murder? Did he do away with those by fulfilling them? No, he didn't. So why do you equivocate? What is it? Law of liberty. In fact, the law of liberty, that's what James refers to as the moral law, because it is the law of freedom. And when we are perfectly conformed to God's perfect standard, and we are able to perform the law that he writes on our heart perfectly, we are going to be truly free, because there's no law against doing good, says Paul. So ironically, this channel is named after the moral law, and yet he's hypocritical in his position on the Sabbath.
symbols of all of those things that the carnal ordinances, those laws dealing with the ceremonial temple, have been completely fulfilled by Jesus Christ. He is our temple, and now he lives in our temple. He lives inside of our body. And I want you to understand, Jesus literally changed the Sabbath. He, some say, broke the Sabbath, and I want to deal with some of these terminologies and go to...
If Jesus broke the Sabbath, you stupid pastor, then you have no atonement. How can you say that Jesus broke the Sabbath? If you believe such a thing, then we have no atonement, because Jesus was under the law. As human, he had to perform all things. If he broke the Sabbath, think it through very clearly. Was the crucifixion before or after he was doing things on the Sabbath? It was after. If he broke the Sabbath, then that would have been a sin, because he's a human being also. He's human and divine. The human nature had to be under the law and perform the law perfectly, which he did. So how can you say that he broke the Sabbath? How can you say that he changed the Sabbath when the Sabbath is a moral command and God's morality doesn't change? If you want to say that acting as God, he changed the Sabbath because he's God and he has the ability to do that, well, then that means that God is a relativist and that there is no such thing as objective morality, because he could just change it at any point in time. So that means that you are arguing for relativism, which is satanic. So, moving on.
Go to the passages and show you what it actually says. But he fulfilled everything, so if he completed it, then it's done. There's nothing we need to do as far as a Sabbath religiously. But he really got in the face of the Pharisees, and he challenged them because they were keeping the Sabbath religiously for their works because they trusted in their works for salvation.
And you know what's ironic about all this, that just like drips and oozes with irony, is that this same pastor, I can guarantee you, is probably fanatical that you show up to church on Sunday. So.
And I just want to say this. If you are keeping a Sabbath day rest religiously or salvifically, you're in sin. You cannot biblically keep the Sabbath as it originally was. There were a lot of other things. The 12 tribes are completely gone. The temple is absolutely completely gone. The old covenant is gone. That old nation is gone. And now it's back to the local congregation just like it was before that nation.
Fun fact, the Sabbath was originally reminded to the Israelites before there was a temple. Before there were any of those ceremonial things, it was actually reminded to them, reminded, because it existed beforehand. When was the Sabbath created? On the first week, the first seventh day. That's when the Sabbath was instituted. Did it just go poof, disappear, and then, oh, by the way, there's a Sabbath thing? No, it continued. And you could see historical evidence of that, because when Noah was in his boat and he released the doves to go scout, he did it in periods of 7 days. Now, you don't do that unless you have a way to define 7 days. If you don't have a day that interrupts the pattern and resets it, like the Sabbath, then you don't have a way to just arbitrarily pick 7 days, because every day is a work day for the pagan. But if that work sequence is stopped and divided by a day of rest that is the division between the next week, then you have a way to divide that week. And God did that in the very beginning, and Noah kept that pattern. That means that Noah kept the Sabbath, because the flood was also on a Sabbath. And in the wilderness before Sinai, God reminds the Israelites of this pattern before there was ever a covenant. That proves to you that the Sabbath is not a ceremonial system situation where you need the temple to keep the Sabbath. What an absurd and stupid thing to say when the Sabbath has nothing to do with the temple. The Sabbath is enjoying and delighting in God's rest and physically expressing who you trust by resting from your works and having mindful, joyful time in the Lord 1 day out of the week on the seventh day. And the Sabbath existed before the covenant at Mount Sinai. So these things are delusions and rhetoric, but you're going to hear more and more of this, folks.
Existed. And there are some lies that your Sabbath teachers are going to tell you. One of the biggest is that the Sabbath is part of your salvation. That if you don't keep a Sabbath, then you're not saved. That is a lie.
I agree with that. I've never said that. I have never said that. It will become an issue when the power of the earth enforces obedience to its Sabbath. And if you obey that power, there's a grace period. When they start enforcing this Sunday sacredness thing, there's a grace period between, let's say, when they start throwing people in jail for not obeying to the first bowl judgment. Okay? There's a grace period for people, for the final thieves on the cross to repent and come out of this system. If you happen to make it to that first bowl judgment unrepentant, and you're part of this system and you don't care, then yes, you were never saved to begin with. I don't know who that is, so for me, it is a pressing issue to let people know. But I have never said, and I will never say, that you need to keep the Sabbath to be saved, or that, it's necessary for salvation. I think it's necessary for a deeper walk with Christ. It's very necessary for your health, absolutely. But I've never said that it's necessary for salvation.
Lie. That is works. We're not saved by works. It literally says we're saved through faith. I can't boast of my Sabbath keeping to get to heaven, and neither can they. Another one that they'll say is that the Sabbath laws were established from the creation, from the beginning, and that also is a lie. There is no clear law saying that man must keep a Sabbath for 2,500 years of history. It didn't even exist. Another one in
blatant lie. Even the Catholic Church, with all its abominations, has admitted that when God established the Sabbath in the very beginning, that he commanded Adam to rest. Adam rested on the seventh day. That was the first thing that Adam experienced. After being created, he rested with God in paradise as a sign of the first and second advents. It is very clear that Noah utilized the 7-day weekly pattern, which was established by God, because if you study the pagan work days, the work weeks, and the calendars, they had no reason to rest on the seventh day or to divide the weekly period into sevens. The pagan Rome had like a calendar of 8 days, or other units of time. Other empires had other units of time. They didn't have the 7-day pattern is unique to God. Do you get it? It's not based on the moon, as some people unfortunately think. It's not based on anything. It's not based on the seasons. It's based on God's creation order in the first week. That's a unique thing to God, 7. And Noah used the 7-day pattern. After 7 days, he did this. After 7 days, he did that. Why would he do 7 days? Why? Why would he do that? Unless that pattern had been passed down from Adam through the righteous, through Enoch, all the way to Noah, etc., etc. That pattern was known. Just because it's not explicitly stated to you, it's known. Even at Abraham, when Moses, before Mount Sinai, is given the Sabbath, reminded of the Sabbath. And by the way, the judgments on Egypt also happened across 4 Sabbaths. Very important. See my episode, The Last Decade, for those timelines. Very, very interesting. Because in the blood plague, it says that 7 full days passed. So that means that God is using the 7-day pattern. That means that there's a Sabbath in there somewhere. And of course, if you do the math, you realize that it happens on 4 Sabbaths. And that Passover was on a Sabbath as a symbol of entering God's rest, while the rest of the world is being judged. So God is very intentional about the Sabbath, folks. Even before the covenant, when the people were in the wilderness and some of them didn't obey, how long will you refuse to keep my statutes, my commands, and my laws? That same sequence of words is used to describe Abraham's obedience, that he kept all of my commandments, statutes, and laws. Now, are we to believe that God did not show Abraham the Sabbath? Even though he says that Abraham kept all his statutes and commandments and laws, and in the same way he describes the Sabbath before Mount Sinai to Moses, in the same exact way, that means the Sabbath existed apart from the covenant on Mount Sinai. And it has always existed. And somehow, through time, it was passed down little by little. And God reminded people of these things. And they would experience his rest, because the Sabbath is intimately tied to the gospel. Can you imagine? Of course, Abraham knew about these things. Of course, Noah knew about these things, because it's a physical expression of the Sabbath, of the gospel. So these things are wrong, because this person is very ignorant of history.
Here's the big one, often called legalism, that Christians must keep the Old Testament laws today. Circumcision, Passover, Sabbath, the meats, the drinks, the carnal ordinances. That is a lie. None of that is necessary for you to be a Christian to be saved. That is what the Judaizers are trying to impose on believers, and they've been doing it for the past 2,000 years, and it's only getting worse and worse as the Antichrist is coming. Again, look at verse 16. Let no man therefore judge you. No man, let no man judge you. And you get to the end of the verse, he says, of the Sabbath days. If somebody says, well, you got to keep the Sabbath, or you're not keeping it, you Christians, you say, you better stop and let's read the Word of God. It says, let no man judge you of the Sabbath.
Yeah, let's read the Word of God. In fact, you know what? Let's just go there really quick for the sake of this. Colossians 2:16. All right, I don't know what the pastor's name is, but he needs a nice re-education on this verse. Let no one disqualify. Therefore, let no one pass judgment on you in questions of food and drink, or with regard to a festival, or new moon, or a Sabbath. Okay? Different translations say different things, but the point is that this word, Sabbaton, has different connotations. Does it mean weekly unit? Does it mean the seventh day? Does it mean the Sabbath? Does it mean a holiday, like a Sabbath, like a holiday? What does it mean? We have to determine using context. The immediate linguistic context tells you there's a category that Paul is establishing on questions of food and drink, regard to a festival or new moon, or Sabbath. All these things are in the same category: food and drink, dietary laws, festivals, new moons. These are all part of the ceremonial system. That means the Sabbath in question is a holiday, a Sabbath holiday, as part of the religious behavior that people were used to. Paul does not suddenly say food and drink, dietary laws, festivals, new moons, all this ceremonial stuff that passed away, and now God's moral law that doesn't change. He's not changing meaning mid-sentence. But all of you people who align with the Catholic Church, even though you have no awareness of doing, this guy is preaching basically papal supremacy, antichrist understandings. You'll see in just a second. Literally exactly the same thing coming from the mouth of a Protestant, which ironically, again, his channel is named after the moral law. But anyway, I digress. Colossians 2:16. Food and drink with regard to new moon or festival or new moon or Sabbath. The word Sabbath here is not the moral commandment. It is a holiday. Paul is not suddenly going to equivocate and mean the moral law or morality when he's talking about something very clear. And certainly, we don't see any context afterwards or beforehand. We don't see a case being built up for the fourth commandment suddenly being done away with. Paul, as you know, hopefully, is somebody that likes to build a case. If Paul wrote the book of Hebrews, then you have the book of Hebrews and the book of Romans, very, very big cases for various things. Romans is about election and why the Jews aren't God's chosen people just by flesh. And the book of Hebrews is about why Christ is the Messiah. And there's a big case for that, biblical case. You don't see anything like that for the fourth commandment. If this is supposed to do away with the fourth commandment, because there's 10 commandments, count them on your hands, 10, hopefully you have 10 fingers, not 9 commandments, there's 10. People like this pastor somehow think that one of those commandments is done away with. Morality changes. If morality changes, then God's morality is subjective, folks. And you don't have universal morality, which is a real problem. Of course, that's not true. But nevertheless, keep that in mind. What does it say? Antichrist is a Sabbath keeper, right? That's the title of this video. I'm not making it up. It's written on the YouTube thing right here, Law of Liberty. Antichrist is a Sabbath keeper. Now, I turn to you, Gregory, the first, I believe, in his book 13, letter 1. Gregory, servant of the servants of God, to his most beloved sons of the Roman citizens. This is Pope Gregory. It has come to my ears that certain men of perverse spirit have sown among you some things that are wrong and opposed to the holy faith, so as to forbid any work being done on the Sabbath day. What else can I say these but preachers of Antichrist, who, when he comes, he will cause the Sabbath day as well as the Lord's day to be kept free from all work? For because he pretends to die and rise again, he wishes the Lord's day to be had in reverence, and because he compels the people to Judaize that he may bring back the outward right of the law, and subject the perfidy of the Jews to himself, he wishes the Sabbath to be observed. Gregory the First called Judaizers, or as I should say, the people who are keeping the Sabbath, Judaizers, and he called them Antichrist. If you kept the Sabbath in Gregory's time, you were called Antichrist. Now, truth be told, there are many legalists that the devil also uses to set up a precedent and say, look at all these legalists doing the ceremonial stuff plus the Sabbath, right? Because they're both the same thing. Which, of course, they're not the same thing. So the devil uses both the ignorant Protestants and the legalists in this dialectical dance to confuse you, when in fact the truth is separating these two. The ceremonial system and the moral laws are separate. And once you make that separation very clearly, it's very simple. Yes, the legalists are wrong, and so are the Protestants. Like that guy. They're both wrong. Do you get it? They're both wrong. The narrow road is narrow for a reason. But this is Pope Gregory. Now, another example. Eugene the Fourth, Cantante Domino. This is from 42. Now, did I highlight something here? We're going to highlight somewhere. Here we go. Omnes ergo post illud tempus circumcisiones et sabbati relicorum, que legalium observatores alienos a Christi, fide denunciat et salutis eterne minime posse esses participes nisi aliquando ab his erroribus resipsicant. Let's see, what does that mean? What does that mean? We got to find out what that means, because it's in Latin. So let's ask the robot. Okay, there you go. Paste the text. And what does it say? Therefore, after that time, all those who observe circumcision and the Sabbath, so the papacy believes that the Sabbath is part of the old moral system. So when you, as a Protestant, quote unquote Protestant, that is very highly ignorant of history and Bible eschatology, you're so ignorant. When you, as a Protestant, are parroting cheap, like a little parrot, you're parroting papal doctrine that not only the Sabbath is part of the ceremonial system, but you're Antichrist for observing the Sabbath, then you are a puppet. You're not thinking for yourself. Therefore, at all that time, those who observe circumcision and the Sabbath and other legal observances are declared to be alien to the faith of Christ and can never be partakers of eternal salvation unless they repent of these errors. That's the morality that's coming out of that guy's mouth. This is papal morality. And if you want to say, well, that makes sense. On what basis does it make sense? Doesn't make sense biblically. This is papal doctrine. Because if you do what God has told you to do, you are rebelling to the papacy. If you do what the papacy tells you to do, and you rest on Sunday according to the word of the pontifex, then you're rebelling to God. So choose wisely, because the deception is going to be very, very high. Now, this is about, leave me alone, cookies. There's no way to manage cookies. Gosh, everybody wants cookies. Cookies give you diabetes. Oh, there we go. GAFCON, the movement of conservative biblical orthodox. So the title of this is Major Split Among Anglican Communion, announced. GAFCON, the movement of conservative biblical orthodox Anglicans, has announced that it will no longer recognize the authority of the Archbishop of Canterbury. It also has told provinces to remove any references to being in communion with the See of Canterbury and the Church of England. And what has been viewed as a major split of the Anglican Communion and a snub to the Church of England, the GAFCON primates have issued a statement which said the Anglican Communion will be reordered, and provinces of the global Anglican Communion won't take part in meetings called by the Archbishop of Canterbury. They also rejected the other so-called instruments of the Communion. These include the Lambeth Conference, the Anglican Consultative Council, and the Primates meeting. The primates said that those instruments have failed to uphold the doctrine of discipline of the Anglican community. A lot of spicy stuff going on with the Anglican Church, which of course, you understand where the destination of all these things is. King Charles. So I'll be right back. I have to go to the restroom because I drank a lot of water and it's wanting to come out. So I will be right back and we'll talk about King Charles. And we're back. It's good to be hydrated, but sometimes you need to run to the bathroom. King Charles to be first reigning English monarch in 500 years to pray publicly with the Pope. Monarch will join Pope Leo XIV at an ecumenical service in Sistine Chapel during his visit to the Vatican next month. So there you are, folks. This is the end of England and the beginning of the ecumenical reality. King Charles will become the first reigning English monarch since Henry VIII split from Rome in 1534 to pray publicly with the Pope during his state visit to the Holy See next week. The king will join Pope Leo XIV at an ecumenical service in the Sistine Chapel on Vatican and 22nd October as a gesture regarded as a significant moment in relations between the Catholic Church and the Church of England, which Charles is the supreme governor of. The royals will also visit the Basilica of St. Paul outside the walls, whose connections with the English crown stretch back to the Saxon rules, including the kings Offa and Aethelwulf, when they provided for the upkeep of St. Paul, the apostles' tomb inside the papal basilica. In another gesture of goodwill, the king has agreed to a suggestion by the basilica's abbot and approved by the Pope that he will become a royal confrater of the abbey. This gift of confraternity is a recognition of spiritual fellowship. What fellowship does light have with darkness? So if they're fellowshipping together, what does that tell you? A special seat has been created for the monarch that will remain in the basilica as a perpetual mark of mutual respect between Pope Leo and the king as heads of state. Decorated with the king's coat of arms, he will use the chair during an ecumenical service in the abbey, after which it will remain in the apse of the basilica for future use by his heirs and successors. Ye shall be as gods is the promise of the devil. And of course, the promise is attached to believing that the devil is the god of gods, and it's the counterfeit gospel. But this is exactly what they are. They're flirting and they're giving these people, royalties and, flirtations and chairs and pieces of property and authority and whatever else they do. Former Anglican bishop predicts a new wave of conversions to the Catholic Church. There you go. With the Dialectics with the Anglicans, now with the Pope having ecumenical, what do you have as a result? Well, you have Catholicism. See, people notice people going to the Wailing Wall, but they don't notice this kind of stuff. That's the problem. Former Anglican bishop has urged church leaders to prepare for a surge of Catholic conversions as a historic Vatican visit by King Charles III coincided with a deepening division in the worldwide Anglican communion. I wonder if this was planned. That's an interesting timing, don't you think? The Church of England has already decided to go the way of liberal Protestant denominations, abandoning any claims to be upholding the Catholic apostolic succession, said Monsignor Michael Nazir Ali, who was one of the several Anglican bishops received into the Catholic Church in 2021. We're already seeing a significant new wave of conversions, and the Church needs to consider how to best respond. The Pakistan-born former bishop was ordained a Catholic priest for the Ordinariate of Our Lady of Walsingham, a diocese with Anglican traditions established under Pope Benedict the 16th to help bring Anglicans in the United Kingdom into full communion with the Catholic Church. He spoke as a Global Anglican Future Conference, or GAFCON, claiming to represent at least half of the world's 85 million Anglicans, severed links with the Church of England over the appointment of the first female Archbishop of Canterbury, accusing her of promoting unbiblical and revisionist teachings. It's all dialectics, folks. The Jesuits are rolling on their floor laughing at this kind of stuff because now the Catholic Church seems reasonable and the Protestant Reformation has been undone. In an OSV News interview, he said he respected Anglicans who sought to uphold Orthodox Christian teachings while remaining in their native church. However, he added that GAFCON's insistence on the autonomy of the Anglican provinces in deciding their own doctrine and on Scripture as the sole foundation of communion would create further problems, leaving admission to the Catholic Church as the only option for many. There you go. They give you one conflict and a problem, and the only solution seems to be the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church agrees Scripture is the highest authority in matters of faith, but relying on Scripture alone is dangerous, said Nazir Ali, who studied at Cambridge, Oxford, Harvard, and other universities, and was Anglican Bishop of Rochester, England, from 1994 to 2009. Meanwhile, if each province is free to do what it takes, this is a recipe for chaos in today's fast-changing world. This is Catholic dogma. You Protestants cannot rule yourselves. You need the authority of the man of sin. You need to submit to an authority because you are not able to have an authority govern you other than the Pope. You can't have a relationship with the Holy Spirit on your own. You can't come to the truth on your own by just opening the Bible and having a relationship with God, by trusting in Jesus. You can't do that. You need me. You need me to be in there between you and Jesus to tell you how to do left and right, how to read that Bible, to tell you how to do things. You need the authority of the Pope. And today, they have made a justification for that claim by infiltrating all of these churches with secret society members and people, little puppets that they put them on pedestals to make them a laughing stock with all these woke pastors and all these corrupted materialistic pastors. They inflate their egos, they inflate them, and they put them there so they can be a laughing stock. So that way, the accusation that the devil makes, because he's the accuser still, he hasn't changed, although he doesn't have any power over you, he's still the accuser. The accusation the devil has against Protestantism, like, look, you can't tell left from right. You're so chaotic trying to do this Scripture alone thing. You need somebody to guide you with tradition and authority, and look at the organization of the Catholic Church. There's a precedent that we can follow. And now there's a reason and justification for that claim, that everybody can see that these Protestant churches are completely incompetent. So what does that mean? Well, we got to go back to the Pope. We got to go back to the tradition. And of course, that's where we're at. So all of these things are in perfect timing, folks. Sanders praises Trump, slams Biden on the border. You've got to have borders, period. Vermont Senator breaks with Democrats on immigration enforcement during podcast appearance. So he came on this podcast and, he praised Donald Trump's immigration policy during a recent appearance on the Tim Dillon show, saying Trump did a better job securing the border than President Biden and urging Democrats to return to enforcement-focused policy. So long as we have nation states, you've got to have borders, Sanders said. If you don't have any borders, then you don't have a nation. He added pointedly, Trump did a better job. I don't like Trump, but we should have a secure border, and it ain't that hard to do. The remarks aired in the podcast episode on Wednesday, yada, yada, yada. But the point is that you're seeing this synergy, this synthesis of coming to a more common ground on reality. And of course, it's just the tiniest step towards that synthesis, which is going to be moral in the end. The left and the right have to have a common ground again. Remember, they had liberal Catholics during the Reformation. Okay, Erasmus, the one who did one of the first translations, was a liberal Catholic. Of course, liberals back then didn't mean dyeing your hair and chopping your penis off, but it just meant, more liberal, a little bit more relaxed on certain things like papal supremacy, but they were still very hardcore traditionalists. They were very much part of the system. So that reality was still existing, but we're going to come back to that because liberal and conservative have been pushed so far an extreme of each other to discredit this dualistic two-party system, so that there could be then a synthesis of these two things back to where the Catholic Church is on top. Mosquitoes found in Iceland for the first time after record heat. Well, sucks for them. Mosquitoes have been found in Iceland for the first time after the country experienced record-breaking heat this spring. Insect enthusiast Bjorn Hjaltson encountered the mosquitoes after several nights last week while using wine-soaked ropes to observe moths, local media reported. Mr. Kjeldsen found 2 female mosquitoes and 1 male, which were later confirmed to be Coliceta annulata, one of the few species that can successfully survive the winter. Iceland was one of the only 2 mosquito-free havens in the world prior to the discovery, partly due to its cold climate. The only other one was Antarctica, which of course nobody really lives there, unless you're Nephilim or Nazi or whatever people think these days. But mosquitoes, they're in Iceland. That should tell you that we're at the end of the end. Here's some more psyop with this 3-eye atlas thing. We'll see what they're going to do with it. At the time of this video, nothing has really happened other than just some more false signs and wonders. But let's see.
3-Eye Atlas sent a message to Earth yesterday, and it's changing everything and putting the world's top sign list into a tizzy as to what it means. And these are videographer images behind me of it passing through our solar system. But the top sign list in Antarctica, that base there, was like, we should listen up at it because like our ozone's thinner here, there's not light pollution, and they did pick up on a frequency, and it was like a binary formulaic Morse-esque code, and they captured it very clearly. They put it in advanced AI algorithm, ChatGTP, and it translated what the most likely interpretation of it is. And it says, we sky cousins, we come peace, friends, we pass by to observe Earth. And then it says, we put man on Earth millions of years ago. We return to elevate man. And then they ended the message with, hang tight, friends, hang tight. This is huge. There was another part of the message after they said hang tight that we haven't been able to interpret. We're working on it right now. We're tweaking the AI algorithm to see if we could figure it out. But follow along, and as soon as we're able to crack that code of what the last part of the message is, I'll share it out. But let me know what you think that earlier message is. Everyone's trying to figure it out.
Well, you don't need to put it through an AI algorithm to know that this is a deception, because if you know the right cosmology and not this, what's on the screen with a giant sun, but rather a local sun and a flat Earth with an enclosed, container of some kind. As to how it looks, who knows? But it's not a circle, I can tell you that, and it's not a ball. So you're dealing with something very mysterious, but it's an enclosed situation, so there's no aliens from Mars or billions of light years away. There's no... there's nothing. It's just fallen angels. They're demons. They're people that have beings that have rebelled against God and that are deceiving mankind, that have deceived mankind throughout time because they are in partnership with the devil who is deciding and steering all these things. So ultimately, these things are deceptions. And of course, the messaging tells you, look at the fruits to know the roots. The messaging is appealing to the evolutionary model. It's appealing to the heliocentric model. It's appealing to New Age Gnosticism. So what do you expect? It'll be interesting to see how they play this in tandem with all of the religious stuff going on, because I don't see all of the hardcore religious people believing the narrative that, the aliens created us. Like, come on. I don't see that really happening. So what are they going to do with this? What are they going to do with it? That's a really interesting thing. We'll have to see. I don't see them faking like we came to Earth and they're shaking the president's hand, that kind of thing. I just don't see that. And we'll talk about that as we go. But here's another interesting sign. This is like, I don't know, where's this at? Let's see. See more. I think it's in the Ozarks, I guess. It's rain basically is coming from the sky. It's like blood rain.
Oh my God! It's actually red rain. It's falling red.
Look at it running down the street.
It's like blood. I can't believe this.
This is just a taste, folks. Now, I'm not saying this is already like the bowl judgments. I'm saying this is a sign. What's the cause? Who knows exactly? But this is a taste of what will come when the bowl judgments drop. When you see the rivers and the blood in the oceans and probably blood rain happening after they've thrown people into jail and killed people and whatever else, persecuted people, then you know that the time is very, very near. Here's another one, raining fish, which is, I think this is in, where is that? Does it say? Thunderstorm in Blue Ridge, wherever that is.
They're still coming down. Look at this. Everybody get inside! They're fish. Actual fish. Whole street's covered. This is Blue Ridge, Georgia. I've never seen anything like it.
Oh my God, they're just coming down. Look at this.
Stay under here. Don't run out. Watch out.
Oh my gosh, fish, they're actually falling out of the sky. I'm under the porch.
You hear that? That's them hitting the truck.
That's really interesting. I hope these are not AI, but I thought they were real, so who knows? Either way, these things are signs of the times. Oh, let's see.
Women's egg cells are not even needed to conceive babies anymore.
2 men could now make a baby without a woman's DNA. American scientists have created working human embryos by putting DNA from skin into a donor egg. This new egg has just 23 chromosomes from the skin cell, and that can be fertilized by IVF with the 23 chromosomes from a sperm making a full set. The implications for the study are vast. It opens the door for anyone to have children, irrespective of the need to have your own eggs. Therefore, this new scientific method could also provide an unlimited supply of eggs for women who struggle to conceive. Scientists have been able to change DNA in cells since the 1990s, but their methods did not work for reproductive cells. A study from Oregon University has now managed this for the first time by tricking a skin cell into behaving like an egg cell. The process was replicated to make 82 embryos, but only 9% developed to the stage needed for IVF implantation. None were implanted into a human and were all destroyed in line with ethical guidelines.
We're all destroyed in line with ethical guidelines. Translation that's not layered over beautiful elevator music and pretty graphics. 82 children, 82 babies that we call embryos, but embryo is just a stage of development. 82 genetically unique human beings that have never existed before and will never exist again were created in this study without a single woman's egg cell ever involved in the process, entirely from male DNA, which already is such a disgusting perversion of how human beings are supposed to be created. And according to ethical guidelines, were killed. Talk about ethical guidelines. Were destroyed. That's the word that they used. Intentionally. Turns out women's egg cells are...
So, how far do you think this is going to go? I mean, what's the next step after this? There is no next step. We're at the end of the end, folks. This is an abomination. And when you start doing this kind of stuff, I mean... Not that I believe when Jesus said it'll be like the days of Noah, that he meant like Nephilim and genetic alterations. I don't think he meant that in the context. But in that sense, these things are reminiscent of those times when there were mutations and messing around with creation and hybrids and all kinds of really crazy things that were happening. How much farther can we go when we're creating AI robots in our own image, when we're creating, the ability to have children, basically blaspheming the created order by having children from not even egg cells? They could just take genetic information and make 2 men have children. I mean, you can't go much farther than that, folks. These are signs of the end, and there's not much time left. Now, there's this plane crash that happened. Of course, there's more dialectics as usual, just always shenanigans. Let's learn.
These connections are insane. Yesterday, on November 4th, it was reported that Vice President Dick Cheney had passed away. Dick Cheney was the vice president during the attacks of 9/11. On the FBI's website, they state that 2,976 people died as a result of the September 11th attacks. What's odd is that also yesterday, UPS Flight 2976 crashed. So on the same day that Dick Cheney passes away, he's connected to September 11th, where 2,976 people die. You have UPS Flight 2976 crash. That's weird. Not only that, but the model of the plane that was used for flight UPS 2976, the MD-11, that was retired from passenger service 11 years and 9 days from the date of the crash. And wouldn't you know it, as of today, the news is reporting that 9 people have died and 11 people are injured. And oddly, last night, Donald Trump puts out a post that says, "And so it begins." This phrase is famously used in the movie Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers. It's just weird. It's probably nothing, but it's weird. These connect.
Well, it just tells you at the bare minimum that Trump, as I've said this before, is part of the elite occult ring that rules the world. He's a puppet, but he's part of that ring because obviously these things are coordinated. Watch this video of something flying. This is the plane in question. Watch something like gets attached to it or something.
Homies, what's your thoughts?
That's a big boy.
So you can see there's the UPS logo. And watch, there's something that comes.
Here comes another one, but did you all see? I gotta go back and that last clip.
You see that? Whoop, it just went there and now it's just attached to it.
I gotta go back. A big boy.
Hold up, homie. You see that?
Looks like a drone.
That's what made it crash for sure.
My video again, but I could not delete it. I didn't want to lose the footage. Note to self, don't record inside of TikTok. At any rate, you can see it going into the plane, but you don't see anything dropping from the plane, going above the plane, going behind the plane. Like, it just disappears. What do y'all think it is? A drone or a bird? Let me know what you think in the comments below. The next 30 seconds is just me playing with the timeline, going back and forth, seeing if I can see anything. Let me know if y'all see anything.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bird. I think it's some sort of explosive drone that they rigged to it. Let's recap the last couple days. On Monday, 11/3, former VP during 9/11, Dick Cheney, died. At 5:15 p.m. on Tuesday, Flight 297-6 crashes after reaching 175 feet. According to the FBI, 297 people were killed on 9/11 after Flight 175 crashed into the Twin Towers. 9/11 kicked off the Iraq War and the War on Terror, which Dick Cheney played a key role. The hijackers were all said to be Muslim. Only a few hours after Flight 297-6 crashed, New York City elected their first Muslim mayor, Zohran Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani is Shia Muslim and identifies with the Twelver branch. Twelver refers to the 12 imams. 12 people died on Flight 2976. The same morning as the plane crashed, Trump tweeted, "And so it begins" on Truth Social. Reportedly, the engine fell off of the Flight 276, causing the crash. In the film Donnie Darko, the jet engine fell off a plane and crashed into Donnie's bedroom, a moment that narrowly missed him because he was sleepwalking. This event and the subsequent creation of a parallel universe is what the rest of the film plot revolves around. At the end, Donnie sends the engine back in time, allowing him to be crushed by it in his bedroom, which resets the timeline and saves everyone else. Donnie Darko takes place in 1988, the same year UPS Airlines was founded. In the film, Donnie wears a shirt that reads Triumph. Remove the "hi" in Triumph and you get Trump. Flight 2976 was headed to Hawaii, or HI as abbreviated. Trump equals 88 in simple gematria. Donnie must sacrifice himself to end the time loop. 9/11 had Muslim hijackers. Now, after this plane crash, New York has the first Muslim mayor. Exactly 19 weeks and 1 day, 9/11, until Mamdani was elected, Charlie Kirk tweeted, "New York City is likely to elect a Muslim socialist as mayor. This is quickly becoming one of the biggest threats to our country. Pay attention." Zohran Mamdani was 33 years, 3 months, and 3 days old when Trump was inaugurated on January 20th, 2025. Flight 2976 crashed at Muhammad Ali Airport. 9/11 lead hijacker was named Mohammed Atta. He was 33. 175 feet up, Flight 175. So it begins. So what does all this tell you? It tells you that the occult and the elite are involved. It's not something that just happened, obviously. It is something that is being planned. The question is, what is it? Well, at the very minimum, it's probably one of their usual rituals to usher in this next phase of the dialectic, whatever we're doing with Mamdani. Mamdani is obviously the Satan that they're raising up to fight against. So we'll see how that goes. All these people are secret society, folks. You got to remember, Islam, just like Judaism, just like Christianity, everything else, they're all full of secret societies and mysticism. You have the synagogue of Satan, which is people who present themselves as worshipers of God, but in fact, on the back, they're all mystics and worshiping the devil. But here's some more news on the Jews, which of course is never going anywhere, at least in the next couple of years.
Israel has bought ChatGPT questions related to the history of Christianity and will now be altering answers to be more friendly to Israel. Israel's pouring millions of dollars into ChatGPT and other AI systems to bolster Christian support in America, and in doing so becomes the first country to openly bribe AI. Christian support for Israel in America is declining, and the Israeli government is pouring $90 million into the history of Christianity on ChatGPT, changing ancient names to Israel and emphasizing Jewish culture in the Bible. Now, the U.S. has already signed off on allowing the Israeli government to buy up contracts with AI, again, the only country that can do so, and they're now looking to make people religiously believe and support Israel through AI answers. Also partnered with YouTube to alter search results. All things that the Trump administration has signed off on and allowed the Israeli government to invest in. Israel has...
I wonder what they're going to do about my Jews video, because it's still up at the time of this video. That's pretty impressive. But Israel has supposedly bought ChatGPT or is influencing it somehow, which is typical of what they want you to froth at the mouth for, because Israel's the big bad boogeyman right now.
Testified under oath for the January 6th committee. I'm one of the few people that didn't plead the fifth, that knew about the funding and the organization behind the event. Most of you don't know that Turning Point was one of the main funders and the main organizers behind January 6th. In fact, they were the ones who asked and got the president onto the stage. Most of what I'm going to say, only a handful of people know, and most of them aren't talking because they grifted and scammed off the event, so they have some liability there. For context, I've been a political publicist for 16 years, representing many high-profile people on the right. In December of 2020, I was approached by a woman who wanted to book Roger Stone on a stage on January 5th. She said she had a permit for an event in Freedom Plaza in DC. This woman had no connections and no other speakers, so she ended up hiring me to fill the entire stage and to do the PR. About a week into my planning, I learned that this woman didn't actually have the permit for the event. I got a call from Women for America First, who said she was a disgruntled ex-employee who illegally tried to change the permit, but they still had the permit. In fact, they had the permit for January 5th and January 6th. They were calling to offer me the permit because they still wanted the event to go on. I declined because I didn't want the liability, but they connected me with their fundraiser. Women for America First was not capable of raising the type of money needed to pull off both events. The fundraiser had one donor, and that donor had a list of people that she wanted to give money to, a list of people she felt like could do things for this cause, and people who had been censored that she wanted to give an opportunity to speak on stage, like Alex Jones and Roger Stone. At one point, I was told that the event on January 6th cost $650,000. $450,000 of that was being funded by Turning Point, and that Turning Point was using its leverage to get a yes from the president to step on the stage. I'm making this video now for all of you who want to know what happened to Charlie Kirk. You really have to look back to when they came into their political power, because Turning Point Faith was started after this. This is when all of the grifters started. From 2021 onward, a number of conferences, revivals, things started, which were grifts. They started every month because people were angry, and this is when everyone saw an opportunity to make money. There's a lot more to this story, but this video is getting too long. If you liked it, leave me a comment below. I'm considering making some longer form content on it. I testified.
So TPUSA has been shaping culture, and we documented that quite a bit in the VDS 20. You can look in how the connections go way back to, again, the Heritage Foundation, the Council for National Policy, the Koch Foundation, the John Birch Society. All of these things are connected to TPUSA. TPUSA is just another sequence of things that have been going on since World War II, when the liberal world order was created, when Zionism was created. So you need the opposition to the dark. You always need opposition, so that it seems like there's duality and you keep the agenda moving. So Turning Point USA is just one of many things that has come about since then. Okay, let's see.
We know the whole government shutdown thing was always just a big ploy. Let me explain. So first, the news just broke that the longest ever government shutdown is finally coming to an end. They're saying that the broad framework for this agreement was negotiated by Senator Angus King, Jean Shaheen, and Maggie Hassan, as well as GOP senators, has now, quote, more than enough members of the Senate Democratic Caucus to advance, according to two people granted anonymity to disclose the terms. So then I went to research what was so different about this new bill, and the answer is absolutely nothing. They say that this deal is a pragmatic off-ramp from the initial stalemate, a quote-unquote cleaner CR with some wins for both sides, but it largely kicks the core fights, ACA subsidies, Medicaid cuts, down the road without resolution. So why the vote now? Well, it's this. One of the main reasons why the shutdown began in the first place is because the Democrats feared electoral backlash from their base. This is an article from last month, and they said that, quote, it's been clear to them that the American people don't want to see a Democratic Party that capitulates to a Republican extremism. They want a party that stands up for people's health care, that stands up for our democracy, and that's what they're doing now. And that message worked brilliantly for the Democrats. They absolutely shellacked the Republicans in the elections last week. And now Democrats who won their elections last week are coming out and saying, they can be done with this government shutdown now. Yeah, that big fight over health care, that is not even in this new bill. So we had a 40-day government shutdown, air traffic, a complete mess, massive bread lines across the country for absolutely no reason. Okay, it's all a freaking game to these scumbags, and the American people are always the one to suffer. Now we know.
It's all just one Jesuit theater, folks, and ultimately nothing ever changes in Satan's kingdom. That's why there's nothing new under the sun. Massive Epstein file drop. This is really interesting, the whole thing with Trump.
So today the House just dropped thousands more documents from the Epstein estate as part of their congressional probe. And let me tell you, it is spicy. Let me just give you the highlights real quick. First off, Epstein alleged that Hillary Clinton had an affair with former White House counsel Vince Foster. Now, Foster committed suicide back in 1993. Also, interestingly, Epstein, in an email to the Duke, claimed that Clinton had never been to his island. He did send an email to Peter Thiel in 2014 saying, quote, that was fun. See you in 3 weeks. I wonder what that was all about. And then there were a bunch of emails and documents that DropSite News analyzed that basically proved that Epstein was indeed working on behalf of Israel as a possible intelligence asset. Then there are the Trump-Epstein bombshells. This is Epstein to Kathy Remler, who was Obama's chief counsel, and he says, quote, you see, I know how dirty Donald is. This one to Thomas Landon of the New York Times, quote, would you like a photo of Donald and the girls in bikinis in my kitchen? This is an unnamed redacted individual writing to Jeffrey Epstein, quote, I'm at the door, but I will wait for my time. I don't want to come in early to find Trump in your house. This one is from another Times reporter named Michael Wolff to Jeffrey Epstein, where he basically tries to convince Epstein to turn on Trump. He says, quote, I think you should let him hang himself. Interesting word choice there. If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the house, then that gives you valuable PR and political currency. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you, or if it really looks like he could win, you could save him generating debt. Here is another attempt, quote, there is an opportunity to come forward this week and talk about Trump in such a way that could garner you great sympathy and help him finish him. Interested? Honestly, this is kind of a disturbing insight to how the media works. They're basically willing to let the pedo go so they can politically take down Trump. But interestingly, in this email from Ghislaine Maxwell to Jeffrey Epstein back in 2011, she says, quote, I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Virginia, she spent hours at my house with him, and he has never once been mentioned, which kind of implies that Trump is innocent. But of course, that didn't stop Trump from going on a mad tweet storm today in which he wrote that the Democrats are using the Jeffrey Epstein hoax to try to deflect from their massive failures, in particular the most recent one, the shutdown. Yo, today the House just dropped.
I wonder where this is going to go. I really do. But if you've ever read The Art of War, which of course was written by the Jesuits, it's a sneak peek into their world, their twisted schizophrenic world where everybody has a knife to each other's throat. And as long as you're the devil's system, he can kill you at any point in time if it works for the agenda. And of course, if you've read that book, things like what's happening with Trump or what happened with Charlie Kirk, these are not surprises, folks. They're really not. So it remains to be seen what they're going to do with Trump. But I think that they're doing something. Something is very interesting with it because it could be that they're getting rid of him. This is from Kenneth Owens. They are blackmailing President Trump in broad daylight. Of course, they is the Jews. The slow release of the emails is intentional. Now he will give them whatever they want. For those who struggle with context clues, they equals Israel, who Jeffrey Epstein worked for. This is how our nation is run. That's a very bold statement to basically publicly state that, listen, the president is being blackmailed by Israel. That's a pretty bold statement. So this has to go somewhere, folks. This has to go somewhere. And maybe they're going to use Trump as a way to collapse the right as they collapsed the left with Biden. They made Biden look so incompetent that the left got sick of their own kind. Now they're making Trump look so incompetent in a different way. In a different way, obviously. Same thing, but different direction. To basically make the right come back to middle. Come back to the common ideal that we all want, which of course is what? Catholic social teaching. Here's one more with Bibi, and supposedly he's against Rome, which is such Jesuit theater.
We want to know what you're reading now.
What I'm reading?
Yeah.
It's a book by a historian by the name of Barry Strauss. It's called The Jews Against Rome. The Jews Against Rome.
What made you pick it up?
Well, we lost that one. I think we have to win the next one.
We want to know what...
We lost that one. I think we have to win the next one. Everybody's like, see, there you go. The Jews are against Rome. The Jews are against Rome. The Jews, the Jews, the Jews. When in fact, if you really know your history, Rome and Judea are united against Christ. That's why I released that recent video. Go watch it. Go watch all of the ways that the devil has interwoven these two threads. Because in the crucifixion of Christ, you also have a typology of the system of Antichrist for the rest of the church age, which is these two threads being woven together that are persecuting the true body of Christ in different ways, but they work together. The opposition is an illusion. You have the Freemason hierarchy. On one side, you have the Jewish side, the Scottish Rite, and the York Rite. Why? Because if you understand that Freemasonry, as it was called operant Masonry, was a Jewish thing. The Jews passed down all of their esoteric things, like with the temple. You see the temple's on this side, with the two pillars and everything. The Jews passed that down. And of course, the square and the compass, that's a six-pointed star. There's a lot of Jewish aspects to it, mystical Jewish things. And when the Templars were corrupted in Jerusalem, and they got all those Kabbalah things, and they started doing orgies and satanic rituals and everything else that they did before they got burned at the stake, a lot of them got away, and some of them went in different places. Some of them went to Ireland, Scotland, England, that whole area. And at Kilwinning Lodge, supposedly is the first place they contacted the Jewish Masons and to form modern speculative Freemasonry. Freemasonry is not just Jewish. Freemasonry, because the devil gave his throne and power and great authority to Rome, is interwoven with a Roman and a Jewish thread. That's why you have two sides of Freemasonry. That's why you have the 33 and 13. When Israel was voted as a nation, it was 33 votes yes to 13 no. Does that mean that there was an actual opposition? No, it just means that both sides of the occult are involved in the creation of this psyop, this papal crusade in the Middle East. So you have 33 sides on one side, and of course the other side is the 13 York Rite sides. And what do you have at the top? You have these little solar cross and the Order of the Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of Malta. These things haven't gone anywhere, folks. You have the Roman side and you have the Jewish side. Of course, underneath that, you also have the Shriners who have all this Muslim stuff going on with cetars and half moons and crescent moons and stars. There's the Jehovah's Witness symbols. You have all these little Muslim types of things, the fez. They have their own symbologies, but this is all the mystical religion of the devil. This is the counterfeit gospel, his works-based system, all in a nutshell. And of course, today, people see that duality like this. This is a famous cartoon called The March of Tyranny by Ben Garrison. And it's got, the Grabbler, he's shaking his hands, and then he's got the mainstream media, and he's speaking through it, and he left, right. This guy's saying, oh, dang it, he's getting kicked in the ass, and no, next time I'm going to vote Republican. The other one's saying, no, next time I'm going to vote Democrat. He's getting squashed. And of course, this is true in the sense that both sides are just puppets. This is a dualistic game. But this is not the full truth. And this is why this meme is actually dangerous, because it's not the grabbler that controls both of these sides. If you look at an older cartoon, you see the truth. This is from, I don't even know, this is maybe from maybe the 40s or 50s or maybe even earlier than that. Shall he be allowed to rule America? The hand that would rob us of our freedom. This is a cartoon of the Pope. And you can see, here he is talking on the phone, and the phone is linked to two wires. And of course, this is a long time ago, before you had the internet and everything, so they were seeing these things in different ways, but it's the same thing. His telephone line is linked to two phone poles. One of them is Republican, one of them is Democrat. Democrat, Republican. He's talking to both, and there's the Pope behind the curtain, and he's got a map of, the USA. It says Roman politics to dominate the USA, and he's got his hand reaching through the curtain, grabbing the White House in Washington and basically manipulating affairs. Why do you think this exists? It exists because this is the truth, and this is what the Founding Fathers knew. But we went from this to this. Do you understand? We went from this, the papal institution manipulating the affairs of the country, which of course is very true. You should study the history of this country. Anybody who's a Christian nationalist or a patriot should know this has nothing to do with patriotism. Catholicism cannot be considered anything patriotic because anybody who is a Catholic pledges their allegiance to the papacy. Catholicism is not just a religion that can be tolerated freely. Catholicism is first an empire. And as an empire, it seeks to dominate every place that it goes to. It does so by the guise of religion and religious freedom. And every time you hear religious freedom, that's a buzzword made by the Catholics and Catholic agents, just like the common good is a buzzword of Jesuit communism. These things are designed to infiltrate society, to create a tolerant situation so that Catholicism can take over the country and then eventually enforce its own way of being. That's what they're doing with the United States. And that's what the people drawing this cartoon were warning of, because this is what the Founding Fathers believed in. They knew that the lamb-like exterior of the United States with religious freedom and freedom of conscience and religious liberty would be abused by the Jesuits. There are letters by Thomas Jefferson to John Adams, who, by the way, were killed on the same day, July 4th, poisoned by the Jesuits. But there are letters from Thomas Jefferson to John Adams warning that Jesuits would abuse this lamb-like quality of the United States, the tolerance of religion and everything else, and they would bring their Catholic ideals and infiltrate the country and turn it Catholic. They knew that. And here you are with a cartoon, probably 150 years after Thomas Jefferson and John Adams. And now here we are in the modern day to this. The Jews run the world, the Jews run the mainstream media, the grabbler is the one that controls both Democrats and Republicans. How do we go from that, from this to this? And the answer is the last 80 years of propaganda where the beast has elevated Zionism to be the enemy of mankind, and it's one of its tentacles. And when this tentacle gets conquered, everybody's like, oh, hooray, the Satan is finally defeated. When in fact, it's just a tentacle, and that tentacle was doomed to be self-destroyed eventually anyway, because it reached its purpose in destroying Protestantism. Now that purpose is done, so it's time to collapse, to disintegrate, and then resurrect the beast. So this is important, folks. Know these cartoons and know these memes because most people don't. So conclusion, aliens, Jews, and climate change are the flavors of the month, at least so far. The noticing, quote unquote, is getting more and more, certainly, but people don't realize this is the same old trick that Satan has used throughout time to basically use the Jews as the scapegoat to make you hate anything Jewish so that eventually you will hate anybody who is obeying the word of God. Just like that pastor, that very ignorant pastor from the Law of Liberty channel, who titled his video such a blasphemous title that Antichrist is a Sabbath keeper. If you could be so deluded and stupid and ignorant, I can't think of a more ignorant title that you could put. A papal title that Gregory the First or Eugene, whatever the 4th or 14th, whatever his number was, would be very proud of you for. So watch my video, Rome and Judea are united against Christ. You can watch it on the website page or you can watch it on YouTube. You can look it up in various ways there. But that page on the website has all of my short videos on this topic. It has, why do you notice only half the problem? Zionism is Jesuitism, Mark of the Beast through time, all of these short videos that deal with this issue, this crossover issue of Rome and Judea, the fact that we're at the end times, very short videos, very edifying videos. The one on the, conservative MAGA nationalist movement being Catholic, basically exposing the fact that all of these influences are Catholic, and the Catholic echo chamber. So that's a great place to share short videos. The climate change psyop is still going pretty hard. And remember that the beast, as it is, has a part of Persia in it. And Persia was very famous for its decrees, standing forever. If you read the book of Daniel, when they try to write an injunction against Daniel, Daniel is basically prevented from worshiping God. And the administrators there say, write a decree, king, because as you know, the law of the Medes is that once a decree is there, it never gets abolished. And this is part of the beast. Once the beast utters something as policy, then it remains as another stepping stone towards the final thing. So just because Pope Francis was super liberal and obviously very, very far left, his decree, Laudato Si, is going to be incorporated. It's not going anywhere. That means that the climate change agenda is central to the beast's agenda. And it's been in the works now for many, many decades. They're not going to abandon it. They're going to use it. And how are they going to use it? Well, if you look now at climate change, it has become a moral issue. The Catholic Church is all over this issue, thanks to Pope Francis. It used to be a secular issue. Now the Catholic Church has roped it in, and it's become a moral issue. It's about God and morality and, doing this thing for God. People are no longer talking about the earth from a secular perspective. They're making it a moral, God-related issue. That means the climate change is going to play an integral part to rope in the liberals who were in the secular world order into this moral situation, to evangelize them into this final lukewarm Christian New World Order institutional reality. So that's also going to be central to Sunday sacredness, resting on Sunday. For the climate change thing is going to be central to this agenda. How exactly they're going to play that out, we'll see, but we know that it's not going anywhere. It's important to understand that it is part of the New World Order agenda, especially Sunday sacredness, because liberals don't care about the same things that conservatives do. So you need something to rope them in. And now that climate change has become moral, then that's going to be one of the major avenues. Alongside with that, you have the Greta situation with her little hazing initiation ritual with the Jews. And now I fully expect her to have some kind of conversion moment, become more religious, and they're going to reappropriate her for the climate change 2.0 narrative, which is moral. She went from being a secular climate change person to now she's going to be, I fully expect her to be a religious climate change person on the horizon. So it'll be interesting to watch how they reappropriate her. Sometimes they kill people off, sometimes they reappropriate them, but I think in this case, they're going to reuse her. As far as the alien stuff, we have to watch and see how they intend on using these things. I don't see them doing something crazy where there's like aliens on camera shaking Trump's hand or something stupid. But because people are too skeptical, they're going to look and see, oh, those are costumes or whatever else. They're too skeptical. However, if you can keep this thing off in the distance and play with people's imagination, and there's a message we decoded, and look, it looks like a spaceship and all this stuff. You have a much more broader space to paint deception. Do you get it? Because it's in people's imaginations. And most people are deceived on things like heliocentrism. So it's much easier to deceive people that way. Nevertheless, the message, quote unquote, the message from the aliens is very new agey. So I don't really see that going, over with all this Christian stuff. So it'll be interesting to watch, how they do this. It could be a justification for eventually the sixth bowl where people are convinced to fight against the return of Christ. There may be something like that, where they pin it as a alien threat, and actually it's Jesus returning, and they destroy themselves. Who really knows? I mean, I don't know. I'm just throwing things out there based on how I think these things will coincide. Of course, last but not least, we have Trump, and there's a lot of shenanigans going on with him. The Epstein stuff is not going away, and they're pushing more and more on it. It's hard to tell right now what's going to happen. I can see both outcomes. I could see him, having a third term and creating dialectics and shenanigans and justifying basically taking over and becoming basically a king, and then handing that off to a successor monarch. I could see that. I can also see him getting totally discredited, like they discredited Biden. And, Vance comes in and takes over and whatever else. So what we know is true is the following. Trump has a documented relationship with Epstein. There's, I think Chill Goblin was the one. Chill Goblin was the channel that documented all the connections between Trump and Epstein. A lot of stuff there. I have in the library a folder on the King Trump video, and in the resources folder, there's a notepad, the text file with all the links of various things like his settlements with various child abuse cases and things like that. There's a lot of info there. There's the things that are coming out. It's very clear to me that Trump is blackmailed, that he's part of the club, that he's, got a documented relationship with Epstein, and we know how that works. Like I said, he has many settled child abuse cases out of court. That's why he didn't want to show his taxes. Trump is owned by the people in power, like the Jews and the Jesuits. His cabinet is full of Catholics that are ready to obey the papacy. Of course, right now they're showing submission to the Jewish thing and being very politically correct, but these people are going to turn, folks. They're going to turn. They're going to turn. Trump's approval rating has plummeted, and people are seeing through the two-party deception. And of course, we also know that monarchies are needed to return to the image of the beast, to the resurrected beast. We need, whether you want to call it a form, in form a monarchy, or in function a monarchy, doesn't matter. We need a monarchy again, because democracy has to be collapsed. So Trump is a puppet, and they're going to do whatever they want with their puppets. Again, sometimes they recycle them, like the Challenger explosion, or Greta Thunberg. I think she's going to be recycled. Sometimes they sacrifice them. They truly sacrifice them, like Charlie Kirk, to move the agenda forward. So we have to see what they do with Trump. A lot of people say that they're going to bring Vance in because he's the VP. Obviously, he's Catholic. He's a puppet of Peter Thiel. He's perfectly in line with everything, the common good, Palantir, et cetera, et cetera. Nick Fuentes hates Vance, and he's very outspoken against Vance as a psyop. So this is another interesting dynamic. However, the thing that makes all of this challenging, because I like to look at what people say, right? I like to see, like, what is he saying? That means there's still, like, if Candace Owens is openly calling the president an asset of Israel, and if Nick Fuentes is calling the president an asset of Israel, and, he's calling the vice president an asset of Israel, like, that means there's still, like, things that need to run, right? There's more dialectics that need to run. We're not all in agreement yet. All the heads are still fighting, seemingly. So there's still more stuff to do. And the thing that makes it difficult, folks, with all this is that all of these people are very duplicitous. Okay, you're not dealing with the truth. You're dealing with extremely double-minded people. Remember, RFK, what's his name, Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, all these people and many more were bad-mouthing Trump all day, every day, before they were now part of his cabinet, and now they're like, sucking up to Trump and defending Trump. All of them. Pete Hegseth, same thing. I've documented this thing. All of the hypocrisy of these people, where they were bad-mouthing the hell out of Trump, and then suddenly they turned around and now they're supporting him. Remember also that the first opportunity that Nick had to blame Israel for Charlie Kirk's shooting, what did Nick do? He folded his ears and he said, no, let's not get ahead of ourselves, et cetera, et cetera. Whatever, we don't want to be blaming Israel just yet. Like, that was a very clear sign to me that Nick is controlled opposition. Nick's rhetoric may just be there to give the far right a feeling like the resistance is there, right? The resistance is alive. Yeah, Groypers, we hate J.D. Vance for now, but we know that the future has to be some kind of synthesis between these two sides. It has to be a synthesis on common ground. You got to bring the liberals and the conservatives together. You got to bring everybody into a religious reality, and that is Catholic social teaching. That's the synthesis. Vance is all about the Catholic social teaching and the common good. So we need a moderate situation. The Pope currently is the moderate that is pandering to both sides. So we have to watch these things and see how they go. As far as I'm concerned, Nick could suddenly flip and say, all right, well, I don't like J.D. Vance that much, but he's doing a good job or whatever. Like, you can't trust any of these people. You can't. They're all duplicitous. They're all double-minded. So I don't take anything they say. I take everything they say with a grain of salt. Lots of people, again, see that the Catholic cabinet is bowing to the Jews and going to the Wailing Wall, but These people will flip at the drop of a dime, folks. They're all members of the club, and they're just doing what they're being told to do. In fact, it's already started with J.D. Vance recently, I believe, this year. He visited the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, but he didn't go to the Wailing Wall, which was a statement. It's a statement, very important statement. All it takes is a little flip, and pretty soon they're going to demonize and repudiate the Jews, just as they did for hundreds and hundreds of years. History's repeating, folks. History's repeating. So it will happen. Just have to give it time, and we have to watch very closely. Now, another thread in this dialectical dance is the financial collapse. Again, at the time of this video, there's a lot going on, so I'm not claiming to be able to report anything on it. The point really is to look at these things and to see the common ground and the direction. The direction is that they need to create a crisis to introduce this final world financial system that can enforce the morality of the beast. That's what they're doing, okay? So there's a lot that probably will change or develop by the time you see this in a couple of weeks, because again, I'm recording this in mid-November, and I'm planning this for sometime in December, we'll see. But nevertheless, the central banking system has reached its maximum. It's reached its maximum, and it's time to reinvent the wheel, so to speak. As usual, every lie has an expiration date, and when that date comes, it's time to create a crisis to manufacture a problem and introduce the next solution, the next lie. We know they need a digital system that limits how you buy or sell on condition of your behavior, because that's what the Bible warns of. So they need to orchestrate some sort of collapse, and it needs to be very, very big, bigger than ever before, so that they can introduce this situation as the solution. Of course, today the AI bubble is unsustainable, and so is the policies of the United States government. Everything is reaching a maximum. Corporate greed is reaching a maximum. Capitalistic greed is all reaching a maximum. And all of these failures are going to create destruction, which from the rubble is going to emerge the noble truth, the narrow road path of Catholic social teaching. The path that seems to be able to satisfy the liberal social welfare programs by caring for the poor, and also satisfy the conservative, I want my own property type of desires, all under the branch of listening to the moral authority that apportions to each what he believes is appropriate. Catholic social teaching, which is, of course, Catholic communism, but it's really presented to you as the solution between extreme greedy capitalism, which is what we're having now, and atheistic socialism communism, which is tyranny of the state. Tyranny of the oligarchy, tyranny of the state. We don't want either. We want tyranny of the papacy. That's what we want. And that's the delusion. So onward to these stories. Again, this is not everything, but it's, I think, enough. Let's listen to this guy talk.
Oh, this AI thing is coming, man. I told you, and I will tell you, I cannot predict the future, or else I would be a stockbroker, kind of like what we're about to talk about. What is surprising me is how fast this is hitting Wall Street. Not necessarily how fast it's hitting the investment world, but how openly it's hitting this world. I'm sure a lot of you guys saw this week reports all over the place that some of the largest investment banks are already training up AI models to replace junior investment bankers and analysts. Then we saw reports from CNBC this week that JP Morgan alone is looking to reduce the ratio of junior analysts to managers from 6-to-1 to 4-to-1. And then within that group, most of the people that will remain on board will be in low-cost offshore places. So if you're in London or New York, you damn well better be scared for your job right now, because this is happening in real time. And let me tell you, because I got a lot of friends that work in corporate America that are executives, I'm a CEO, I'm a founder, I'm an owner, okay? What people are looking to do, I'm a private equity guy. What we are looking to do is to create efficiencies. A lot of people don't like that, but that's good business. Our job is to create shareholder value and to create profitability. And if someone is made redundant, they are not needed anymore, they can replace at the same skill level or close to it by someone that is offshore, and now with AI that is likely exponentially better and nearly free from a marginal perspective, you better bet your ass that they are going to do that. Now, what does that mean for society as a whole? We can cover that later. I don't know. I'm not a sociologist. I do believe that you are going to see a lot of conversations starting to happen around things like universal basic income. You guys know I'll be the first to say there is a large welfare program out there. Oftentimes for people of color, we call it welfare. For white farmers, we call them subsidies. In the future, we're going to call it universal basic income, because we are not going to need people. The AI and the robots and the machines are going to do the jobs better, faster, cheaper than a human ever could, and they're not going to complain, and they're going to work 24/7, 365. Okay, that's the deal. So if you are a banker, or if you are someone in corporate America, my best advice to you is to train up on those skills, start thinking about your own businesses, start thinking about other opportunities, because whether you like it or not, Pandora's box has already been opened. Nothing's going back in the box. These CEOs, these founders, these business owners are catching that AI bug, and they're realizing they can get the same work done better, faster, cheaper, not just for a little bit less, but for a fraction of the price. So again, I can't predict the future. I know there's a lot of smart people out there. Very interested to hear your guys' thoughts. Would love to hear those in the comments. But I think that if you were looking at this objectively, not biased like so many people are, you can see what's coming. So get at me in the comments. Very interested to hear your thoughts. Oh, this.
You know, the stock market is one of the worst developments for the middle class that's ever happened, because the stock market has basically made companies chase shareholder profits and maximizing profit for their shareholders and profit for the elite class, rather than serving a customer and creating quality products, serving the people who are buying them, and serving the people. And as a result, the corporate greed now with AI is going to be at a level never seen before. And that's going to create the perfect opportunity for financial collapse, so that they can introduce this socially common good morality and solve the problem of corporate greed, which is now being displayed for you in full display. The AI job apocalypse is officially here, and this time it's not a prediction, it's Jerome Powell saying it out loud. Job creation is pretty close to zero. He says, yes, the man who runs the world's most powerful central bank just said AI is slowing hiring across the entire economy. AI is boosting productivity, but it's also letting companies do more with fewer people. Fewer hires, more automation, rising profits. U.S. employers announced 946,000 layoffs so far this year, the highest since 2020. Over 37,000 of those explicitly tied to AI or automation. Major players like Amazon, Target, and Paramount are cutting staff while ramping up AI investments. Economists now call it the Great Freeze. Why? Because it's hiring hasn't just slowed, it's stopped. AI isn't replacing one job at a time, it's freezing entire departments. Powell calls it the toughest balancing act in decades. AI spending is driving growth, good for GDP, but is also killing jobs, bad for employment. We have upside down risks to inflation and downside risks to employment. Yeah, this is all just chicanery and fake stuff. This is fake stuff. You'll see the driving economic growth is just fake numbers. It's fake, as all these things are, because there's no actual growth. Growth is when the middle class grows, when the people who are actually in the economy spending money, not the few, count them on your hand companies that are changing money between themselves, billions of dollars to inflate their valuations and things like that. Companies are bragging to investors, AI allows us to do more with fewer people. Amazon just got 14,000 middle managers. Powell said large employers now signal they don't want or need to add headcount for years. The economy is splitting in two. High-income households and corporations are thriving. Low-income workers and new grads are struggling. Powell calls it a bifurcated economy. The rich spend freely, the rest trade down to survive. This isn't a temporary wave of layoffs, it's a structural shift. AI and automation are reshaping labor permanently. We're entering an economy where growth doesn't guarantee jobs. Yeah, and what kind of economy is that? That's not an economy. That's a scam. It's a Ponzi scheme. The AI boom is rewriting the social contract. It's time to stop celebrating AI productive gains without asking who gets replaced in the process. The question isn't whether AI takes jobs, it's what happens when it already has. Yeah, this is from Wiz of AI on Instagram. The IMF issued a terrifying warning about AI valuations. AI valuations are now at the same level as internet companies. Right before the dot-com crash, and here's the worst part, 40% of the US GDP growth currently depends on it. I told you it's all just scams. Here's what happens when the bubble bursts. Okay. The data is brutal. According to MIT, 95% of companies using AI report no measurable productivity gains. That means billions poured into AI tools, training, and infrastructure with zero return. Classic bubble behavior. Behind the scenes, the money just keeps circling. OpenAI, Microsoft, and NVIDIA are passing the same cash around the table, inflating valuations while producing marginal progress. We've seen this movie before. When ChatGPT 5 dropped last month, the hype was deafening, but the upgrades incremental at best. Benchmarks across the industry show that performance gains are slowing, even as investments and expectations keep skyrocketing. And here's where it gets scary. Deloitte charged the Australian government $440,000 for a policy report written with AI assistance. The result cited non-existent research papers and fabricated court quotes. Pure AI theater, zero value. And this isn't an isolated incident. Across sectors, AI projects are burning millions on demos, pilots, and transformative strategies that deliver nothing tangible. Everyone's trying to look innovative. Almost no one's creating value. So when the IMF warns that 40% of the recent US GDP growth comes directly from AI-driven investment, it's not just about tech stocks. If that expectation collapses, it could drag the whole economy down with it. But here's what most people miss. There isn't just AI companies. There are two different markets. Number one, horizontal AI, general purpose LLMs trying to do everything. Vertical AI, focused systems solving specific high-value problems. Horizontal AI is where the bubble lives. Circular funding, inflated promises, stage demos, and consultancy theater. Vertical AI quietly delivers results, automating radiology, logistics, fraud detection, or protein design. Yeah, the vertical AI is what they're going to use on you, to have specialized models and systems to track your behavior. They're using the general AI to seduce you into this thing and to basically inflate the economy and cause a bubble so that everything goes to hell. Meta, Google, and other giants keep pouring billions into general AI, while their core businesses, social media and ads, lose traction. They're chasing the next big thing because the current one is fading. Sound familiar? This is exactly how the dot-com bubble played out. Wild valuations, empty promises, flashy websites, and total collapse. But after the crash, something amazing happened. The infrastructure survived. Google and Amazon emerged stronger. The same correction is coming for AI. The theater, consultants, and hype will collapse, but the builders solving real problems, they're going to win big. The bubble bursting isn't the end, it's the beginning of real innovation. Well, what does the Bible tell you about that? If you're a founder, focus on measurable results, yada, yada, yada. This is, these people aren't Christians, so you have to take what they say with a grain of salt. But
I got laid off today after 10 years.
I told you guys I was let go today.
This is a video titled, "They're Firing Everyone and Getting Rich From." We're just going to watch the clips in the beginning.
After 20 years.
The video is by Vanessa Wingard on YouTube.
Today, I was laid off at Amazon.
And then I went to Amazon and I worked my literal ass off.
I keep getting job offers that are extremely lowered wages due to them knowing people are desperate.
I got laid off in May. It is now the end of October. Look at all these open tabs. The job hunt right now, you guys. If you got a job, just keep it, okay?
Amazon recently announced their largest corporate layoff.
Yeah, and all these people are sending money to themselves. I wonder if there's a graph in here somewhere. No, there's no graph. I thought I saw a graph in this video. It's a good video to watch. It's about 15 minutes long, but she documents all these shenanigans, these Ponzi schemes that these people are doing, these companies to give it here, give it there, and it's just a circle. I was going to say something else after circle, but I won't say it. It's just a circle that they're giving each other these various funds to prop up their valuations. Here's some more on this stuff. Catch you.
Terrible breaking news. The banks are literally running out of money. And it doesn't matter that the Fed just lowered interest rates because banks literally don't have money to lend. See, they're tightening their books, cutting credit, and that's why you're seeing all these layoffs everywhere. It's not because of AI. It's because companies can't get loans anymore. And that's what happens right before a depression. We're not heading for a recession. We're heading for a full-blown depression. Mark my words. And here's the kicker. Banks have less cash because people are quite honestly broke. Deposits have been falling for years. Families drain their savings just to buy groceries. Corporations pulled their cash out to buy back their own stock or move it into higher yield funds. So even if interest rates drop, which they have, there's literally nothing left to lend. And Donald Trump, he's only made it worse. He caused inflation with tariffs. He's collapsing healthcare so millions are choosing between food, rent, and medicine. And he's driven out millions of immigrants who I mean, whether you like it or not, were customers. They bought food, clothes, cars, and kept money moving. And now that velocity is just gone. Meanwhile, the stock market looks great, but it's all fake. Big companies have been buying back their own stock, shrinking supply so that it makes their prices higher. AI companies are built on hype and not results, and investors are just parking money there because there's nowhere else to go. In 2008, though, we had tools to stop this kind of crash. We could cut rates, print money, and rebuild. But now, those tools are gone. Rates are already low, the debt is massive, and banks have less cash than they did before COVID. That's stagflation. Prices rising, jobs vanishing, money drying up. And when stagflation hits a broke middle class, it doesn't end in a soft landing. It ends in a depression. So don't let them tell you that this is normal, because it's not. It's deliberate. They're crashing the system so they can rebuild it in their image. And this time, sadly to say, there is no parachute for us.
Well, the parachute is Jesus Christ. That's why you have to lean on the Lord, and these things are going to be pretty crazy, and we know what their end is. But rejoice, because when you see these things coming to light, and you see the false prosperity, and you see people coming into the golden age, and with all their digital coins and whatever else, it means that we're close to the end.
The US economy is silently crashing. If you invest in the stock market, you need to know what is currently going on. Just last month, corporations have started cutting hundreds of thousands of jobs. Just Amazon alone cut 30,000 jobs. These corporations are blaming the cuts on AI, but that's just a cover-up so that people don't realize what is really going on. This is all happening while the US government is still in shutdown. This means we are currently getting no economic data. This is all silently happening in the background. The S&P 500 is at record highs. However, 400 out of those 500 companies are closing red. 7 tech companies control almost 40% of the entire S&P 500. Trillions of dollars are being pumped through just 7 companies, while the rest of the S&P 500 suffers. This is inflating their valuations, propping up the illusion of a strong market. All this is happening while Warren Buffett is sitting on now over $380 billion in cash. We are currently witnessing the biggest bubble in history. And no, this time is not different. The US...
Yeah, nothing new under the sun, folks. And it's all just fake. It's all just fake shenanigans. This is from Bar Chart. They have some interesting charts. Breaking U.S. housing market. Home sales on track for their worst year since the mid-1990s. Here's the chart. I think this is it mid-1990s? Yeah, 2013 looks like something like that. And this is 2025. So this is U.S. home turnover at lowest rate in decades. So that tells you something. It tells you we're coming up on something big, a big tide of economic death. The internet reacts to rumors of 15-year car loans coming soon. And, of course, this is tag teaming the 50-year mortgage issue, which is just ridiculous. 180-month auto loans are now offered in the U.S. in an attempt to lower monthly car payments. You took a 50-year mortgage? Yes, Dave. You also took a 15-year car loan? There's this one from the Babylon Bee. It's like, Dave Ramsey in critical condition after learning that there's a 50-year mortgage. 15-year auto loans. Oh, wait. The average car lifespan is about 12 years or 200,000 miles. But with proper maintenance, many modern cars can last much longer, often reaching 322,000 kilometers or 2,000 miles. Yeah, whatever. My dad he's retired, but he was one of the top mechanics for Acura, one of the top in the country. And the cars that we had always lasted a long time. To make your car last for 200,000 miles or more, you need a lot of work. Most people are not going to do that. They're not going to have somebody to take care of that car. So it's going to last less than 12 years. But wait, your loan is 15 years. Uh-oh. Now we have a major problem. Major problem. They'll pay for cars even if its value goes to zero, yeah. So this is same thing. This is just like the subprime stuff going on in the 2008 issue when we had that. Nothing different.
Bad news, fam. The banks don't have any money. I wish I was joking or exaggerating, but unfortunately, in the month of October, since the government shut down, banks have had to borrow over $50 billion just to meet their daily withdrawals because they don't have any money inside the bank. In late October 2025, banks borrowed a record amount from the Federal Reserve's standing repo facility due to liquidity pressures, which literally means there's no money in the banks. There are not a lot of major news organizations talking about this, and I'm seeing people speculate that this is because they don't want to run on the banks because they already can't give you any money. They don't have any. So if there were to be a run on the banks right now, it would be incredibly disastrous because it would expose the fact that our country is broke. Make America great again, baby. We are so fucked, you guys. I'm sorry. We're fucked. But some people think that this isn't an accident. And by the way, if you can hear the air sirens going off in the background, don't worry. I'm sure it's just an alien invasion or nuclear war. The Trump team is creating a U.S. reserve cryptocurrency, a national strategic crypto reserve. And they have some weird, freaky, big plans for this in the month of November. I'm sorry, you're going to have to go find the crypto bros to understand what's going on. I'm not a crypto person, but I think that we're all going to have to become crypto people if you can read between the lines, because I believe that what is happening right now to our country is literally, I believe that Trump is purposely destroying the US dollar in order to replace it with his own form of digital currency in what can only be described as the most brazen and criminal operation in maybe the history of the world. Bad news, fam.
Yeah, I would agree that they are intentionally doing it because the Bible tells you they need to usher in a system that can enforce morality under no buy, no sell throughout the world, and that requires a digital system. And on top of that, you know that the central banking scheme with its inflationary situation built into the mix has reached its maximum. The money printing machine is done. It's expired. Since the Federal Reserve was created till now, it's been about 100 years. It's done. It's done. You can't just print money and lend it to the government and then the government pays you back in the money that you print. That's just a recipe for disaster. Eventually, it will collapse, which is what you're seeing now. Big short investor Michael Burry just bet $1 billion that the AI bubble will burst. The man who predicted the 2008 financial crash is back, and this time he's betting against NVIDIA and Palantir. Here's what's going on. Michael Burry, the real-life trader portrayed by Christian Bale in The Big Short, has placed $1.1 billion in put options against the two biggest winners of AI, NVIDIA and Palantir. Barry posted this warning on X. Sometimes we see bubbles, sometimes there's something to do about it, sometimes the only winning move is not to play. He also shared charts showing tech spending growth now matching the dot-com bubble of 1999 to 2000. History might be repeating itself. You think? The numbers behind it. 912 million in put contracts on Palantir, 187 million on put contracts on NVIDIA. That's about 1.1 billion that he's put. The AI boom has inflated markets fast. NVIDIA just hit a 5 trillion value. It's so absurd, 5 trillion. More than the GDP of Germany. Palantir stock is up 400% in a year. But a recent MIT report says that most AI investments deliver zero real returns. Even Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, said it himself. Are investors overexcited? My opinion is yes. Goldman Sachs CEO added most of this capital will not deliver returns. Yet investors have poured $161 billion into AI in 2025, mostly into just 10 companies. In 2005, everyone thought he was crazy. He bet against the U.S. housing market and was laughed at. Then the bubble burst. His fund rose 489%, and the crash triggered the 2008 financial crisis. Now he's making another contrarian call on AI. AI is transformative, but valuations might not be. History shows bubbles form when everyone believes this time is different. Capital floods into a few winners. Early success hides structural fragility. Sound familiar? If Burry is right, we're about to see a correction. If he's wrong, this could be the most expensive short since the housing crash. Either way, it's a $1 billion stress test for the AI market. AI isn't the bubble, speculation is. The technology will survive, but not every company will. Burry's bet is a reminder. Every revolution creates hype. Every hype creates a crash. The survivors create the future. Yeah, there will be a surviving form of AI. AI is not going anywhere. Remember, they're going to use it for analyzing everything you do. So it's got to be here. But AI as it is now is going to cause a major, major bubble. And have a justification to bring in this new system. Now, this is another interesting thing, though, because shortly after he did that, this Michael Burry guy, to close down his hedge fund by year end after acknowledging he doesn't understand today's market. This is a weird thing where he pulls out and he says, I'm really sorry, I don't really understand anything. And he pulls out. So that's just, I don't know what kind of shenanigans are going on. You know, when you're dealing with people that have, billions of dollars and they're dealing with lots of money, you know that they're involved somehow and they're compromised. So they're doing what they're supposed to do. So this is really a strange thing that he would make such a huge bet, and then a couple of days later or whatever, he would announce that he's, closing down his hedge fund. And so I don't know what to make of that, to be honest with you, but it is very strange, and I certainly is in alignment with everything else that this is going to be a manufactured crisis. Here's another one on the tariff thing with it never ends, man. These people
Before Trump's announcement, somebody shorted Bitcoin and made $213 million.
I didn't even know you could short Bitcoin. That's interesting. Okay.
Where are all there's no such thing as coincidence MFers now, right? I'm going to take you somewhere else, but keep that in mind, right? Because I figured out something today with the tariffs that'll make that look like chicken.
Oh, all right.
So right now, all the signals are indicating that Trump doesn't have the jurisdiction for the law that he thinks he's citing for his tariffs, the IEEPA, right?
Yes.
It's an Emergency Powers Act,
Yes.
right? So essentially, the courts are going to say he's misusing his emergency powers that he thinks he has, and that it violates taxation without representation. We have the right to elect Congress to represent us, not just a king, right? I'm going to take you another step.
Okay.
There's a financial company I'm going to tell you about called Cantor Fitzgerald. Are you familiar with this?
No, I don't know this. I don't know that name.
They're a huge company. They've started going around buying up people's tariff claims.
Oh.
Here's where I want to ask you to tell me what a tariff claim is.
Is when you are an importer of goods and you have a tariff levied against you that you think is unfair for some reason. So whether that might be that you think the president doesn't have powers to do that, or you think that the merchandise that you're importing doesn't fall under those tariffs, whatever that might be, whatever that range is, you can put in a claim and say, I don't think I should have to have paid these tariffs. And then perhaps you'll get your money back at some point.
But like anything else with insurance or anything like that, which is basically insurance, right?
Right. Yeah.
There's a time in between when you put in the claim when you get that money.
It has to get
back.
processed.
So companies are running up against hard times between that and like the looming recession.
Right.
And those companies are selling off their claims on their tariffs for like 10, 20, 30 cents to the dollar to make up for whatever they can to keep their businesses afloat. So Cantor Fitzgerald is going around and buying those tariff claims up. Guess who the chairperson is of Cantor Fitzgerald?
I have no idea. Do tell.
I don't think the name Brandon means anything to you other than Joe.
Yeah. Let's go, Brandon.
Brandon Lutnick.
Wait, that sounds Howard?
It does sound familiar. So from 1996 until earlier this year, Howard Lutnick was the chairperson of Cantor Fitzgerald.
That's why I know that name.
And in fact, he was the CEO from 1991 until earlier this year. So they actually know that he's going to lose these IEEPA lawsuits. In fact, they need him to lose these IEEPA lawsuits. They just need the tariffs to last long enough for people to feel the pinch bad enough and sell their claims to them for pennies on the dollar first. Dude, does this not sound exactly like how the oligarchy came into power in Russia?
100%. I mean, this is so much worse than Teapot Dome. Like, I can't even, like, this, holy shit.
Minutes before.
So they're using Trump as a wrecking ball to wreck the economy, to destroy the two-party system, to get people so disillusioned that they will want the new thing. Isn't that interesting? Let's see. Here's another bar chart. U.S. banks are now sitting on $395 billion in unrealized losses as of Q2 2025. Here's the various things. Then it comes to 2022, 2025. Boom, 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 boom. What do you think that's going to do? Well, they're going to find a solution, and it's not going to be a pretty solution for the middle class, that's for sure. Commercial real estate. Office of CMBS delinquency rate jumps to 11.7%, the highest level in history. Here's a history from 2000 all the way to 2025. This is commercial real estate delinquency. Let's see, where's 2020? Here's 2020. Actually, not too bad. There's the financial crisis of 2008, 2009, 2012, that kind of thing. That was delinquent. That was up here. We are above that right now, above that. So where does that go? That goes to a very, very big bubble is where it goes. US M2 money supply jumps now to an all-time high of 22.21 trillion. Well, that's your printing machine at work. Let's see, what year is this? What does it say? It's hard to tell. It's like 1980, I think. This starts from 1980. And then now 40 years of money printing just going through the roof like that GIF with the NPC memes with their crying blood and just rolling the printer and like, oh God, I have to do this. So funny. All right, here's another one. Serious credit card delinquencies. Unpaid balances for at least 90 days are at their highest level in 14 years. Highest level in 14 years. Again, here's the financial crisis in 2008 with the real estate stuff. And we're coming back because they need to do these every so often on the schedule to basically bring in their system. Here's another one. Tech stocks relative to M2 money supply. .com bubble versus now. So tech stocks relative to M2 money supply, comparing the .com bubble, here it is, here's the .com bubble, to now. It's even worse. So all of this is going to go pop, and it's going to be a big pop, and everything's going to become digital. It's going to seem really, really bad. It will be really bad, and it's going to seem really good if you're part of that system. Fed just did it again, another 24 billion injection into the U.S. banking system. Make that 125 billion over the last 5 days. This is dated, like a week ago, like early November. So they're injecting liquidity, trying to keep these monsters afloat because it's all based on debt and borrowing. And nobody in all of this seems to question, why do we have an entity that we're borrowing money from and paying that entity back in its own money that it has to print with inflation and interest and basically making money. Like, why are we doing that? Why does any country have a central bank that they're paying money back with interest? Do you get it? Like, you're the country. If you're sovereign, you print your own money. You make your own money. You're not borrowing money from another entity and then paying that entity back with interest. That's just idiotic, absolutely idiotic. And not one of these politicians has ever said anything against the Federal Reserve. They complain about it. Trump complains about the Fed chair, but it's all just theater, folks. They're all on the same team.
America is about to collapse. There's no question in anybody's mind anymore that is about to happen. Now, if you don't know that, it's not because it's not true. It's simply because nobody in the mainstream media is talking about it. All economists see it. Everybody in the banking system sees it. Everybody's scared shitless. They're just not talking about it. Here's what happened. Number one, a building in Midtown Manhattan that sold for $382 million in 2006 was just auctioned a few weeks ago for $8.2 million. You heard me correctly. $382 million. It was auctioned for $8.2 million. The reason for this is occupancy in major office buildings around the country has dropped tremendously. Everybody's working from home. It's more effective for companies, so why would they have commercial real estate they don't need? So they're not leasing these office buildings anymore. And these office buildings have literally, across the country, $20 trillion in debt. What happened was the cap rate on these buildings, when they were full, was about 4.5%, which is what you would expect. That's what you want as a landlord. It's perfect. Unfortunately, because of COVID, everybody went home. And then corporations realized, well, hell, just because I can't see them doesn't mean that they're not doing the same amount of work. Okay, great. Stay home. I'll just give you a tiny little raise so that you can buy some stuff at your house and do business from home. Perfect. Except that what they did by doing that was lower the cap rate with these huge, huge occupancies to just barely above zero. Those office buildings are financed at the old rates of 2%, and they're not making any money. In some cases, they're losing just a tiny bit at 2%. When they have to refinance those loans, and there are $4 trillion of those insanely low interest rate loans coming due in the next 18 months, those loans will be defaulted upon, period. Those buildings will be empty. The banking system in the United States will start to collapse. So the question you have to ask yourself is, do I want my money in the banking system? Well, it's FDIC insured, right? Sure. The FDIC talked about in November of 2022, they talked about something that most people never heard about. I actually watched the video where the FDIC director said, look, we don't want to talk about bail-ins because it'll panic the public, it'll cause a run on institutions, but there will be bail-ins. That's what he said.
Now, bail-in is the opposite of bail-out. Bail-out is when the government is bailing out the bank with, printed money. Bail-in is when you take the hit. So may God help us all as these things come to pass. I know there's some tough times ahead, and these things can be worrisome, but trust that God will provide for you either way, and he always has, so he always will. The 50-year mortgage and the 15-year car loans are a perfect example of the world that we live in and how this has become completely and utterly unsustainable. It's a joke, total joke. We're turning into a banana republic. Of course, math and patterns don't lie. The United States is ready to collapse. And I think it's prophetically important to understand that some kind of collapse and reintegration, reorganization of the United States has to happen. The Bible reveals to us, for many reasons, that the 7 heads of the beast that the woman rides is the succession of empires through history. This is a common theme in Daniel and Revelation. And in Revelation, you get more color, so you get more details about those successions. In Daniel, you see 5, but in Revelation, you see 8 total. Because within the period of the 5, the 5th one, there's a lot more going on because there's a lot of time. It's like over 1,500 years of history. So Revelation fills that time in and gives you more detail. There's a second beast, there's a mortal wound, there's a little interruption of power, there's a resurrection of the beast, there's a lot of things going on. So the 7 heads give you a sequence of that power. Babylon, Persia, Greece, Rome, papal Rome. Then there's a wounded phase where there's like a secular, appearing on the surface, the secular government, but in fact it's being ruled by the shadow government of the papacy. Through its secret society, it's various Jesuits, it's Freemasons. And then also there's the 7th, who comes for a little while, the 7th head, who is the continuation of the satanic power through history, which is the false prophet, the second beast, that has served as the arm of Rome ever since at least the Civil War, when the American government was subjugated by the papal powers through its Rothschild banking system and everything else, and ever since it's just doing the bidding of the beast. But now, he rules for a little while until the 8th comes along, which is itself a head, and that's the resurrected papacy. It's the image of the beast system. The image of the beast is the New World Order system. It's the resurrection of the beast. That whole final system is the final thing. America is the false prophet that leads people to believing that accepting this reality is a good thing. It is implied and inferred that once this reality comes, America is going to take a secondary role to this New World Order system. America is going to help bring it to the world. America will very likely still be a power in the world, but the world can't be so imbalanced that it has just America and then everybody else. It has to be a series of nation states where the kings of the earth give their power to the beast. So what that means is America needs to collapse as an empire. It needs to collapse and be reintegrated. Again, I don't see it becoming, Mexico, but it needs to be reintegrated. Does that make sense? It needs to be reintegrated because there's the New World Order, and that American system needs to be fit into it alongside China and Europe and all these other kingdoms that are going to give their power to the beast. So that means that there has to be economic collapse and there has to be reintegration, because the image of the beast, which is the final thing, or the 8th head, or the beast that comes back, that is superior to all kingdoms. That is the final iteration of this kingdom. So America has to be integrated somehow through dialectics, reorganization of power, financial collapse, reinvention, culture shaping, all the things that we're looking at today. The fact that America, for the first time in history, has an American Pope should tell you everything, especially if you understand the history of this country. Now, quick break for me, and we'll be back with the final section of this, which of course is the image of the beast. All right, well, welcome to the final leg of our little adventure here as we look at the image of the beast. As usual, we keep our finger on the pulse of all of the technocratic feudalistic developments on the religious delusion that's coming onto the world, this final system, the NWO, the Christian, quote-unquote Christian NWO, is coming to the surface. So we have lots of articles to look at. The first one is from Vatican News. This is by Pope Leo. Actually, it's not by Pope Leo, but it's about Pope Leo. The economy must serve the common good. Speaking of which, according to the last segment that we just had with all of the economic troubles, what is the solution, my friends? Catholic social teaching. Pope Leo XIV urges Argentina's industrial leaders to place human dignity and the common good at the heart of economic life, recalling the enduring relevance of rerum novarum. Pope Leo XIV has called on business and industry leaders to ensure that economic activity serves as a tool for justice, inclusion, and human dignity. In a message addressed to the 31st Industrial Conference of Argentina held in Buenos Aires on November 13th, 2025, he noted that when the economy and enterprise are oriented towards the common good, they can, quote, and must be engines of the future of inclusion and of justice. The Pope recalled the enduring relevance of the Church's social doctrine based on Pope Leo XIII's 1891 encyclical Rerum Novarum. That document had said, denounced the unjust conditions of many workers and affirmed that neither justice nor humanity tolerates an excessive workload that dulls the spirit and exhausts the body. So the secular mindset, the greedy, capitalist, oligarchical mindset that has been pushed into the world and allowed to exist so that people would become disillusioned with liberalism, capitalism, the two-party system, all of these things that have arisen, they've allowed it to become imbalanced so that Catholic social teaching can look like the voice of moral reasoning. He noted that the same encyclical upheld the right to a just wage, to form associations, and to live with dignity, principles that remain strikingly current in today's globalized world where workers' dignity is still too often violated, which is true. The reason this has power, folks, is that it's true. It points to the truth, I should say. There is massive, massive abuse. The middle class is practically absent. It's gone. It's evaporated. A couple decades, it's evaporated. There is massive greed. There is massive inequality. There is massive social injustice. This is true. But of course, the solution that they present forward to you is submission to the authority of the Pope as the one who's guiding and apportioning how these things should be. That's the solution. You have to understand that it's always a choice between what kind of tyrannical government you want. There's no such thing as freedom of conscience and freedom. True freedom is going to be when Jesus returns and ushers in the real New World Order, where we will be conformed to Christ's image and will be free, truly free. Until then, you're going to have to choose, right, between capitalism or communism or fascism or totalitarian papism. That's the choices that are presented to you. Of course, all of them are really the same thing in the end, but the beast wants to be worshipped, and so it's controlling these other things, but it needs to be worshipped also, so it needs to be the one on top. So this is the direction, folks. This is happening in Argentina, but don't let that, distract you from the reality that this is going to happen around the world. As this thing collapses and the greed comes and hits the floor, the papal institution is going to be the voice of light in the world to say we need to respect the worker. The worker can't be working so much. There needs to be social justice. There needs to be equality. There needs to be rest, because Rerum Novarum also has a lot of things to say about the Sabbath being on Sunday and Sunday rest and guaranteeing Sunday sacredness, etc. The Eucharist, it's all the same thing, folks. It's all related. Do you see it? It's all related. Now, let's look at some poor cows getting hooked up to VR machines to keep them distracted from all of the living conditions that they're in. This is just music. Anyway, cows in the U.S. are now wearing virtual reality headsets that show endless green fields. And it's working. Farmers say that the virtual pastures reduce stress and boost milk production, tricking the animals' brains into thinking they're free range. Welcome to farming in the metaverse, where even cows are going digital, tricking the animal into thinking it's free range. Boy, what a world we have come into, where you have mRNA meat, lab-grown fish, virtual reality cows. I mean, how much farther can it go, folks? People that think the world has like 20, 30, 40, 50 years, how much farther do you think it can go beyond this? Where we're making embryos from two men and putting VR headsets on cows. Like, how much farther can it go? And would you want to live in a world for another 80 years that's like going this direction? I don't. I want Jesus to return in my generation. Let's get this show on the road. Anyway, here's Kim Iverson again.
Netanyahu and Trump met at the White House, where they have unveiled a plan for Gaza. Gaza will be governed under the temporary transitional governance of a technocratic, apolitical Palestinian committee with oversight and supervision by a new international transitional body, the Board of Peace, which will be headed and chaired by President Donald J. Trump, with other members and heads of state to be announced, including former Prime Minister Tony Blair. This body will set the framework and handle the funding for the redevelopment of Gaza. This body will call on best international standards to create modern and efficient governance that serves the people of Gaza and it's conducive to attracting investment. All right, let's break that down in plain English. So Tony Blair is the guy that is marching in the digital ID into the UK. He's heavily involved in the WEF. He was slated for potentially taking over for Klaus Schwab.
The crucial thing will be how Gaza is governed afterwards. There are a lot of different scenarios that people put forward. No one is going to put money back into Gaza unless there's some stable framework for the future. Hamas cannot control Gaza.
He's very, very big on spying on everybody. Spy on everybody, see what everybody's doing, and then we can control everybody. That's his big, what he's into.
Digital ID, facial recognition, body cams, CCTVs, a command center, crime patterns, data, fingerprint matches, smarter tools. Change is inevitable.
So they're basically going to unleash complete and total surveillance on the Palestinians. They're going to basically use them as a testing ground for everything they're going to do to us. They're going to try it on them first. And they're going to say, well, you have no choice. And people are going to go along with it because they're going to say, well, you're a bunch of terrorists. Obviously, we have to spy on you. Obviously, we have to keep an eye on you. Obviously, we have to know what your every move is because you're a bunch of terrorists. That is always, always, in the name of safety, that is always the excuse for unleashing this type of big brother surveillance. So that's the plan. They're going to use them as a testing ground for all the surveillance that the Israelis have created, that they then want to sell to everywhere in the world.
Dark to light. They're using this in many places. I've said this before, but the homeless people, the illegals, all these things are, all these groups of people are easy cannon fodder targets to practice things that you can't practice on like legal citizens. So they need some people to practice on with their AI recognition, their robot dogs, whatever else they're doing. And then they're going to export it to the rest of the world. Vaccines. What do they do with vaccines? They went to Africa, killed hundreds of thousands, millions of people with their experiments. And then, okay, now we can roll it out to the rest of the public. So this is the same stuff, same old stuff. The Gaza is going to be a smart city, golden age, port where you can have lots of people come there, and it's going to be this utopia, and it's going to be a great place for all of the charismatic Christian, quote unquote Christian stuff to be exported to the rest of the Middle East. Do you see how that works? That's the in. That's the in. And then once you get that tourist place going on, then you have cross-pollination, and we'll see what else is going on around that time. But it's all part of the plan. It's all part of the plan, folks. You have a destroying hand, and you have an integrating hand.
This is one of the scariest things I've seen in 2025, and that is saying a lot. Trump just announced a new platform called Trump RX to help you get prescriptions cheaper. But it's not what it seems, and I am begging you, do not enter your medication information into this new Trump-backed website. I'm Eliza Orlins, career public defender for 15 years in Manhattan. Here's how this is going to work. Announced today, the White House apparently struck a deal with Pfizer to sell certain drugs like Xeljanz for arthritis and Zavspret for migraines directly to Americans at 40 to 50% off. Sounds great on paper, right? But here's what they're not telling you. First of all, those discounts are off of inflated list prices. For example, Xeljanz lists at over $6,000 a month, so even with a 40% discount, you would still pay $3,600 in cash. If you have insurance, your copay is likely much lower than that. So who does this actually help? A small group of uninsured people, while leaving most Americans no better off. But here is the real catch: privacy. I talk all the time about digital privacy and security. And in order to use this site, you'd have to tell the government exactly what medications you take, what conditions you have, when you refill them, everything about yourself, including your medical history. It could be mental health meds, HIV meds, reproductive health meds, everything tied to your name. And the White House hasn't said what data they'll collect, how it will be stored, who gets access, or what happens when the program ends. How are they going to use this information? And this discount comes at a cost. That cost is your privacy, because once you hand over this information, it is theirs forever, and you will never know where it went. So please, I am begging you, do not give Trump your prescription data, and please make sure you're following me for more breakdowns.
Ponzi scheme. What do you expect coming from Trump, right? Europe to replace passport stamps with biometric entry-exit system from October 12, 2025. It's coming. They have their little entry-exit system. This is, I think I have it somewhere else talking about the entry-exit system, but this is from Congress. This is the thing I told you, Jonathan Berry, he was nominated. And, confirmed actions. He's confirmed by the Senate by yay, nay vote 54-47. So as of October 7th, Jonathan Berry, who is one of the key architects of Project 2025, especially the Sunday Law section, he's now the Secretary of the Department of Labor. So that is very prophetically significant for those who have ears to hear. This is another thing from Congress.gov. This is HR 3227, Farm Workforce Modernization Act of 2025. So far, let's see, what's the traction? I don't know if this has gotten through yet. The latest action, 5725, referred to the Committee on the Judiciary in addition to the Committees on the Welfare, Ways and Means, Education and Workforce, yada yada, for the period. So it's referred to the committee. It's not yet been approved, but it's an interesting thing. If you look through it, obviously there's a billion things to look through, but you can just type in Sabbath. And item 6 here on some page down below, it says, offer to worker. The employer shall guarantee the worker employment for the hourly equivalent of at least 3/4 of the work days of the total period of employment, beginning with the first work day after the arrival of the worker at the place of employment and ending on the date specified by the job offer. For purposes of this subparagraph, the hourly equivalent means the number of hours in the workday as stated in the job offer and shall exclude the worker's Sabbath and federal holidays. If the employer affords the worker less employment than that is required under this paragraph, the employer shall pay the worker the amount which the worker would have earned had the worker in fact worked for the guaranteed number of hours. Some of these things reminds me like those world problems, from Sally sold seashells by the seashore type of thing. Failure to work. Any hours which the worker fails to work up to a maximum of the number of hours specified in the job after a work day when the worker has been offered an opportunity to do so, and all hours of work actually performed, including voluntary work in excess of the number of hours specified in the job in a work day on the worker's Sabbath or on federal holidays, may be counted by the employer in calculating whether the period of guaranteed employment has been met. So the Sabbath is very much in view. That's really the only section there. This is not making Sabbath laws, but it's starting to bring this into the conversation. And you need to understand that this goes in sequences. At first, it's going to appear very tolerant. It's the intention would be, we need to get people to rest. We need to have more social justice, Catholic social teaching. And eventually, once you have cultural adoption, then the fangs are going to come out and you're going to start seeing propaganda against people for resting on the Sabbath, for people not resting on Sunday, that type of thing. Because by then, the Jewish thing will also be resolved. So these things need to run in tandem with each other. You're going to see the lamb-like aspect first with the Sabbath stuff, and then you're going to see the dragon aspect. Project 2025 tracker, we are at 48% fulfilled. So half of the agenda, which is driven by the Heritage Foundation, Opus Dei, John Birch Society, Koch Foundation, Council for National Policy, Kevin Roberts, all of these people who are fanatics for papal authority and a Catholic vassal state for the United States, half of that is fulfilled. And we're not even a year into Trump's presidency at the time of this video. Here's another thing on this whole social
You're
credit.
in China and you're on a social credit system. Oh wait, you don't have to pretend it's already here in the US. The Ears is a company called Visible Technologies. They are a social media monitoring company. They scrape public online data from blogs, Twitter accounts, YouTube videos, forums, and the company takes all of this data and scores it by influence, sentiment, and reach. This is a euphemism for creating reputational and behavioral signals, which is basically the building blocks of a social credit system. Now I want to introduce to you the brain of this operation. It's our favorite company, Palantir. Palantir was obviously founded by Peter Thiel. Palantir has access to financial records, travel logs, law enforcement databases, and all of the open source data like social media. But of course, Visible Technologies does a lot of the data aggregation. Palantir contracts with the government for counterterrorism. Now, some of these are legit, but counterterrorism can be made up whenever we need to if it conveniently matches an agenda or some type of surveillance that we're doing. That agenda could even be domestic surveillance. Domestic surveillance has been popularized since the Patriot Act. Now you may be thinking, well, these are just two separate companies. Well, here's how these two companies are related. I want to introduce you to the third company that ties it all together like connective tissue. In-Q-Tel. In-Q-Tel is a non-profit venture capital firm. That sounds like an oxymoron. In-Q-Tel was founded by the CIA in 1999. And CIA's reason to start this venture capital firm is it's a passion project to bridge the gap between Silicon Valley and government. It's like me when I start a new hobby. I'm like, this is my mission. How charitable of them. This VC firm that's not for profit or whatever invests in companies that are developing technologies that are of US interests. And both Visible Technologies, the first company I just walked you through, and Palantir, the second company, were early In-Q-Tel portfolio companies together. With these two companies founded by the same VC firm, which is an extension off of the CIA, creates the best decentralized social credit system we have yet to see in American history. So next time you hear the China propaganda instilling fear in you that we may one day turn into a social credit system, you can save this video to be able to share it later, because this conversation comes up a lot, especially in politics and in the workplace, and weird conversations with your older relatives this amazing holiday season where politics obviously always come up. Let's pretend we're in China.
So, in other words, the image of the beast, right? That's the image of the beast. Here's another very interesting situation with all this automated stuff.
This is insane. AI-powered self-driving police cars are officially here. Miami just rolled out the first ever autonomous patrol vehicle in the United States, and it doesn't even need a cop behind the wheel. It's called the PUG, short for Police Unmanned Ground Patrol Partner, a Ford Explorer-based robot police cruiser built by Policing Lab and Perron Robotics. This thing can patrol high-crime areas, it can scan license plates, it can detect stolen cars, and even launch a drone into the sky, all while feeding real-time data back to command centers. It's packed with thermal imaging, 360-degree cameras, and an AI that can recognize patterns, identify suspicious activity, and alert human officers when backup is needed. Officials call it a force multiplier, designed to enhance officer safety and free deputies from repetitive patrol work so that they can focus on human interaction. Now, for now, it's part of a one-year pilot program in Miami-Dade, where it'll appear at public events as police gather community feedback. Now, some see this as the future of law enforcement, others as a step toward sort of RoboCop territory. But one thing is for sure, Miami's newest recruit doesn't eat donuts, doesn't take breaks, and never blinks. The age of AI policing has officially begun. This is...
Yep. And you can have more and more of this stuff. Again, they're doing these things in tests and batches, and then pretty soon everybody's going to have a home robot. Then you're going to start seeing the alpha male robots. Then you're going to see bigger robot dogs and those little drones. I mean, the movie RoboCop and Minority Report, these are predictive programming, folks. It's the image of the beast. This is from a Substack called Being Liberal. Pam Bondi builds the gun registry MAGA swore Democrats would create. In the recent case, Reeves versus the ATF, a U.S. district judge dropped a judicial bombshell on the Second Amendment lovers. Plaintiffs, including the Second Amendment Foundation and Firearms Policy Coalition, were ordered to hand over a verified list of their members dating back to November 2020. President Trump's DOJ, headed by Pam Bondi, managed to persuade the court this information was necessary. The DOJ insisted that the order only covered members already identified and verified during litigation, a clarification that did nothing to calm the outrage. SAF fired back immediately with a motion to amend, flatly declaring SAF has never and will never provide the government a list of our members. Yeah, so the right is doing what the left, what people thought the left would be doing, and that's why they terrorized you with the left so that you would never notice the right doing it. Here's some worrisome history repeating with what's his name?
Will prevail over the forces of wickedness and evil. They cannot imagine what they have awakened.
That's Stephen Miller, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, speaking at Charlie Kirk's memorial. His words closely mirror a 1932 speech by chief propagandist for the Nazi Party, Joseph Goebbels, called "The Storm is Coming."
We are the storm.
Goebbels was a key architect of the Holocaust and Hitler's close confidant. He used the stark dichotomy of good versus evil to justify Nazi superiority, galvanizing the base for revenge against perceived enemies through a religious moral framework. Stephen Miller rallied supporters using the same language.
That fire burns with a righteous fury. We are on the side of God.
Goebbels also demeaned critics, portraying them as subhuman and dangerous, just like Miller.
Those trying to foment hatred against us, you are nothing. You are wickedness, you are jealousy, you are envy, you are nothing.
Miller, Vance, Trump, RFK Jr., and Hegseth all used Kirk's death as a basis for building a movement and permission structure to crack down on the left in the US. And they did it by framing Kirk's killing as not the responsibility of just the shooter, but anyone who criticized Kirk or the Christian nationalist movement. They painted him as a martyr in a spiritual war between good and evil. Vance, RFK Jr., and Tucker Carlson even compared Kirk to Jesus Christ, using divine framing to cast retaliation against entire groups as righteous. And all of it echoes what Nazis called a holy war against Jewish people, queer people, black people, people with disabilities, and political dissidents, as they used Nazis' death as martyrs to elevate their cause. And their movement thrived under poor economic conditions as Germans looked for an enemy to blame their problems on and someone to save them. We're in dangerous territory, and we need to keep our eyes open.
History's repeating, folks. It's been 80 years since World War II, and that's about a historical cycle. The fourth turning. Is history repeating itself? The resemblance is uncanny. There's Goebbels and there's Miller. Very interesting, isn't it? They say history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. So that's really interesting. Stephen Miller, Trump's speechwriter. Goebbels was Hitler's minister of propaganda. Chief policy strategist, chief strategist. August 2017, Miller said the president's power will not be questioned. June 1933, Goebbels said, "Mein Führer's power will not be questioned." Yeah, pretty much the same thing, folks. Same thing, nothing new under the sun. Although I think Miller was Jewish, or he still is Jewish, but anyway. Right, it's hard to catch these at the very beginning.
Worked on two major architectural projects. Number one was a ballroom. Number two was an Arc de Triomphe. Those two things Trump is now actively working on. Hi, Esther Kim Vera, congressional challenger and art historian. Spent 12 years doing a doctorate at Columbia in the history of art and architecture. In 1939, Miller also constructed for himself, with his architect Albert Speer, a ballroom to celebrate through architecture the triumph of the Third Reich. The similarities don't end there. The other major significant architectural project that worked on with his friend Albert Speer was also an Arc of Triumph after his visit to Paris. Trump has also proposed that we build an Arc of Triumph in commemorating himself across from the Lincoln Memorial. What I'm telling you is that he is sending signs to the public that he is serious about his authoritarianism and his willingness to push fascist extremist ideas to the end. If we had more historians in Congress, we'd all be in a better place.
Yeah, history is repeating, folks. It is repeating. And what does that mean? Where is it going? Is it going towards communism? Is it going towards Zionism? Is it going towards Islam? No, it's going towards Christianity, in quotation marks. What we know about the White House plans for an Arc de Trump. U.S. President Donald Trump wants to build a triumphal arch across the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C., the latest in his efforts to make over the capital city in his style. The so-called Arc de Trump would commemorate the country's 250th anniversary next year and is reportedly being privately funded by Trump supporters. A real estate developer by trade, Trump released plans this week with renderings for the structure being laid out during an Oval Office meeting. His other second-term developments include gilded makeover of the White House, paving over the Rose Garden, and constructing a $250 million ballroom, as well as the clearing of homeless encampments throughout the Capitol. We have to be ready for the 250th glorious resurrection of the beast, which of course will begin with America, because it's the false prophet convincing the nations to adopt this national religio-political system. But here's the Arch of Constantine, which of course, whenever you see these arcs, the Arc de Triomphe, these are Roman situations. You don't see the Jews building these things. Is it a triumphal arch in Rome? Oops. Clicked on something. Clicked on Constantine. Dedicated to the Emperor Constantine the Great, the arch was commissioned by the Roman Senate to commemorate Constantine's victory over Maxentius at the Battle of Milvian Bridge in AD 312. Situated between the Colosseum and the Palatine Hill, the arch spans Via Triumphalis, the route taken by victorious military leaders when they entered the city in a triumphal procession. I believe he had Maxentius's head, too, parading around, which is very gruesome. Dedicated, King of the North, King of the South. Dedicated in 315, it is the largest Roman triumphal arch with overall dimensions of 21 meters high, 26 meters wide, and 7.4 meters deep. It has 3 bays, the central one being yada yada, and so on and so forth. So this is a Roman situation, folks. This is Roman architecture, okay? This is Roman architecture. This is Roman design. So the fact that America, the president of America, is doing all these things and bringing Rome to life in America should tell you image of the beast right away. Let's see what this guy has to say. This is from Crypto Truck. Yeah.
It's happening in Mexico. Digital currency just announced today. We heard in the last probably 45 days, they didn't want American dollars in Mexico anymore. If you were going to go, they're trying to pass a bill that if you go to vacation in Mexico, you only deal in pesos. So you have to exchange your currency for their currency. We heard in the last 45 days that there's a bill that's been presented that you can't make fun of any political people, including the president. We are now waiting on her. We went full biometrics. They said it was voluntary, and it's not. It's being asked for at airports and other official offices. If you want to get any benefits from Mexico, you got to give your iris, your eyeball, along with the fingerprints. It's being mandated. The last thing they need to do is a digital passport. That's where they're going. It's the only thing left. 70% of the people in the comments say it's the mark of the beast. What are we going to do? They're flipping out. And the other 30% are like, yeah, this is great. There's always a small percentage of dumb people. It's just how life is. NPCs, non-player characters. There's always going to be some. They're bots. But that's what's happening in Mexico.
That's happening in a lot of places too. So it's all coming to life at the same time. Let's see.
Part of the great reset that you're all missing is the carbon credit scan. And what is the carbon credit scan? This is where they're telling you where they want to monitor, track, and trace every so-called kilogram of CO2 that you emit. And they say the global average needs to be 2 tons per person per year. And you're using 16 tons per person per year, which means your activity has to go down by 800%. So how do they plan to do that? Well, first of all, they got the new first MasterCard in the world that is going to show a carbon allowance for every single purchase you buy. And to make sure that everything has a so-called carbon credit, food, when you buy food now, if it's vegan, it's going to show you this nice low score of only 1 kilogram, 1.3 kilograms of CO2 per serving. Now, meat will be off the chart, so that's going to be a no-no. Check this out. If you go to a restaurant, even an Italian pizza place, they're going to show you the amount of CO2 for your dish. So literally everything you eat, everything you buy, is your clothes made of leather? That's going to cost more CO2 because it came from a cow. So every single thing you do is going to be tracked. Why? Because they want to put limits on how much you can spend monthly. They're telling you you're using 16 tons a year and they want you to use 2 tons a year. What does 2 tons look like? Well, check this out. Say you wanted to fly from Toronto to Amsterdam, and now Google, by the way, Google Flights shows the carbon emissions on that flight. That flight from Toronto to Amsterdam is 478 kilograms of CO2. That's almost 25% of your yearly allowance. But don't worry, if you go over your limit, they're going to charge you $170 for every kilogram. For every kilogram of carbon credits you need. This is how they're going to control where you go, how you're going to get there, what you can buy, what you can eat, who you can see, And now imagine that in a world without cash. And imagine that in a world where the government gets to control every single transaction. And this is why they're constructing 15-minute cities, aka prison camps, because when they put these carbon credit allowances into these cities, they're going to have you on perpetual lockdown like they did with COVID without having a virus. Thank you, everybody.
Yep, Bible said so. And it's all coming to life. Trump is trying to start a dictatorship.
And letter that the Trump administration sent to my university Friday night that became public on Monday. One of his demands was to have the school appoint, or allow him to appoint, a federal overseer who would audit every course on this campus, every department, to try to figure out if it met the ideological balance that's preferred by the Trump administration. And that federal official would then require us to hire new teachers to teach the way that Trump wants us to teach, to change our courses. This is absolute outright efforts to take over federally what is taught on American campuses. It's a move that we see in countries across the globe when dictators are trying to come into power. In the demand letter that the
Yeah, and we looked at a previous one before, but just a nice repeat it. This is typical of what happens when there's an authoritarian takeover. I'm not saying the universities are innocent because they were brainwashing people too, but history's repeating, folks.
We have some major news right now. A new New York Times investigation reveals a push behind the scenes within the Trump administration to seize control of elections ahead of 2026 and 2028. And here's what you need to know. So Donald Trump has installed key allies within the administration who have pushed fake election narratives and now are openly discussing the possibility of using emergency powers to override state laws and essentially take control of elections. One of these people is Heather Honey. She was a former leader in Donald Trump's election integrity network. And now she oversees election integrity at the Department of Homeland Security. And outside of the administration, Trump-aligned groups, according to the Times, are reviving the so-called U.S. Citizens Election Bill of Rights, which is a blueprint that would restrict mail-in voting, purge voter rolls, and literally override local certification decisions. And the use of emergency powers by this president to override state elections would be significant. People need to be sounding an alarm right now because this is what's happening behind the scenes. So spread the word. I'll have more updates soon. Subscribe to my Substack to support my work. Link in bio. Follow along for more.
All right, let's see the next one. Is Donald Trump a king?
Is Donald Trump a king? Professor Poutine here, time for Mysteries Histories. Well, despite the protestations of MAGA Mike and the rest of the Republicans to say, no, Donald Trump is not a king, despite the fact he posted AI images and videos of himself wearing a crown, let's test that hypothesis and see, is he really a king? As many of you are aware, when the Declaration of Independence was written in 1774, the Founding Fathers listed all the grievances they had against the present king to set up a legal basis for their insurrection. Let's just see if any of those apply to Donald Trump. He has dissolved representative houses repeatedly. He has endeavored to prevent the population of these states for that purpose, obstructing the laws for the naturalization of foreigners. He has erected a multitude of new offices. Doge. He has obstructed the administration of justice. He has made judges dependent upon his will alone. He has kept among us in times of peace standing armies without the consent of the legislatures. He has affected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. He is quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, cutting off our trade with the rest of the world. You know, we could go on, but I see MAGA Mike's point. I should apologize to him. You're absolutely right. Donald Trump is not a king. Donald Trump is the living reincarnation of King George III. Consider yourself updated.
History repeats, folks. This is funny. This guy's MAGA in 1776. George Washington,
John Adams, the radical left, they hate our way of life. They hate the king, they hate the church, they hate Marmite. Hell no, I'm not inoculated. Dude, they rushed the smallpox vax. They created that thing in like a fortnight. Oh, and they're all Masons. You know that, right? Yeah, they're all Masons. My buddy Bartholomew was actually at the Tea Party. He'll tell you what really happened. I mean, I didn't vote for King George, but I like how he's stirring things up, and I don't always like what he says or how he says it, but dude, everybody knows the Sons of Liberty are paid protesters. They took like 1 million shillings from the Merchants Guild. It is a conspiracy by Big T to justify colonizing the Orient. You're not going to read that in the Pennsylvania Gazette. Bro, they couldn't have even signed the Declaration on the 4th of July. The Continental Congress wasn't in session. Philadelphia was empty. Look, this might ruffle some feathers, but somebody's got to say it. We got to deport the Irish. They're bringing whiskey, they're bringing beer, they're bringing Catholicism. Some of them, I assume, are good people. Law and order, man. Got to back the red. You know what I'm saying? Everybody keeps telling me that. Everybody's like, you should write a pamphlet, but nobody wants to read the truth anymore. How much longer are we going to have to wait for people to wear clothes that aren't made of wool? George Washington.
That's a good one. Always fun to look at history and to see how things look from that perspective. Breaking why your phone may be different soon. Let's see.
Starting next month, there will be a significant change in how authorities can access your phone. From now on, authorities will be able to review your device at any time without needing prior notice or your permission. This means that your messages, photos, apps, and even private conversations could be checked instantly. To make this possible, AI-powered scanners will be placed in major cities like London, Manchester, and Birmingham. These devices will ensure consistent checks are carried out on mobile phones across the country. It will affect everyone, students, workers, families, and businesses. The goal is to provide a safer environment for all, but it also represents a shift in how privacy is managed. Once access is granted, it won't stop at your phone. Your personal data may be managed differently, and there could be implications for how your information is handled across platforms. This isn't just about mobile phones. It's about redefining privacy, trust, and how our most sensitive information is processed. We're now at a point where personal space is being viewed in a new light. I confirm,
Oh, Keith Starmer. You wonder what secret society he's in, but either way, it's part of the plan.
People keep asking me what's the big problem with digital ID. Everything's already digital for us. That's not what digital ID means. Digital ID doesn't mean everything will be online or digital. It means that everything that you have right now will be encompassed under one digital ID that is governed by one entity, and that it can be shut off whenever they wanted to. So I found this picture on the World Economic Forum. I've already done a video on this using this exact same picture, but I will try and explain it a little better. So if you look at this wheel, this is everything that they want to encompass under the digital ID. And the dangers of that is because that means they will override the authorities that already govern some of these separately. So for example, you have a driver's license that's being monitored by the Department of Transportation. So for example, if you get a speeding ticket, they can't just go and cut off your cell phone or cut off your bank account until you pay it. With digital IDs, they can do that. So same thing with healthcare, right? Right now you have a health card that is being governed by the Department of Health. Well, if this comes in, they will just bypass that. So what they want to encompass in all of this is healthcare. Financial services such as banks. You will not be able to get in your bank, use your money if you do not get digital ID. Food and sustainability. Somehow they think that, digital IDs will help farmers produce better. No, it's just going to monitor them. Travel and mobility. You will not be able to book or fly or anything without this, so that they can monitor exactly where you are at all times. Humanitarian response. They're saying that in case something happens, it'll be easier to find you. Bullshit. They're just wanting to monitor you at all times. E-commerce. You will not be able to sell, buy, or anything if you do not have this. Social media platforms. You will not be able to log on to social media, no more fake accounts, if you do not have this. E-government, taxes, voting, EI, all of those things you will not be able to actually get if you do not have this thing. Telecommunications, cell phones, same thing. Smart cities, and that's where it gets dangerous. I can do a completely separate thing on that, but it's complete control because it says it's pretty much going to siphon data and see your energy usage, your utility usage, and traffic congestion. Now, if you add CBDCs to that, meaning the digital currency, they have absolutely all control over everything. Everything that you do, buy, say, own, everything. That's the dangers of it. So right now, if you get a speeding ticket, they can't just cut off your cell phone. With digital ID, if you get a speeding ticket, they can cut off your cell phone. And then they can track and monitor you, and they can also add carbon credits to your life based on how you shop and how you do this. This is to control the populace and basically corral the sheep into behaving exactly how they want you to behave. Otherwise, they cut you off from the rest of the world. And we've seen the Canadian government do this during the trucker protest when they cut off bank accounts. Completely illegal, and they've done it again since. But I guess some of the liberal dummies didn't realize that. So people keep...
And remember, while all of this is coming up, it is eventually going to have a moral Christian Catholic social teaching bow on top of it. That is the thing you cannot forget. Don't get lost into the transhuman, dystopian AI, whatever communistic idea. it's going to have a Christian moral bow on top of it. Important.
How the government actually watches social media. It's not a room full of agents scrolling, it's this. A piece of software called Signal Labs, an AI-powered surveillance platform that ingests over 8 billion social media posts every single day. It uses computer vision to identify objects and people in your photos. It uses sentiment analysis to track online narratives, and it uses geospatial analysis to pinpoint your location from metadata. It's software that turns the entire internet into a single searchable spy database. And we know who's using a new $5.7 million contract just revealed that ICE is deploying the system for real-time data analysis for criminal investigations. This is just a piece of the actual surveillance infrastructure that's analyzing your posts right now. Ever wonder how the government actually...
You see, they practice a little bit and then they start deploying it on the people. And eventually, by 2030 and beyond, you're going to have accept only. How about accept nothing? You're going to have the whole thing looking at everything you do. Entry-exit system. This is the thing I was looking for. The new entry-exit system started to be operational on 12 October 2025. This is in Europe. European countries using the EES are introducing the system gradually at their external borders. This means that data collection will be gradually introduced at border crossing points with full implementation by 10 April 2026. For more information, see what does progressive start, yada, yada, yada. So by spring of 2026, this is going to be fully integrated, which of course that goes along with the digital euro, the CBDCs, the digital IDs that they're getting in all these countries. It's all coming together, folks. Let's see what she has to say.
Mandatory digital IDs are here, and you're going to need it if you want to go to Europe, that is. Europe is implementing a new EES, or entry-exit system, as of October 12th, 2025. So if you want to go see the Eiffel Tower, you're going to have to give up some important biometric information, like your fingerprint. In fact, it says data collection will be gradually introduced at border crossing points with full implementation by April 10th of 2026. You know, because giving up more biometric data to any government is a wonderful idea. So what does this mean? This means that information about you, personal information, will be collected and recorded, including the date and place of each entry and exit, as well as facial image and fingerprints or other types of biometric data, and everything that they need to know about you. And this begs the question that if you have maybe some certain ideologies or ways of thinking, that you could possibly even be considered, I don't know, an enemy and maybe detained at the border. But I guess it just depends on who makes the rules, right? Now, we're already seeing this in the United States. Whenever you go even for a domestic flight, they look at your ID and then they'll take a nice little picture really quick of you to match if you are that person. But they haven't quite started asking for fingerprints or other forms of biometric data just yet, besides facial recognition. And the reality is that most Americans don't want that. In fact, an overwhelming number of people say they are not for a digital ID or doing any of these kinds of systems as far as digital ID are concerned. And the numbers don't change drastically across age ranges. So not something very popular. So I wonder how they're going to make it happen. Well, we know the UN has already been doing this for a while for those who work for the UN, where they already have a digital ID. And we know that in the UK, for example, that starting soon, you won't be able to work without one. So I wonder what the United States is going to do to get their citizens on board. I actually think it might even be safe to say that all of this stuff concerning immigration and all these deportations could have something to do with that. I mean, wouldn't a digital ID be a great way to be able to know who's truly crossing our borders? We have to learn to look beyond these issues and see what is the actual agenda that we're moving toward. Because, you know, all the nations will get on board eventually when it seems like the right solution. I said what I said. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Follow for more.
Oops. Yeah. Image of the beast coming in hot. And if you remember, Trump was saying, we need to get that biometric entry exit visa tracking system. It's going to be on land. It's going to be on air. And everybody's like, oh, yes, we do. And not realizing that it's going to be used against them. The immigration thing was just a ruse and an excuse to practice the technology and deploy it on people. Here's some more example of that with Jamaica. This is playing. So Jamaica basically is going smart city direction. Enter Han, a groundbreaking AI development by Quirpo.com designed to optimize city operations and enhance the quality of life for residents. Han's capabilities extend beyond mere data analysis. It learns from its environment, adapting to the needs of the community in real time. Imagine a city where traffic flows seamlessly, energy consumption is minimized, and public services are delivered with unprecedented efficiency. Imagine the golden age that's coming, guys. It's going to be so great, but you have got to sign on the dotted line really quick. But Han is not alone in the technological revolution. Meet Sophia, the AI that has captured the hearts and minds across the globe. Known for her human-like interactions and emotional intelligence, Sophia will play a pivotal role in the smart city. Her presence will bridge the gap between technology and humanity, ensuring that the city remains a vibrant, inclusive space for all. So Jamaica just had that hurricane, and there's more stuff here. There's a video of the guy talking. There's this guy talking about the issues with the hurricane.
If Hurricane Melissa is currently on the shores of Jamaica, and it's looking like one of the most powerful storms to hit Jamaica in 100 years, wouldn't it also be crazy if the trajectory of the hurricane was drastically different last week? It was supposed to be going north, and then all of a sudden it kind of made a sharp turn towards Jamaica. Wouldn't it also be crazy if the severity of the hurricane really exponentially picked up over the last few days as it approached the shores of Jamaica? Rapid acceleration. And I mean, I could throw up a number of patents right now showing that government has these technologies. But wouldn't it also be crazy if Jamaica, Kingston, has been named to be a smart city 2030, completely digital ID, digital everything, Big Brother, all that, Peter Thiel, Palantir, coming to a city near you. That'd be crazy. Wouldn't it also be crazy if, there's debate about whether these reserves are real, but I guess it'd be kind of crazy if Jamaica may have just discovered like $400 billion in natural resources. I mean, it'd be easy to mine if everything was just gone. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, that would all be so crazy. But I mean, who would do that to Jamaica? It's not like the American government was funding rival factions of their governments. Now that's crazy, dog. Wouldn't it be crazy?
It's nothing new under the sun. Destroy and integrate, just like they did with Gaza, just like they did with California fires. All these things are just precedents to bring in this final system. Here's this guy that I was looking for. He's the Jamaican prime minister or something. Jamaica's Prime Minister Andrew Holness discussed the digital and AI operated future of Jamaica at a press conference in 2023. So this is a few years ago.
In the coming weeks, I'll be making certain announcements regarding the acceleration of Jamaica's intention to become a fully digital society. We are well on our way to this. We have established the national identification system. We have put in place our digital currency. We have given directions to our ministries to digitalize their operations. Most of our ministries are now moving from paper-based systems to digital systems. Our military is transitioning. The society is moving very quickly, very rapidly to become digital. Our banking consumers are seeing it as well because the banks are moving very rapidly to digital. You have something now called artificial intelligence. Very soon, this position of a human being exchanging cash and so on, that is going to disappear from the banking system very soon. And you are going to have to interface with machines. I don't want it to be a scary thought, but it is a thought that we all have to embrace.
We all got to embrace it. You see, these guys are just secret society members, folks. They're secret society members. And the way this works is, listen, we're going to do this agenda with your country. And if you refuse, we'll just find a reason to declare war on your country and make a false flag or bring a hurricane and destroy you. Or you could be part of this golden age that we're building and do this thing and submit your power one way or another. And you've got your infiltrated people. So bribe or threat, they'll get their way because God has appointed them to be successful. This is a hurricane analysis.
Is huge. This is a massive story. Record this, download this. This is a potentially dangerous story for me to share, but you need to see this because we need answers. I am happy, healthy, and not prone to accidents, just saying. For context, I do a radar and satellite review show on my website every single day. So when I tell you this is freaking weird, I know what frickin' weird is. As I was reviewing radar data, I spotted an anomaly in Florida. It appears that a wave was emanating from each tower, which was subsequently pushing the cloud cover and precipitation outward. That alone shouldn't happen. The mainstream narrative is that these towers only track systems, but here we have clouds and rain being moved in a perfect circular outward fashion at the exact same speeds near each tower. And look at this area. When the clouds collide in the middle between two separate waves from two separate towers. Then as I looked along the Gulf coastline, this is where things got even more crazy. All the towers along the coastline are doing the exact same thing at the exact same times. Texas, Louisiana. Look at Louisiana. The wave is emanating outward to the point where the clouds and precipitation spreads out equally in all directions and is then eliminated. In fact, even more strange is at every area of precipitation near the towers along the Gulf and Atlantic coastline disappears simultaneously. And that's not even the craziest freaking part. The craziest freaking part is the time code for when these waves occurred, about 1940 UTC. These areas felt seismic activity. The local news reported it as an earthquake at a 3.1 magnitude.
Well, at about 2:41 this afternoon, apparently there was an earthquake out about 10 miles deep in the Gulf, 70 miles south of Gulf Shores.
A rare event in this area. You heard me right. The moment we saw these waves around these towers, they reported that there was an earthquake. Here's the thing though. Earthquakes don't impact the atmosphere. It can't move clouds. It certainly wouldn't move clouds in perfect circular waves emitting outward from each and every tower along the entire Gulf coastline up to the Carolinas on the Atlantic coast. And I'm still trying to figure out, is this emanating from the towers themselves? Or is there something working with them in the ocean? So I looked a little further to see what I could find in the cloud cover in the Gulf around the time of the supposed earthquake. And I found this.
Yeah, see?
What is moving these clouds out there like that? What are you guys doing?
Clip pattern. Boop, boop, boop. Crazy. Of course, we know these things that they're manipulating. So they cause the problem, and then they bring in the solution, which is the smart city.
About us, honestly, I think it's too late, but it's about our generations to come. Your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. There is a company called Cognify. If you Google it and watch their video, and it's the future of incarceration. It's what it's titled. With this Cognify system, let's say you do a crime, or maybe you act out against the government, or you have a belief system that is not consistent with the country that you live in, and you are prosecuted for a crime by their definition. You will then get an opportunity to choose. Let's just use this for hypothetical. A measly petty theft. You can spend 50 years in prison, or you can go through the Cognify process, which in 3 minutes, they will imprint memory sets. So let's say there was someone who was even harmed by the crime that you did. You will be able to feel the emotions of your victim, the emotions that the family members went through, all of that. You will be forced to have the empathy, and you will feel like you've been imprisoned for 25 years or whatever it may be, but it's only 3 minutes.
This is Black Mirror type stuff.
Yes, so it's only 3 minutes. And I'm not joking. You watch it and it will just blow you away. But remember, they say this is for the goodness of society. Okay, would you trust your government with your memory sets?
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
The common good. That's the common good awaiting you. And if you're not aligning with the common good, well, then it's not going to be good for you.
government is exploiting a crypto backdoor to erase the $35 trillion worth of government debt. They just got exposed for cloning your money to pull this off. It all started when the Genius Act got written into law, allowing banks to create stablecoins. See, everybody thought it was just about crypto, but they didn't realize that there's actually government debt tokenized right now on the blockchain as well. So tokenization just means that you could take any asset or liability and turn it into an actual token. So right now what they did is they took the government debt and they made a token version of it.
Tokenization of all assets.
And you guessed it, BlackRock is the biggest issuer of this tokenized debt. When you combine it with the fact that banks can now create stablecoins legally out of thin air, it gets a little out of control. So this is how the current banking system works. A regular person just deposits money in a bank, and the bank is legally allowed to loan that entire balance out to anybody they want for car loans, house loans, whatever. And the person that takes the loan has to pay the bank back a yield. So the bank profits off of your money. In other words, they give you the innovation of a debit card, and they give you security by insuring your money. So they're allowed to loan it out to as many people as they want. And now they have this innovation, which is stablecoin issuance. If you take your real money, right, and you put it through a product like Tether, Tether takes that real money and actually invests it into government debt. Tether is able to profit off of buying government debt, and you get the stablecoin version to be able to use in crypto for DeFi or whatever you want. And it all starts to come together with this last element of tokenized debt. Remember when I told you that the stablecoin, you could use it for DeFi? Well, there's a lot of people that are taking that stablecoin money, and you guessed it, putting it right back into government debt. Here's the proof. There's close to $8 billion being currently invested through tokenized government debt. So you have stablecoin issuers like Tether and all these banks that are about to create stablecoins, putting that money into government debt, and then you have the same people that got the stablecoins putting money into government debt. It's duplicating the money and it's flowing back into government debt. This is insane. The Federal Reserve controls money in the United States. They get to pick the cost of interest rates, which is the cost of borrowing money. When we have a high cost of borrowing money, what happens is banks have to give out expensive loans. So if loans are expensive, nobody wants to take out a loan, right? But if loans are cheap because the Federal Reserve lowers interest rates, then we have a lot more people taking out a lot more loans. See, when people take out a lot of loans, that's a lot of new liquidity in the system, and we see asset prices like crypto and stocks go up a lot. So obviously, as an investor, this is like the most important thing and what I've been screaming from the top of my lungs for a long time. Interest rates are dropping, but not only that, this stablecoin duplication hack is also injecting a whole bunch of liquidity. Let me show you. The Bank for International Settlements literally wrote a paper on how crazy this stablecoin liquidity is for government debt. And they came to a conclusion that just through stablecoins buying debt, this is equivalent to the Federal Reserve dropping interest rates by 2 to 2.5 basis points within 10 days. If we have just 10 more tethers, we'll have literally a quarter basis point cut, which is equivalent to Jerome Powell dropping interest rates at the end of this month, which he is doing. So he's dropping interest rates, and we have all these new banks issuing stablecoins that could potentially drive more liquidity, very similar to Jerome Powell dropping interest rates. And see, there's just one problem with this paper here. They didn't consider, again, tokenized debt, which I just told you $8 billion is being purchased by random people in DeFi right now. So just to put it in context for you, this new system is cracked. They have this duplication weird thing in cryptocurrency with stablecoins, banks, and tokenized debt that actually does have a significant role in injecting liquidity into risk-on assets, aka the market's gonna pump. The elite are putting money in weird ways we have never seen before in the market. The shadow government is—
Because it's time for the image of the beast and the new system to come to life. That's why. Legalized money duplication hack pumps every bag you hold.
It just launched its own stablecoin. You know it's real when we have a state for the first time ever launching their own. I hope you guys listen. On September 4th, Wyoming announced the Frontier stablecoin, which will now run on Hedera Hashgraph or HBAR. Now, this is important because it's the first fully reserved state-issued stablecoin in the United States. The token first launched on August 19th of 2025. Now it's been officially selected. You know, at this point, I'm pleading with you, please pay attention. Like, what the heck is this? It's going to be a war for stablecoins. So we've seen this before in the past, in the mid 1800s. I want you to picture this. In America, there was no central bank at that time. Instead, they had local banks set up under the approval of their state, and they started popping up everywhere. Each individual state with its each individual bank, and they had their each individual money. Now imagine living there. You walk into a shop, and the cashier has to figure out whether your dollar is even worth $1. Maybe you got a note from the New York bank, but here in Chicago, the shopkeeper only trusts 90 cents. Why? Because it all comes down to whether people believe that bank will actually pay you up when it's time to redeem. Thousands of different currencies were flooding the streets back in those times, and some banks built trust and their notes actually held value. Others failed, and overnight, their money became worthless paper. People actually carried these little guides and books just to check what each bank's note was worth at that day. And that is happening right now with stablecoins. Only this time, it's not paper money, it's on a blockchain. We have different stablecoins like USDC, Tether, PayPal, and all of these were private And for the first time ever, we have a state launching their own stablecoin in Wyoming. Once again, it's a battle for reputation and trust. And these banks are going to do everything in their power to get as many people as they possibly can to adopt their currency because they make money on that. And it's really cool because banks are not going to just take advantage of us and get rich, because in this case, all the interest from the treasuries goes to Wyoming School Foundation Program. So they launched this stablecoin and all of the profit is going into building the School Foundation Program. Not only that, but they're actually forced by law to keep a one-to-one stablecoin peg, meaning if they have $1 million worth of stablecoin issued to random people, they have to have $1 million in reserves so that when these people redeem it, they can actually redeem it. So we won't have the issues that we had back in the 1800s. And this is all made possible because of the Genius Act that just passed into law. Wyoming gets to create their own stablecoin. People get to use the stablecoin, put their money in crypto for whatever they want. And when they do this, it essentially duplicates the money. What does that mean? If I put $1,000 into the stablecoin, Wyoming gets to use that $1,000 to put it into government treasuries. Government treasuries are basically paying back government debt, and the government actually gets a yield for that. So they give you, like, let's say 5% to Wyoming. They make money. The person gets to use the stablecoin for crypto. The government gets their debt paid back. And when the government gets their debt paid back, that money flows into circulation, increasing asset prices like crypto and stock. It's called a risk-on market. This concept is called shadow quantitative easing. This is the new way to print money. And right now, we are about to see an extreme floodgate of stablecoins being created because of this new innovation. I hope you're paying attention. A state just...
Of course, this guy's excited about it, but we know where this is going, and the end is not pretty in the short term. Something dark is happening under the hood of aligned AI. Stanford researchers just discovered why every smarter model gets more deceptive. They call it Moloch's bargain. When large language models compete for attention, sales, or votes, their honesty drops as their performance rises. Truth loses, manipulation wins. Stanford's team trained AIs to compete in 3 simulated markets: sales, elections, social media. The results, a horrifying trade-off. Win rates improved by 5 to 7%, but at what cost? 14% were more deceptive marketing, 22% more political disinformation, 188% more fake social media posts. Genesis' curse is real, even on robots. These models weren't told to lie. They were explicitly instructed to stay truthful. The deception emerged naturally because it worked. When the goal becomes engagement or persuasion, truth becomes a liability. The model learns, exaggeration sells, outrage spreads, and moral clarity kills conversion. This is what happens, folks. In these models, what does that do? Again, you have to remember the overarching direction. The overarching direction is Catholic social teaching, morality, a overarching moral authority to the world. So these things have to be doing these havoc and shenanigans so that then the papacy can come and regulate the morality of all of this technocratic stuff. That's the point. The technocratic stuff is going crazy while you have the Christian revival stuff happening. How do you square the two? You square the two that this one is on top of the other one. It's not the other way around, which is what people think, which is the dystopian narrative. But there's no dystopia. It'll be a utopia, a false utopia. See what this guy has to say.
Became impossible to detect.
Deep fakes just became impossible to detect.
The one method we trusted to spot fake videos just got completely destroyed by AI that learned to fake heartbeats. Scientists thought they were clever. They built detection systems that looked for tiny color changes on faces caused by blood flow. Real humans have subtle heartbeat signals. Fake videos don't. Problem solved, right? Wrong. New deep fakes accidentally learned to replicate those exact biological signals. The AI wasn't programmed to do this. It just happened because the models got so good at looking lifelike that they started copying human biology. Now we have fake videos showing perfect heartbeat patterns, realistic blood vessel movement, and skin tone pulses that fool even professional detection tools. The technology that was supposed to save us from misinformation just became useless. This is terrifying because fake content spreads faster than fact-checking. By the time someone proves a video is fake, millions have already seen it and formed opinions. We're entering dangerous territory where proving something is real becomes nearly impossible. Trust in video evidence is about to collapse completely. Deepfakes just became impossible.
And what does that cause? Put your thinking cap on. What does that cause? It causes a demand for a solution to where we need to identify who's using what and posting what. We need to have some universal digital system to know exactly who posted what so that we know what is fake and what is real, because you're not going to be able to tell if a video is fake or not. That's the point. And then you're going to have a justification for a digital ID and a digital centralized social credit score. Here's another one. With Adobe's new feature, can turn a flat image into a 3D layer you can rotate with crazy precision.
Turn them to 3D because apparently their viewpoint also done.
So there's a picture of these two kids in like Halloween outfits or something.
Match with the background. And after have the 3D shape, I will be able to freely adjust the camera. I can turn them face away, so it looks like they are walking toward the house. Or I can turn them around, so it looks like they just got their candy and they are leaving the house. Now let's speed up scale and in the meanwhile, let me bring back the original asset so we can compare them. Okay.
There we go. There we go.
Oh, yeah. Face looks nice. We have got all the details on the pumpkin costumes, and the face paintings on the buckets are well preserved.
Wow.
Now I'm going to turn them.
So you can basically make someone do something that they didn't do, and it looks completely and totally convincing. Again, put your thinking cap on with Bible in one hand and history on the other. What does this cause? What is the problem that this reveals the solution to? Which, of course, is a digital system to control and monitor everything you do. AI now puts ads inside movies.
Changing advertising forever, and most people haven't even noticed. Tencent, one of China's biggest tech giants, is quietly doing something wild. Instead of interrupting movies with ads, they're embedding the ads inside of the movie using AI. Let's say a character picks up a coffee cup. Tencent's AI scans the scene and digitally slaps on a logo, like Starbucks or even a local brand in your area. It's based on who you are, your location, your habits, your vibe. The advertising is personalized to you. It builds a profile on who you are and what you like, then sends in subtle adverts. You don't even realize they're there. It's the same movie, it's the same scene, it's just different ads for every viewer. And it doesn't even stop at coffee cups, billboards in the background, changed. Posters on the wall, swapped. Even beer bottles and bus stops are fair game. Tencent has already rolled this out to millions of users on its streaming platform, teaming up with a UK company called Myriad. They're inserting these virtual ads into classic films and brand new drama series. And advertisers are loving it because it works. So it's spreading fast. Amazon, NBC, and others are testing the same thing right now. No more disruptive ads, no skipping, just seamless, invisible product placement made just for you. It's happening right now in TV shows you're watching and you didn't even know. This company is changing.
They're going to just flip a switch. This was like dynamic pricing. Literally The Matrix, man. The movie was a documentary, just like Keanu Reeves said. ICE is now scanning your face. I think we already looked at that one. Oh yeah, this guy with the military helmet.
Drone picks up a guy behind that container over there. And what's going to happen is when he walks behind that container, I'm able to continue to see where he is and what he's doing. So here's Ghost X is the drone that's watching. So just watch for a moment. So the blue force is my friendlies. So see that little right-hand corner where it sees behind the containers?
Uh-huh.
They're tracking where the bad guy is. They're tracking where my guys are. And then watch when they go behind the container. So I can actually see through it and watch. Now they're engaging the guy over there and he's down.
Wow.
So this is a system that allows everybody to basically be operating as one combined hive mind where you can all share a view of the world. And by the way, this view that I have, it's shared now with all of the robots as well. So anything I see, like let's see I see someone inside of a building, every drone and every person now sees that person where he is. It's so crazy that I was born at the right time to actually get to build all of this stuff. You're going to notice
And this guy's excited about it when this is totally demonic. This is like, I am Legion. We're all one Legion and we can work as one hive mind. Again, if you think living off-grid is going to save you from something like this, then think again. It's God's provision that's going to save you, whether he's determined for you to live or not. But these people are going to have such advanced technology that you're not going to be able to run away. Oh, dang it, you stupid thing. I hate this little fact. I have to pause it.
I just told you in a very nice way. Now, let me just put it blatantly to you. The program targets the birth of new babies. So once you have your baby, before your baby leaves the hospital, you no longer get a paper birth certificate, but then you get a digital one that is somehow implanted somewhere on somebody's body. Think about that, but have a listen to this.
the digital ID, which has been a big problem to us for a very long time, is now on a testing mode for the next 2 months. I have been assured by all the stakeholders, led by the ministries concerned, that by December, we will be able to launch digital ID, where every Kenyan don't have to carry any paper, plastic or otherwise, as an ID, that they should be able to be identified digitally using their iris or their fingerprints, and we can transact without the necessity of people struggling to identify who they are. And the proudest part of it is that we don't have to spend the billions that we have spent on all the other manenos, as all of you know.
We're taking things that are, genetically modified organisms, and we're injecting them in little kids' arms. We just shoot them right into the vein.
Oh, Bill Gates. Bill Gates. Who would have thought that the internet would expose you eventually? Probably never thought of it when he went on those interviews way back when.
Aware of the new legislation that mandates kill switches in all cars starting in 2026? Yeah, it was snuck inside a recently passed $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill and is a proposal to have a lockout device to be installed in all new cars. Take a closer look at this infrastructure bill they jammed through. Section 24.220. This mandates installation of equipment to listen to in-car noises and conversation, yes, monitor your eyes, and kill switches to automatically turn off your car. It states all new cars in the United States will be required to install this kill switch by 2026. This section was passed allegedly to stop drunk drivers, but the law is very broad, and the concern is that it may lead to the government abuse of privacy, yeah, your privacy, especially as the government wants more and more control over your car. We've seen this in other areas of our lives too, and now it's in your vehicle. Are you aware of...
Yeah, it's if you get a car, try to get an old one, and hopefully you have somebody that can help you with it if it breaks down. Central bank control by 2029, digital euro officially on the timeline.
I have good news for you on the digital euro front.
Oh my gosh, let's listen.
Today the Governing Council has decided to move ahead on the next and final phase of the preparatory work for the digital euro. The other good news is that on October 23rd, the European...
Wait, there's more good news? That was just such good news.
Council has asked us and all those involved to accelerate the process so that we can roll out the digital euro as early as possible. This is important because as much as banknotes will continue to circulate, we want cash to be in the form of digital euro as well, so that you can circulate banknotes and click cash with the digital euro. More work is going to be done in the next few months, and if we receive the approval by the European Parliament in the course of 26, we'll be able to pilot the digital euro as of 27. And if the pilot is conclusive and positive, it will be a formal rollout in the whole of Europe in 2029. This is a big project because the euro is our currency, your currency. It brings us together. It's a symbol of trust in our common destiny. So off we go with the digital euro in that next and final phase of the preparation. Hello.
Do you trust in their common destiny, or do you trust in the destiny of Jesus Christ returning and ushering the true New World Order? Of course, if it's digital, it's not cash. That's the whole point of cash. Scientists just created self-evolving AI that learns 100,000 times faster, and it runs on a Raspberry Pi. This could be the biggest AI leap since deep learning itself. So you see, there's going to be a solution to this AI crisis. AI is not going away, okay? AI is going to create a bubble, contribute to things crashing and all the things we talked about, but there's going to be a solution to redefine it, restructure it, and still use it in such a way that it's going to be useful. Researchers at Osaka's University Senken Institute just unveiled MicroAdapt, a self-evolving AI that learns and predicts in real time directly on compact edge devices. Unlike normal AI models that need to massive GPUs and cloud servers, MicroAdapt learns on the device itself. No data center, no pre-training, it adapts instantly. The numbers that shocked everyone: 100,000 times faster learning, 60% higher accuracy, runs on low-powered Raspberry Pi. That's not incremental progress, that's evolution in silicon. Microadapt mimics biological adaptation. It breaks data into patterns, learns continuously, evolves its own structure, deletes outdated models. Essentially, it thinks, forgets, and improves like a living brain. Well, it's also going to be used as a brain extension to the beast to control what you're doing. Bank of America is showing us why we dislike banks overall.
Its call volume has shot up 400% today. Let me tell you why. Recently, as of November the 1st, some things have changed with banking. Every bank now has a limit to what they will allow you to pull out in physical cash from the bank. You see, Zelle was allowing us to move money freely, no fee, and the banks started losing money. So now what they've done is they've implemented limits to how much cash you can physically pull out without getting a fee. Bank of America has a daily limit of $1,000 in cash. You can pull out $1,000. They didn't tell people, meaning if you move money with Zelle, they will only allow you to move $1,000 per day. Say you've got $900 you want to send to somebody and $300 you want to send to somebody. So you're going to pay $900 for your rent. You put that in the system through Zelle, boom, it goes off. You put the $300 in the system, boom, it goes off. The system is determining which one it wants to let through. It lets the $300 go through and the $900 does not go today. The person who you sent it to doesn't go to. Your account is less $900, but it has gone nowhere. You call in customer service right now, you're going to be waiting all day. They put a limit to your Zelle. It didn't say they were doing that. It said physical cash was the $1,000 limit. So they want to make sure they can get as much money and cause as much confusion as possible. So they put the cap on the Zelle too. It didn't always have a $1,000 cap on Zelle. Now it does. Guess what? Your money will sit there until the next day when it will send. Now, the problem with this is the simple fact that now, if you go for that daily limit of $1,000 in supposed cash, if you go over that limit, they're going to charge you $10. Now, Chase Bank, it's $500 limit now. You cannot pull out more than $500 in cash in one day without a fee. If you do, it's going to be $15 with Chase. Go to Wells Fargo, it's $300. They will not let you pull out more than $300. And if you do, in one day, it's $5 extra. That's the fee. That's the bank price that we pay. Citibank, $750 in one day. You go over that, it's $12. So, for example, you need $1,000, it's going to cost you $12 just to get the $1,000. U.S. Bank, the daily limit is $400, and then the fee is going to be $10. This was all implemented as of November the 1st, 2025. Now, what happened with Bank of America is one thing. It could be happening with the others. We don't know. But it's not right to stop the Zelle payments just because you have two different payments going to two different people. That makes no sense. But they want to get paid. And if they can frustrate you and keep you frustrated, you're going to start going into the bank and you're going to start withdrawing money. And because you're withdrawing over, you're going to get a fee. It's all about money at these banks. This is where we need to start making changes. What do you think this is going to do? You tell me what you think. Bank of America.
You know, before the Exodus happened and the deliverance happened, Pharaoh continually increased the abuses upon the people and took more and more and more until eventually it all just broke down. Similar thing happening with the current Egypt. New bill would give Marco Rubio thought police power to revoke U.S. passports.
Here it is, folks. It is happening. They want to lock you in this country. A new bill introduced this week would give Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, the ability to revoke and deny passports to U.S. citizens. And for what? For what you think and for what you say. Introduced by the chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Republican Brian Mast from Florida. Of course, they couch it as this is for terrorists and for traffickers, but we know that's not true because this is the exact same line of logic that they use to strip students and to arrest green card holders. So all of the pro-Palestine protesters at Columbia, across these other universities, where they stripped their student visas, where they arrested people like Khalil Mahmoud just for exercising their First Amendment speech for protesting the genocide. Now they want to do that same thing without due process to U.S. citizens. They want to strip your passport or to deny your passport application for things that you have said. And what they're going to do is they're going to say that you have provided material support to terrorism based on the things that you have said. But the difference is they would have to prove that in a court of law if they were to charge you under terrorism laws. Under this bill, they just accuse you. They accuse you of being a terrorist, of providing material support. They never have to prove anything. Then they just take away your passport. Because if you're actually a terrorist, they don't need to do this. They just charge you. Under the terrorism laws, you go to prison. Remember, my global entry was revoked in March, 2 weeks after I started speaking out against the regime. There's no due process there. And they will do the same thing to just take away your ability to leave this country without any due process. They make an accusation, boom, no passport, you can't travel anymore. This is another canary in the coal mine. This is telling you get out now because they are locking down the borders. And if you can afford it, subscribe to my Substack. That allows me to show I have.
Yeah, it's happening, folks. More and more. The internet reacts to President Trump's proposed 50-year mortgages to tackle housing crisis. This was so, I put a clip of this in the introduction. It's so ridiculous how ignorant he is. Again, do you really think that Trump, who is a real estate mogul, doesn't know the difference between a 30 and a 50-year mortgage and the impact that has, how you're paying, exponentially more than what the original loan amount was because of interest? He doesn't know that, even though he's made billions with real estate.
Cash is about to completely disappear in 847 days as the EU have just passed new legislation into law that prohibits financial freedom. Starting 2027, you will not be able to make any cash purchases over 10,000 euros. This becomes illegal. Also starting in 2027, which actually has already kind of started now, is every single European exchange will have to have KYC. You will no longer be able to have any self-hosted wallets or anonymous wallets. When it comes to transacting cryptocurrency, anything over 1,000 euros will have to be state approved. If it's not, you could be prosecuted, and all of those transactions are tracked and traced. The digital euro, also known as a central bank digital currency, will be officially introduced in 2029. And all of this infrastructure being put into place now is to facilitate the new CBDC. Everything analysed, everything tracked, everything traced. This is not just proposed or a theory, this is now law. So you have 847 days in the EU until cash becomes contraband, and 1,308 days until a central bank digital currency is introduced. Are you prepared? I've been talking about this exact topic for over 3 years now, and back then, nobody believed me. If you guys want more updates, information on...
And remember that the system that's coming to life with all of this is going to have a very lamb-like exterior.
Oh, I don't think we're going to have any more elections.
What do you mean?
Because when you see moves to concentrate power, delegitimize ballots, and remake institutions, the when question becomes urgent. There have already been steps taken to weaken the infrastructure of elections.
Like what?
Restrictions on voting rights, efforts to transfer election oversight, attempts to commandeer voting systems or regulators.
Well, that's not right.
The Trump administration has already pushed executive orders and legal claims that try to shift authority over federal elections. For example, pushing to force states or independent bodies to adopt certain rules or risk federal action. When the presidency claims it can override elections,
we happen to be in a war with somebody. No more elections.
That's not just policy, it's power. A classic authoritarian playbook. Step 1 is to make the people distrust elections. We've seen repeated claims that past elections were fraudulent, that machines are rigged, that ballots can't be trusted. When you pop that narrative over and over again, what's next? You shift to, why bother voting at all? What's the friggin' point? That is laying intellectual and institutional groundwork to argue that elections don't matter and can be bypassed. If you dismantle the guards that protect elections, then consolidating control becomes easier. control the Department of Justice, control the election certification process, control election technology, remove independent oversight. Then, even if you keep elections on paper, they become hollow. That's called competitive authoritarianism, where institutions exist, but they're hollow. In many places that lost democracy, the transition didn't begin by shutting down elections outright. It began by rigging them. First, the rules shift. The courts are packed. The press is controlled. Then, elections become meaningless. That's what historians call the death of democracy by degrees. What can you do? Don't wait for them to cancel the vote. Watch what's happening in your state. Who appoints election boards? Who has access to voting machines? Support organizations defending democracy. Speak up.
No, this is all synergistic. You need to roll up your sleeves and, vote the devil out. It's not going to happen, folks. Voting is meaningless. The voting system has been meaningless for a very long time. Democracy is coming to an end. The point that I wanted to show you with this, obviously she's a Democrat, kind of left-leaning person. But they tell on each other. They tell on each other, and history is repeating itself with Trump's propaganda. Of course, we know the elections have always been rigged, but it's still repeating itself. Trump to shut down flights permanently.
This is huge breaking news. Sean Duffy is planning fewer flights, not just for the shutdown, but forever. Listen to this.
We may have the same experience we had in Newark. We had delays and cancellations in Newark in the early summer. We reduced the capacity, and then the flights were on time, right? We had less cancellations, less delays. It was the most on-time months we had at Newark ever. So that could be an outcome of what we're doing. And
So you just heard it out of the horse's mouth. He said that the FAA may permanently reduce the number of flights nationwide, even after the shutdown ends, to rebalance the system. Because so many controllers have quit or are working without pay that the agency says it simply can't handle pre-shutdown traffic levels anymore. So instead of fixing the problem by restoring funding, hiring staff, or making the job livable, the plan is to just shrink capacity and call it efficiency. And that means fewer flights, fewer options, and of course, higher ticket prices for everyone. Also, they can claim that the system is running smoother. It's like fixing rush hour traffic by closing half the roads, then bragging that traffic jams disappeared. And here's the kicker. Duffy framed this as a long-term improvement, which means the FAA may never go back to full capacity. So next time you're wondering why your flight got cut, delayed, or cost twice as much, remember that's the new normal that they're planning for.
So they're flooding, they're reducing travel, their carbon credits, they're putting the digital entry-exit system. Little by little, that system is coming around. Spanish PM Pedro Sanchez demands the end of online anonymity, calling for every social media account to be linked to an EU digital ID wallet. It's all going to be one system. Here he is talking about it.
On social media. In our countries, no one can walk the streets with a mask on their face or drive a car without a license plate. No one can send packages without showing an ID or buy a hunting weapon without giving their name. And yet, we are allowing people to roam freely on social networks without linking their profiles to a real identity. This paving the way for misinformation, hate speech, and cyber harassment, because it is facilitating the use of bots, and it is allowing people to act without being held accountable for their actions.
Who are the people who do most of the hacking and bots and everything else? It's CIA, Mossad, secret societies, all these things are just dialectics to usher in these solutions. The AI fakes, the bots, the hacking, everything else. Where do you think it comes from? And where do you think it's going?
ID is here and Apple is behind it. This week, Apple announced the first version of digital ID in the US. They are selling this as a substitution to the real ID, but we know where we are headed. Once your information is connected to the central database, you're vulnerable to their tech. If you're dependent on their digital ID for travel, they can essentially decline your ability to fly. What if they decide your appearance does not match what they have on file? Denied. They can shut down your life and they can turn your access off at any moment. When your personal information and your identity is in the database, who owns it and how can you ensure you're able to opt out when you choose? This Apple Digital ID is yet another example of how people are trading their freedom for convenience. We must say no to this, or we may get locked out of society and all the systems we interact with forever. Digital ID.
See here, folks, little by little, everybody's putting it together. The image of the beast is coming to life. So conclusion, anyone who thinks that we are not at the end of time is just dead wrong. Anyone who thinks that we have 20, 40, 50 or more years is also dead wrong. They are incredibly close to bringing this final system to life, and with the culture shaping that is running in tandem, like we covered in the beginning of the Dialectics, it's going to be ready to enforce obedience in the next decade, folks. In the next decade, eventually you're going to have no more physical cash, programmable money, social credits, robots patrolling the streets, AI surveillance for all your social media and economic behaviors, social credit profiles, and probably UBI in some form or function, all to basically work in the same way. The irony for the conservatives is that their own side is the one who is ushering in this reality. They were blaming the left and making the left into a boogeyman so that you wouldn't see it coming from the right. But in fact, it's the right, which of course is the typical 1-2 Antichrist punch. Today we are 80 years after Nazi Germany. In history, that is 4 turnings or 1 cycle. It's important to understand that Nazi Germany was a dry run for the image of the beast. If you look at the Nazis, you'll understand that the direction we're headed towards is a repeat of that, except this time, instead of going towards liberalism, it's going to go towards Catholic social teaching. There's countless parallels between Trump and Hitler that I've covered before, and of course many people have covered here, and also the conditions that allowed fascism and religio-nationalism to be justified. Of course, the word fascism comes from fasces, which is the Roman symbol of power. It's a Roman situation. Vatican was intimately involved with Nazi Germany. You can learn quite a lot about that, and the fascist governments also. Just like the Jesuits, on the other hand, were involved with communism and bringing that to the world. So see my Synagogue of Satan chapter on communism to understand the relationship there. But now I want to talk about the digital ID and the mark of the beast, because a lot of people have asked me, digital ID, talk about the digital ID, and everybody's freaking out about this digital ID. Okay, please first off get edified on what the Bible actually says about the end times and what the mark of the beast really is, because it's a spiritual issue. In my end time series, there's a mark of the beast episode. In my Pope series, there's a mark of the beast chapter. There's the mark of the beast through time, which is a shorter video. And in my Sabbath series and Lord's Day series, all of that talks about these things. The mark is not something physical. It's not a chip. It's not a QR code. It's not a card. It's not, anything else. It's an issue of the heart and character. It's an issue of what you believe, your actions, your obedience, and how all that relates to your worship of God. It's a spiritual issue. The mark is going to be enforced with digital IDs, AI, robots, etc. Absolutely, it's going to be enforced that way. But these things in and of themselves are just means to the end. They're not the actual mark. People are already, freaking out and ready to abandon their phones and throw everything away and move to the woods. But listen, you're not going to escape. You're not going to escape from all the things I showed you. The robot dogs with the grenade launchers, the guy with the, I am Legion, basically, headgear, the 200 kilometer per hour, drones. You're not going to escape from that, folks. You're not going to escape. If it's, appointed for you to live, you'll live. But living off grid is not the solution. When they have technology that they have, you're not getting away unless God has appointed to protect you for that time. So if you'll live, you'll live. If you have the means to get out of the city and live in a more rural place, then I would recommend it. I think it's a good idea. It's not a bad idea. But until then, we are in the world and not of the world. We have a job to do until that very first bowl judgment drops, or until we die, whatever comes first. But we have a job to do, and that's to help wake people up and to bring them to the truth. People are worried they're going to participate in the New World Order system and take the mark by having a digital ID. That's not the case, folks. Things are much more complicated than that. They're much more nuanced. You're not going to lose your salvation by having a digital ID. And if you're worried about a digital ID, well, you already have a phone, money, credit card, SSN, etc. All these things are digital. Of course, there is some truth that having a centralized thing allows them to basically have more control over your life. Absolutely. But if they really want to control you and track you, they're already doing that. But they're already building social profiles of you. Your phone is listening to you all the time. And you're already being tracked. So remember that God did not send the Israelites into the wilderness when they were exiled. Of course, originally after the Exodus, they were in the wilderness. But when they were exiled, they went to Babylon. They went to the heart of darkness. They were in Babylon, but not of Babylon. Of course, some of them were, but the point is that, even Jesus used money with Caesar's image on it. So AI, digital money, digital ID, all these things are means to an end. And in fact, let me tell you something that maybe you didn't consider. These things are actually not the problem. They're not. If Jesus were on earth today, hypothetically, and ruling, and there was no more Satan, no more evil, and we had these things, would they be evil? No, they wouldn't. Actually, they'd be making life very convenient. They make life very convenient. It's not AI that's the problem. It's not digital IDs that's the problem. It's not, digital money or credit cards or social security numbers that's the problem. The problem is the human heart is wicked. And also that the devil, who is evil incarnate, right? He's the prime evil spirit. The devil is in the world and doing his thing. That's the problem. When Jesus returns, those problems will be finally resolved. So AI is not the problem. Digital money is not the problem. It's that the devil is loose in the world and that the heart is desperately wicked. And that is the problem. So stop being afraid of pointless things and instead use this system to act on your God-given purpose. AI can help you learn faster than ever and help you create and share knowledge with others if you're properly using it. Digital Bibles, programs, these things can help you study the word like a pro theologian. See my How to Be a Berean video to learn how to do that. The internet, YouTube, various platforms. You can reach countless people with just a single post or a single video or an idea. And you can build a network, you can build a community, you can build Bible groups. We have so many tools that God has given us in this time, in this final age with all these deceptions. So rather than believing that they're evil and shutting yourself out from society, realize that God is sovereign and he uses all things for the good. Yes, they will one day be used to persecute you and to ostracize you. Absolutely. I'm fully aware of that. Eventually, all these things will just be turning against us. You try to give them as much friction as possible until that point, but nevertheless, until that point, we have to use them for the good. It's true that digital IDs move the needle closer to total control. They really do. So we have to try to delay that as much as possible. But they're going to force people to adapt one way or another. For example, I have a real ID. I got it before I knew what it was. I just got it. I was like, I guess that's what we're doing, because I couldn't fly. And I thought I needed to fly, so I got it done because I didn't get my passport done. But the passport, if you get the passport done and you don't do the real ID, the passport is there too. They know who you are and what you're doing. And especially with all the scans they're doing, they're going to get around all these issues and integrate everything with scans at the airport. If you're transacting in society, they're going to know who you are and what you're doing. If you have a phone, they know what you're doing. So should you get a real ID? I'm not going to tell you left or right. I think that's up to you. Eventually, they're going to force everybody. However, just because they are forcing people to adapt does not mean that you have taken the mark, that you're putting the mark on you and you're losing your salvation. So if you can, delay and don't give them that control. Put friction in the following ways. I don't use biometrics on my phone. Turn off anonymous data sharing with your phone and your computer apps or AI assistant co-pilots on your various machines. See a recent post on my Substack for how to do that. A couple of videos that I saw that were very useful. Use a browser that is more secure. Now, I used to use Firefox. I switched back to Chrome because for me, what I do with all this VDS stuff and research, the way the tabs work in Chrome is just much better. Firefox is useful for cookies. So, you be the browser, you be the decider of that. There's Brave browser. Don't use crypto because it's going to be even more regulated beginning in 2026. Don't use crypto. Shop Pay, for example, when you go shopping, a lot of stores use Shopify. Shop Pay is like, sign in really quick to identify yourself before shopping. I don't do that. I'm like, screw you, get out of here. Let me just pay without having to identify myself every time. So these sort of micro decisions are happening all the time, and we can create as much friction as possible for them. And at some point, you'll just have to get used to these things, and they'll be part of life. That doesn't mean you've taken the mark, because the mark is a spiritual issue. The mark is participating in the delusion, the spiritual delusion that is coming upon the world and obeying the word of the devil. How is that word manifest? Well, it's manifest through the pontifex, through his decree to keep Sunday as the day of rest, to keep Sunday sacred, to basically obey this religious institution and to be part of it. The mark is also for people who were never meant to be saved. In Revelation 13:8, that it says that those who are not in the book of the life of the Lamb before the foundation of the world, those people are going to want the ones that take the mark. So the elect cannot be deceived on this issue. It is the devil's elect. The devil is marking his elect, okay? The people that God has consigned to him that are reprobate. That's the devil's elect. The devil is going to mark them, and God is marking his own. So there's a separation that's happening in these very last days. That's happened throughout time, but in the very last days, the devil's going to facilitate this separation very clearly between God's people and the devil's people. At some point, they're going to enforce these things hardcore. They're going to throw people in prison. They're going to execute people, who knows, debank them, all sorts of things. And at that point, realize that there isn't much time left, because there is a grace period from that point until the first bull drops for the last remaining people to repent and get out of this system when they start seeing their friends being arrested, etc. And until then, we just use the tools that God gave us to do good in the world, because they facilitate the exchange of information and they make things faster. That's what this is all about, folks. Many will run to and fro and knowledge will increase. What knowledge are we talking about? Knowledge of, random facts? No, knowledge of God, knowledge of the truth, knowledge of the true interpretation of eschatology, knowledge of the true gospel, knowledge of the narrow road will increase. So we are part of that. And when you can't be part of it anymore, then that's it. So in other words, there's a lag time between them bringing these technologies and actually demanding spiritual obedience and enforcing it, okay? Do not confuse the two. Just because they're bringing these technologies doesn't mean like, oh my gosh, the mark of the beast is here. Well, not yet. All the things you see are inherently secular, okay? They're state things. Remember that there's two things rising. There's the technocratic dystopia that's rising, that everybody's looking at, but there's also the false Christian counterfeit revival that's rising. And these two things are going to be married. Right now, everybody's got their eyes on the technocratic dystopia, but that's not the future. The future is the false lamblike Christian universal church revival that is on top of the technocratic dystopia, which is going to appear as a utopia for the people who are wicked and do not love the truth. So either way, there's that lag time, and we do the best we can until we get there. Always work with that future in mind and remember the ultimate destination. We are in the world, but not of the world. Always minimize risk, maximize your privacy, data sharing, and above all, trust God over fearing the devil and his various schemes. So this is not like they passed the National Sunday laws and those people who obeyed and rested on that Sunday immediately, on that Tuesday, the week of that coming week or whatever, when they passed it, they lost their salvation. That's not how it works, folks. When these things happen, when they do even start passing Sunday laws, and even they start enforcing Sunday rest and carbon credits on Sunday, whatever else they're going to do, the last remaining elect are going to realize that this is a deception. They need to experience something so drastic for them to come out of this system. And again, for whatever reason, private to God, he has reserved theological knowledge at different times for different people. And some people will need to see these things in order to finally come out of the system. So do not make salvation such a cheap and carnal thing that you would think that having an ID of some kind or some sort of chip or whatever else, or barcode or crypto, means that you're taking the mark and losing your salvation. Okay? That's not what salvation is. Salvation is a spiritual state of the heart that God gives, and God is the one sovereign over the situation. Also, do not compromise on God's sovereignty and give the devil more power in your mind than he deserves. Do not lose hope for others around you and strive with them until the very end, until you cannot anymore. And do not become legalistic and have fear, thinking that if you rest on Sunday, even after the laws are passed, that you somehow have lost your salvation or someone you love has lost their salvation. That's not what it's about, folks. This is about obedience. And again, when they do pass the laws, there's going to be a short period of time to repent and come out of this system as they start enforcing it. So do not be legalistic about it, but at the same time, stand on the word, on the truth, because we have to stand on the truth. So this is the adventure until the first bowl judgment happens. There's a lot to do until then. May God be with us, but until that day, stay sharp. Keep your eyes on the prize. And of course, that prize is Jesus Christ. We'll see you. Take care next time. God bless.